it's like a good channel to have, and I'm actually happy that it's a good channel. Like, it's a big channel, because I probably believe what you guys believe.
He went from tears to smiles.
Yeah, I thought you were upset, but okay, that's cool, because
he believes, Mike. Yeah,
I'm not upset.
Yeah, what makes you believe, Mike? What makes you believe?
The lack of curvature. I mean, isn't that how everyone actually knows that this is a true thing?
Yeah, there's no curvature of the Earth's surface, that's correct, so it can't be a big spinning ball in a vacuum. So why would it upset you that we're here pointing that out to people?
I don't know, it's just interesting that there's so many people that are not talking. I mean, you're talking
do you want to talk everyone at a time? We'll just all talk at the same time. No, we have like proper conversation here.
Okay, well, I'm sorry if I was
recording the Laurie Anderson album, bro.
That's all right. About my disagreement.
Now you're here. That's good. Good for you. You figured out the Earth isn't a globe. How did you figure that out? Was that through listening to us?
I mean, I just, from my perspective, the evidence just isn't there. I mean, especially since you know that the organization that tells us what the Earth looks like is a lying. It's actually a lie, like front center in all of its conscious. You can look at all their videos. It's CGI, it's green screens, it's everything that you could see.
You telling me they can make fake videos?
Yeah, I know. It's crazy.
Oh wow! So when did you figure out that the Earth wasn't a globe? Is this a recent thing, or
probably earlier than you did?
Well, when was that?
Well, I think the way that the truth was given to us was in late 2014.
What? Is that what you were saying? You were thinking that in 2014?
No, I'm saying the evidence was given on the internet in late 2014.
Well, why are you answering that when I just asked? Well, why are you answering that when I clearly asked you when did you stop believing in the globe?
When I looked into it.
Well, when was that? That's what I'm asking you.
Late 2014.
Okay, well, you could have just said that then. So, how did you first come across it in 2014? Who was it who you were watching or reading?
Are you stupid? Do you not know that everyone came across the same sources here?
Yeah. Oh, everyone.
Well, what were they? Well, what was the source that you were reading? That's why I'm asking you again. I don't know why you're having a comprehension issue. It's pretty clear what I'm asking.
I'm having a comprehension issue that I believe that you guys had.
I said, so who did you come across? I said, who did you come across in 2014 that made you think like this? It's a very simple question. They're like, well, we all had the same sources.
Well, what were your sources then, Cyclone?
Why are you asking me that?
Well, because
this is true for you.
You seem to have a...
Why is it a difficult question to answer? Unless you're just weirdly lying. Unless you're just weirdly lying for some reason.
Why would I be lying? I already told you.
Why would you be lying? That would be very bizarre behavior of you. Come into a random Flat Earth Discord channel and pretend that you don't believe in it. This is not a
random Discord. This is like the most populated channel I've ever come across.
You don't get out much.
That's probably true, but even still.
So when I talk about my belief that the Earth is flat, and I say that I believe that around late 2014, and you say you won't give me your evidence of why you believe the Earth is flat, I'm kind of why you're asking the question.
Like Scarface, do you have this stuff? I've got the stuff near. Do you have the money? The money is near.
Mike, let me
you
help
don't need to talk about.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I know exactly what happened around the 2014 time frame.
Okay, finally, somebody knows the internet.
I can answer to that as well afterwards, but carry on.
All right, so what happened is that Obama was the president, and Obama stood in front of the American people. He said, there's no time. There's absolutely no time.
We don't have time for the flat Earth society.
Yep, Jen nailed it. So everyone was thinking like, yeah, let's fight global warming. Let's fight climate change. Let's defeat greenhouse gases. And then said, we won't talk to people who actually believe they live in a greenhouse. Those people are disqualified from the conversation. And that threw everyone back. You're like, well, if those people over there are really concerned that they lived in a closed environment, wouldn't they be the first people you would talk to? And then people started thinking, I wonder why. And they kind of looked into it and they saw, flat earthers call out NASA and whatnot. Then a year later, we had ClimateGate, where it demonstrated that the flat earthers were right all along. NASA had been faking climate data. And so I could see where Mike would say that was his first thing. Most people just kind of said whatever and moved on from that.
Yeah. You might also remember Obama saying, they must have been the founding fathers of the Flat Earth Society, and everyone started laughing. Do you remember that as well?
Yeah, but I don't think Mike really deserved the lore breakdown, because he's just doing a little cosplay. Like, he's been up all night working on his Xena warrior princess outfit.
Yep.
Well, I mean, I don't think anyone believed the Earth is flat because Obama said that the Flat Earth Society exists.
Mike, do you know what they claim? Hold on. Just very quickly, Jen, 2 seconds.
That was the very, very, very beginning. I did say I wanted to get in there after Crit. That was the early days. That was the information that was out at the time. All we want to know from Mike is who was the video, who was the person he watched, or what video, or whatever. In my situation, I remember the 2014. I ignored it because I thought it was stupid that the Earth was flat. You understand? I thought that was a silly thing. We know.
Well, I think everyone that was indoctrinated in the school system would ignore the idea that the Earth is flat because we've been told that we live on a planet. And the planet, what's the number one science fair project that you can have as a kid is like building a solar system.
Volcano?
Right. Yeah, Jupiter, Venus, Earth, Mars. Right. Like, so that's like, and if you build a correct solar system, you get first prize at the science fair at your local elementary school.
Okay, but Mike, just quickly.
Isn't that true?
Do you know what they tell us? Do you know what they tell us the radius of the globe is?
I think it's like 26,000 miles.
The radius.
Half that?
No, that would be the ISS.
So,
work back from.
See, this is
circumference.
This is 26,000 miles. Actually, that's the ISS you're talking about there. The ISS
he's talking about the circumference.
26,250. Yeah, he's talking about the wrong circumference.
Let's be honest, we don't know what Mike Cargo is talking about.
But I'm just making the point. Like, you don't have to pretend, Mike. You can just be honest and say.
I'm trying to have like a good-natured conversation.
Okay, no, but you need to have an honest conversation.
I'm actually a flat earther.
No, you're not. You're not. But you can at least just be honest, Mike.
Dude, you're not a flat earther.
Stop being a little dickhead. And just be honest. Just say, I've only been looking into this recently. You guys are making some good points. That's all you have to do. You don't have to do this whole song and dance, Mike. We're not idiots.
I've looked into this
if I may be allowed to
I mean, if you want me to tell them a story, if you have a better story you want to tell.
Yeah, no, just don't bullshit us with stories. We're not interested in stories.
Yeah.
Okay, what story do you want? Do you want the real story?
No, I don't want a story, Mike. We just want you to be honest and stop doing whatever it is you're doing.
Do you think I'm lying?
Yes.
What am I lying about?
Just your whole shtick that you're doing.
Give me an example.
It's just boring. It's boring, dude.
What do you mean? I told you I believed in the flat Earth because of the late 2024 into 2014 to 2015 explosion that happened.
Yeah, what was the material you watched? That's all.
Cool story,
One material. That's all we was asked. One material from what content producer? That's all.
If you, I mean, I don't know how you could be a flat earther if you never watched it.
No.
That makes sense.
Asking. I can read. I'm going to read off 6 that I watched immediately. I'm just waiting for you to answer that question. Which one was it?
I would say it was Math Powerland, photo repainting.
Okay, good, brilliant, excellent.
Mark Sargent,
yes,
his understanding, and Eric Dubay.
Yeah, the Flat Earth Clues is called. Flat
Isn't
Earth
like
Clues.
the trinity of people who brought this into our consciousness?
Did you ever hear about Dr. Robotham?
Samuel.
Yeah, but that was like 200 years ago.
Yeah, so dude, you could have just said that instead of doing this whole song and dance.
Yeah.
It's very simple.
And then if we go on from a Trinity position.
Yeah, if you want to carry on from where you left off, you've got Celebrate Truth, you've got ODD, you've got Eric Dupay, you've got Jeronism that he did his bit as well. You've got Dave Murphy, The Greatest Lie Ever Told, 2 videos. He was in, I think, Russia somewhere, talking to a guy in Russia and that. There was 2 videos he made of that. And those were the materials that I watched in December of 2015, Boxing Day. That's when I actually got into this flat earth. I ignored it for a while. I think it was stupid, but I thought, let me check on it. Let me click on it now. What could I possibly learn?
So why am I being antagonized? Because you guys watched the same videos I watched.
We just wanted to know what you watched, but you wasn't coming forward.
Yeah, because you just weren't being straightforward. You just be straightforward. We'll have a straightforward conversation. Yeah. But you, for some reason, decided to deviate off.
What do you think? What are you talking about? I told you exactly what I watched.
Yeah.
After like 10 minutes.
Things about the group as a whole, and we're wrong. So, yeah, I'll be 35 in a couple of days, and I was a flat earther since I was almost 35, so you're wrong.
I'm wrong?
That's all right. Doesn't matter. We can just...
suspiciously, too.
Yeah, we can just draw a line under that, and we can move on to something else. If anyone else has got a topic or a question.
It was a great feeling anyway, because I spent 8 hours cross-referencing all these videos and that, checking them out. And then after that, I wrote on my whiteboard, because remember I said it was Boxing Day of 2015, Boxing Day, December 26th. I wrote on my whiteboard, Happy New Year, everybody. Welcome back. Now, what is the shape of the earth and how do you know? On the whiteboard on December 26th for January 6th when everyone was going to return, right? And then I went upstairs and told my family immediately.
So, I guess I'm asking the question, like, everyone here knows, like, the earth is not a globe, right?
That's right.
Okay.
I don't know. Man raising hand above you may.
So, like, what are we?
I'm pretty on the same.
What are we gossiping about?
He said everything. He said everyone.
If we know the Earth is not like what we're told in elementary school, right?
We're talking to other people about the subject.
We're talking what?
We're talking to other people about the subject. People who don't know that the Earth is flat. They come into this channel and we talk to them.
Right. But do you know that everyone on the Earth does not believe this?
Yeah. I was one of them.
Everyone was a part of that, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So like, what's the point of the chat room?
We just told you to talk to the people
it's to inform, isn't it? It's to inform. Sorry, Jedi.
No.
It's to inform. That's what it's there for. To inform, discuss, discourse over the flat Earth versus the heliocentric model that doesn't exist. That's what we're here for. It's that simple.
No, it's upsetting him again.
Assume everyone's on the same page. What then?
Oh, then that's good because for me, that's going to be a great thing because now their children's children are going to be educated as life goes on. Maybe there might be a little revolution there, against the government and its education ministers who are teaching our children wrongly. Let's say that's what could happen next, for example. So the possibilities are
what's going to change. We want to change.
Maybe an era of humility.
Do anything.
Hey, man raising hand. What's up? How's it going?
There's no way that this weird
hold on, Mike
is going to change public policy.
Just stop spazzing out.
Actual public schools.
Yeah, we're just going to have to put him on mute. He's just spazzing out because his little cope is unraveling. So man raising hand.
The mask fell off.
Yeah.
Man raising hand. Hold on, Jen.
Sorry. Go ahead.
I was trying to speak to man raising hand here because he was chiming in. You there, man raising hand?
Yeah, I want to know what's the goal, or like what do you want to do Like, if everyone believes,
we're just letting people know. Like, we're just letting people know.
I want to go jet skiing. Yeah, I want to go jet skiing.
Radwan's going to jet ski, but in general, we're just letting people know that there's no curvature, so the Earth can't be the ball that they're telling us. Yeah. What you do with that information is entirely up to you. Well, like I'm saying, what you do with that information is entirely up to you.
Yeah. Now,
like, why does it matter so much?
Well, because it's where we live. If you didn't know,
but if you're telling me that nothing is going to change if everyone is on the same page, like why is it?
But I'm not saying what is or isn't going to change. Yeah, that's non sequitur to the point. The point is it's the case. So what happens from there was not what we're talking about. We're just talking about the facts.
I'm trying to inject with a point of fact. Actually, if I can just interject now, it's this. In 2007, as the Flat Earth Awakening happened through 2015, 16, by the time it's 2017 now, you had Anthony Riley and the team called the Globe Lie team. They had, this is happening in England, mind you, they got a petition signed up of parents who are very annoyed that their children were being taught a heliocentric model when they looked at the legalities of the education system. They were supposed to be teaching the geocentric model as well, and they weren't. And they signed petitions and handed it to the government. Okay, that's what they did. Anthony Riley was studying law at the time, becoming a lawyer. And that's what they did. You had Roxanne Glenn, Anthony Riley, Dave Murphy, and a few others from Britain getting those documents ready, petitions, and sending it. So that's what they were motivated to do. And the said group went on to do the Globe Light Tour, where they did the whole of the UK and Ireland. And then in 2018, they went to Europe, UK and Ireland again. And then in 2019, they were planning to go to the Americas now and start working with the Americans. And of course, we had the pandemic come along. There you go. All right? Just a little insight for you as to what people would do when they find out that they've been lied to. Thanks.
Do you guys have offshoots where you discuss like what it's potentially connected to, like hiding other stuff?
Yeah, we have those chats in this server. Our home server has many different rooms where the other questions get answered.
Yeah, like the hardcore conspiracy rabbit holes, like about like aliens and shit.
Well, people like to talk about conspiracies, but we're not really trying to talk about conspiracies and stuff. We're just pointing out that the Earth measures flat, so it can't be curved in a sphere.
Yeah, and aliens, the alien story is embedded. Yeah, the alien story, dude. The alien story is the modern day, from the 80s and the 90s, and the dissecting aliens on Fox. That's all rooted in the idea that Earth is a ball in space, and these are visitors. So this is a bigger one than that. I don't know. The aliens and all these things are just little bells and whistles of the falling apart outer space mythology. Like when they show us they have these disclosures in Congress or whatever, these special committees where they show us videos of little dots on the screen, and everyone talks about, oh, there's a UFO. The White House is talking about a UFO. I don't know. Aliens, I think, is just sort of.
So, can I just ask, raising hand, do you understand why we're saying that the Earth has no curvature?
Because of how it measures, like where you are, yeah.
Yeah, so it measures. So it measures flat.
It measures flat.
So regardless of what we say to you, and whether you say, "Oh yeah, that makes sense," or "No, I don't agree with that," we would still just revert back to, well, it measures flat, so that's what it is. Doesn't matter who has said what and for what reasons or what's going to happen next. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. For now, it's enough that we are simply letting people know and advising people to check it for themselves that the Earth isn't this big spinning space ball that they've told us. What happens next? Well, who knows? I guess we might find out.
For me, I don't know.
That's not really our job.
Why don't you have room for like it might be a ball? Like, why is that?
Because it measures flat, remember? So you can't have a flat ball. You understand that?
Like how it measures flat, but like what if it's just really big and it's like a ball?
No. Like we know how big they say it is. That's what we're testing, and that's where it's not measuring curved like they say it is. It measures flat.
A ball is a ball, regardless.
Well, if it's bigger, then you've been lied to on a massive scale. So you should join our.
And it still wouldn't measure flat. If it's a big ball, it would still measure curved. It would be
there's no curve.
Still, measurably so.
But regardless, I mean, if you understand that you've been lied to on a massive scale either way, then welcome to the club.
Damn, that is crazy when they start saying, like, what if it's a bigger ball? Like, hey, you that desperate, bro? Come on, man.
If it's just like bending like weirdly because of some weird...
No, it's not bending though, it's measuring flat, remember?
I don't know, man.
What? No,
it's not your idea, bro. You don't got to defend it that hard. It's not your idea that you came up with. You can let it go. It's all right.
I'd keep it open to both, just in case.
No, because you can't have flat on a ball, and there's no ball ever evidenced. So there's no reason to even entertain the idea of curve until you can actually detect some.
Just suggested by a lot of observed effects.
Well, there's no observed effects. There's no observation of curve.
It's just stuff going down and around. It seems
stuff
going down and around.
What? Sorry. What stuff goes down? The sun? No, the sun appears to go... Sorry, my friend. You might as well be saying at the end of my corridor, my ceiling's going down. Those lights at the end of the street, they're going down. They'll be out soon. It's just things above your eye line converging with the horizon because of, how optics work.
But why doesn't it do it above my head?
What do you mean above your head? Because it's above your head. Over there towards the horizon, it appears to descend. The horizon and the Earth, the horizon, the Earth and the sun, the distance appears to shrink. Right?
Why only forward, not up?
Because perspective, dude. Looking across a horizontal plane whilst you're looking at things in the sky moving away from you across a horizontal plane, not up. Things will reduce in angular size the further they get away from you, like a balloon, if you want to look up and have that example. But you're talking about things going down. I'm pointing out that they're not actually going down because... realistically, you don't think that your floor is raising upwards to meet your ceiling that appears to be descending. That's just perspective, right?
Yeah, the floor would be going down unless it was, the elevation would cancel it out.
So as you look off towards the horizon across the sea, is the water that's at your feet appearing to ramp upwards to the midpoint of your view?
Yeah, that's different though.
Yeah. It's the ramping up towards the midpoint of your view. Now let's talk about things above your eye line, like the street lights that are above your head when you look down the road. As you look down at the different street lights towards the end of the street, do you notice that they appear to be going downwards, descending towards the horizon?
It's still, you don't get the effect of disappearing down.
So you're talking about the sun going down?
Yeah.
You could be talking about the stars going down. The moon.
But there's always the horizon. You can't do it above your head.
It's above your head, dude. It's perspective. Would you like a video to explain perspective?
Oh, I know what you're referring to, but it's just you don't get that effect above your head. So I don't see why.
What do you mean above your head? So the street light that's above your head, that's up there when you look up, but the street light that's at the end of the road appears to have reduced in angular size. It looks smaller, closer to the horizon than the one that's above your head.
Not sure what you're trying to say there. Are you sure?
The sun appears to go down, but physically actually isn't. We can demonstrate this when we observe the circle of the sun for 24 hours for 3 months of the year in the north or south summer. the sun isn't descending upon the horizon for 24 hours as it circles one observer, but someone closer to that circle, let's say on the Tropic of Cancer when it's summer, they will experience day and night cycles. That experience of day and night cycles is due to the movement of the sun horizontally across the plane of the Earth, as we can observe in our first observation, but the perspective rule will apply, so the sun will appear to rise up and go downwards with distance.
Shorten it, because I'm not like you're just saying that, saying them wrong. Basically, you're not explaining why.
Its perspective is the explanation why. If you don't understand perspective, I've given you several demonstrations that I'm sure you can conjure in your head from memory.
The perspective.
Make sure you're looking at the side chat. Make sure you're looking in the side chat, because people are posting images to illustrate what Jedi's talking about.
They're all in front of me. Go down behind something.
Yeah, so you see things appear to descend towards the horizon. Yeah.
Yeah, but you need a horizon.
Yeah, so when you see the sun appear to descend towards the horizon, how can you say that's not what's occurring?
Using a horizon,
What's a horizon? What's a horizon? Yeah, where the surface of the Earth appears to meet the sky at distance. Yeah, it's literally the limitation of your ability to resolve any more of the surface you're looking horizontally across. You can't resolve anymore based on the angular limitation limit of the human eye. Perspective. So this is all perspective. Horizon, the apparent sun appearing to go down as perspective. It's all perspective when you, shock horror, are looking at things.
Why can't we get this up? If we had infinite, like, in your head, so you believe if we had flat thing going up infinitely, and we sent a big ball, like, up across it, we watched it, and it was just a really bright ball, like a star, right? A mini star. I think that would appear to go behind the flat thing that we put up there.
Yeah, we can demonstrate this with the sun. We can demonstrate this with Rayleigh criterion. Would you like a video that explains this angular separation between the surface of the Earth and the sky, and with distance how they appear to converge, where eventually one surface stops and the angular size of the object above the line of sight of the observer is still viewable until that also disappears later?
Is there like a video of like a balloon in a tunnel, like a really bright balloon in a tunnel going up, and then you like see it going behind the horizon at the end of the tunnel?
What's the horizon?
There's no fucking horizon. You're not going to see it. You're just going to see it shrink forever, right? Because it doesn't work like that.
What are you talking about? It doesn't work like that.
It's not going to disappear down under the tunnel. Like if you do that.
What do you mean under the tunnel? Why is it going under the tunnel? This is just perspective so far.
Right? Yeah.
You think it's actually... Hold on, need to be clear. Do you think it's actually below the horizon?
Yeah, I'm like one of the globe believer people, right? Like I'm assuming.
Yeah, I know. So I'm trying to be clear in what you're saying, because you say silly things like it's below the horizon. You don't know that.
That's what it appears to be, right?
Yeah,
you're telling me it's perspective. So if we do this experiment with the balloon in the tunnel above me, like it's going to appear to go.
Why is there a tunnel
at the end, right?
Why is there a tunnel?
There's a vertical version of this in the side chat. A great video Drace just posted. If you want to have just a quick look at what Drace just posted.
I've seen it. It's like when you look at the top of a building. You're not sending an object up the sun, right?
No.
Doing that.
You're seeing a horizon as you look up something, a straight line, surface as you look up.
We need a little demo sun going up, though. It needs to be a lot longer. I don't think you're going to see it disappear like down, right? If you sent something up there, you're just going to see it shrink forever.
I'm going to get you a video, because you're going to need. It looks like you're a visual person.
I watched it again, dude.
No, not this one, dickhead. You clearly don't. So I'll get you the video. It's up to you whether you'll watch it or not.
I mean, the guy talking in the side chat.
I mean, come on, bro. What? Who thinks the sun goes under you? That's wild.
At the end of the day, it really doesn't matter what the sun appears to do. The Earth is measured flat by everyone, even the people that make your maps or do surveying. So it's pretty much over anyway.
Facts. Yeah.
Everything I described and defined is in that video. There's the diagrams and the mathematics for you as well. Maybe my explanation wasn't fitting with whatever answer you wanted, so maybe the simple terms will help you.
Watching that coin thing at the end. It's just, I mean, he's just angled the camera.
So why are you giggling in the background? Have you got a problem?
Angled the camera.
Angled the camera below the table.
He's losing it.
Sorry. Have you watched the whole video?
Sense.
Did you watch the whole video?
I'm just laughing at his demonstration at the end.
Did you watch the whole
But
video?
that's not what's happening.
No,
Did you watch the whole video?
I didn't.
When you've watched the whole video, come back. Then you'll be educated, and you can argue from an educated position.
Yeah, okay.
Oh my god! When they say the camera's underneath, though, that doesn't even make sense. Because how is it looking up and over the table? Pause.
So he's essentially claiming a geometric horizon. You know, we can easily debunk the geometric horizon with long distance observations.
Yeah.
True. Good point.
By the way.
Is he still here? Who?
Maybe he should.
Man raising hand. Man raising hand. Is that? Hello. All right. So you're claiming a geometric horizon, right? So we can determine the distance on a globe to the geometric horizon based on the height of the observer. So from a 5-foot observation height, the geometric horizon would have to be at 2.7 miles approximately away from you. Do you agree? Would you like to double check on
I don't like this one.
What's that, sorry?
I like numbers.
Okay, great. Okay, so yeah, 1.225 times the square root of the height of the observer in feet. And that will give you like the distance to the horizon on a globe based off the radius value. So I'm just going to show you an observation, right? So this is essentially a horizon test, a globe horizon test. So just a second. All right, so in this is just a small clip out of a full-length, high-definition observation that was done like start to finish, a long video. But here's just a little GIF out of the video.
Yeah, I've seen this.
Right, so this is a 5-foot observer height, and it's a 21-mile length. So it's 21 miles to the shoreline that you can see on the other side there. So on a globe, you would have to have a horizon. On a globe, you would have to have... What's that?
Just say light bends, and then I believe them.
So where's the geometric horizon? The light's just bending it out of existence over the entire 21 miles.
You don't see how it is. That's it. the weather conditions and like light bending and whatnot. Like the further away it is, the more distorted it is. I'm not gonna trust anything.
How vague?
It's wavy. It's gonna be concrete. Look at it. Yeah,
it's 21 miles away.
And the further away it
you
is,
need more than waviness, bro.
So are you claiming that really there is a horizon at 2.7 miles?
You can see it vibrating, like it's shaking. It's like a mirage.
No, there's no mirage.
Just the further away it is, the more miragey it is.
No, you're going to get a slight amount of like shimmering over 21 miles looking through the air. Obviously, it's very clear. We can see the shoreline on the other side. We can see everything where it should be. Like that shoreline on the other side of the lake. The shoreline on the other side of the lake should be hidden behind the horizon by 230 feet.
Like information being sent to you, right? There's information from far away being sent to you.
So where's the horizon?
It's not actually like nothing's actually anywhere. It's just information bouncing around, right?
Okay, so you would have to have a geometric horizon at 2.7 miles.
It's not like nothing's actually there. You know what I mean?
Nothing's actually there.
What?
Like it's just information bouncing around, so it's not going to look how it is. Exactly.
No, I don't know what you mean.
Things don't like exist.
Are you talking about everything?
Yeah.
In existence?
Yeah. They don't exist. I think that's probably why a lot of people get tripped up on it.
So everything's just reality's just an illusion.
Like it happens. Yeah.
I think
the observation
just
you took a wrong turn at Albuquerque. Yeah, old boy here, you took a wrong turn at Albuquerque. This is a really level channel. Some of these, you don't know if objects are real. The objects are real Discord like channel is down a couple. There's right now they're talking about that if objects are real or not. There's a couple channels down. Click that one.
No, I know they're not. I know they're not real. Pretty sure.
Go to the objects are real.
Horizon.
All right, go ahead.
Well, you just claimed a geometric horizon with your sunset claim, and now all of a sudden I show you an observation that debunks the geometric horizon, and all of a sudden nothing's real. It's all just stuff bouncing around.
Yep.
I'm trying to give you a cope for like why the horizon doesn't appear where it should be, right? According to their
what horizon? There's no horizon where it should be. There's no horizon at all over the 21 miles.
Well, there's a
trying to give a cope. You delivered.
What kind of mirage are you talking about? This that doesn't fit the characteristics of any type of mirage, right? Something looking as it should. Mirages are extremely obvious when they're taking place.
If I ask the AI, it says it could go like hundreds of kilometers based on weather conditions.
What could go hundreds of kilometers?
Like seeing a horizon like too far away, or like seeing something you shouldn't be able to see based on the measurements.
That's a new globe cope. Is that with enough refraction, the powerful enough telescope, you could see the back of your head on the globetard.
Wait, what?
Yeah, no shit. Like really? after the Black Swan, they had to come up with a new type of refraction called superlumin. Lumines normally when you lift something up. Superlumin is a curve of the Earth is lifted up, over, and around the curve of the Earth. And this can happen multiple times to the point where you could see the back of your head.
Interesting.
Yeah, so this is where you would go, like, on your globetard, what is the limit that you could see? There's no limit.
Well, I was listening to a physics professor the other day, and he said that standard refraction would be calculated at 7. It could make a horizon appear 7 or 8% further away. And under extreme conditions, it could go up to a maximum of 15%. And he was debating with a couple of flat earthers, and he said, if you can show me something that exceeds that 15%, then he would be shocked. Right. So this is thousands.
Yeah, I've got.
This is thousands of percent.
Was he shocked?
Exactly. I've got an AI response. It's funny you mention AI because I have an AI response telling me that if a horizon can be observed at in excess of 9 miles from 1 foot observer height, it would call into question and warrant an audit of our complete understanding of the curvature of the Earth and the way light behaves.
But like, new is the light bending around the whole Earth, seeing the back of your head thing.
As soon as, like, what causes the slight bending of the light is just a difference in the refractive index, which is caused by its gradual temperature gradient, right? That makes a refractive index gradient. Once it gets like a sharp difference in temperature, you start getting mirages, right? It's super obvious when you have these extreme conditions. You're not going to have a huge difference in the refractive index and not have noticeable, like super noticeable effects in the distance. You know, all the known mirages are categorized, and none of these, like none of this observation doesn't fit the description of any of those mirages at all. Like what you'd have to be claiming is that really there is a horizon at 2.7 miles, right? But it's just completely undetectable, and somehow everything behind it's perfectly bending up and making it look completely flat all the way over to the other side of the lake and the entire town and everything. Right? It's like, you know, it's not just done one time. Like if you watch the video, he stays there during the day. He keeps doing observations. He does it again at night. Then they shoot lasers across the lake as well, and they can see the lasers going across the surface of the water, hitting the target on the other side. Like there's no type of like refractive conditions that can explain that.
There's some really powerful lasers, right?
Yeah, there's some really powerful lasers. Yeah, they get pretty expensive.
You could just shine a laser like really far around the Earth.
Yeah, so we've had like people try to debunk flat Earth that are PhDs in this particular type of field when it comes to optics. Dr. John Dee, he went out shooting like lasers across huge distances, trying to disprove flat Earth, and actually became a flat earther in the process. We've had teams of field engineers go out with a $30,000 laser, FE core, field engineers core, and they're shooting the laser across the surface of the water and hitting their target on the other side, right? And they did it on all sorts of different bodies of water.
What's funny? He's laughing. What's funny?
Yeah, I think it's.
Well, I don't know the answer. It's just funny that like if that's like.
Well, you laughed when you said Dr. John Dee became a flat earther. What's the problem with that?
I think it's funny. Like
you sound like Mickey Hart from the Grateful Dead.
Funny or like Coke Bunny, like.
Well, the thing is, we can show you like dozens and dozens of these like professionally done laser tests with very expensive lasers, just like you suggested just then.
He became a flat earther. I mean, that's funny to us too. I think that's funny.
It's because I don't want to explain because you'll get angry.
No, go ahead.
It's not like a.
Let's all know what the joke is. Like
It's not laughing at anyone. It's like, you know how you said it's a very is channel.
No, we'll laugh louder than you. If you're not,
it's a very is channel, you say. So like these people, like they're very like to like measuring in science and all that shit, right? So going to like great lengths to like prove what they think, and then he just ends up becoming a flat earther. It's just funny.
He's a doctor.
Yeah, I'm not laughing at whether he's right or wrong or he won the battle. I think it's funny because it's like it's extremely left brain. I just think that's funny.
No, we're not saying we're flat earthers because he's a flat earther. We're just saying that's an example.
I didn't say that. I'm trying to point out why it's funny to me. It's because it's really left brained.
Yeah, he went and tested the Earth.
He ended up like changing his mind.
It couldn't possibly be a globe was his conclusion, right? After extensive amounts of shooting different spectrum lasers over huge distances, and them not being obstructed at all by any Earth curvature, which would be completely impossible on a globe.
Imagine some guy like using his mind over that.
What would he measure the surface of the Earth? And he should physically be measuring the curvature of the Earth, but doesn't physically measure the curvature of the Earth. He measures a parallel Earth below the laser. Yeah, he's going to change his mind because empirically it measures to be not what he's been told it should be. It's like if I told you I was 5'5" and you measure me and I was 6'2". You're going to change your mind about how fucking tall I was.
At that, why is it not okay to laugh at that?
That's the funny part.
No, the thing is okay to laugh. Yeah, like you got a nervous laugh where inside your worldview, it wasn't possible for someone with an education to say the Earth is flat because people with education. Yeah, you got challenged. Your worldview got challenged, and then you giggled. You laughed it off. Everyone saw it here. You just
this is you guys projecting. I'm trying to tell you.
No one's nervous here.
Bro. Look, the only problem was it just came across as rude. That's all.
I don't mean to be rude.
No, it was a nervous laugh. He basically got shown something that challenges his worldview, and rather than contemplate it or think it through, he just laughed it off.
It's not what happened, but I didn't want to fucking try to explain.
It might have been a different type of laughter. But it was laughter.
The world in a way where certain things are just, I don't value them as much as other people, right? So like science and like numbers and shit like this, right? Like it's funny to me that someone they put so much effort and they got this model of the world and they know so much stuff about the world being round, and then they do this experiment and they just become a flat earther anyway. That's funny. That's funny to me.
Yeah, okay.
It's not in a way
flat Earth is not a scientific endeavor, by the way. Sorry to cut you off there. It's not a scientific endeavor, actually. It's an observation endeavor, not scientific at all. Because
they're different. How are they different?
Oh. One's cause and effect based on hypotheses prediction. One is the measurement and abstraction of a surface description.
Can you elaborate a little bit?
One elucidates cause and effect relationships in the physical and natural world by making a prediction about what causes things to happen and then testing that cause and effect relationship in an experiment. That's the scientific method. When we're trying to figure out the description, the surface description or dimensions of an object, we're not going to be using science to do that. We're literally just going to observe it and measure it. It's going to be more mathematics and geometry than it is going to be natural science.
Observation, mathematics and geometry, or the other one?
Observation is in both, but observation isn't science in its entirety. You have to observe things happening, right? But we can observe shapes. But at this point, we kind of start diverging. We're not going to make a prediction of a phenomena because a shape is a concrete noun.
You want to see one more observation?
A concrete noun. I don't know what you mean.
Not happening. So a phenomena would be something happening. A shape isn't happening. It's just a shape.
Right, theoretical. So we're dealing with.
See one more observation?
Theoretical or the not theoretical? They're not theoretical, right? The measured things. That's what you're dealing with, right?
No, we're just measuring the surface of the Earth. We're not doing science here. Anyway, DJ is trying to get in with more measurements, not doing science.
And then the globe stuff's like theoretical, right?
It's a claim, right? So what we're doing is we're testing the mathematics that we're given from the globe side, right? We're testing characteristics of the Earth that would have to be there if the Earth's a globe, right? Like over 10 miles, there has to be 66 foot of curvature. So if you have a look at this observation in the side chat, this is done off the coast of California, and we've got a couple of oil platforms. And they're just there as distance markers, because if we didn't have the distance markers, we would have no idea how far away that horizon was, obviously. So this is another horizon test, essentially. Okay, so we can... Yeah, well, you've probably seen a similar one to this, but because a bunch have been done in this location, just because it's got the distance markers, it's a good place to do this. So this is done like late in the afternoon, so it's like super clear conditions, and that second platform's 10 miles away, so we can see the horizons well beyond that. So on a globe, you would have to have that, once again, that horizon at 3.46 miles from this observer height of 8 foot.
How most like flat Earth people, or they think about the observer effect and the quantum thing, they just stay away from it because it's like theoretical?
Well, some people might be into that particular topic, but I mean that has nothing to do with this particular observation here.
It'll be interesting because you guys are very about measuring and what like is the channel, as you say, and then that's very theoretical. I'm assuming you'd all like not believe it or think it's nonsense or something.
Well, what do you think about this observation? Like, where's the horizon?
I would like the whole light might bend around the entire Earth cope. I want to look into that more now.
That's funny because you were laughing about the idea of seeing the back of your own head.
Yeah. I mean, it's possible. Like, I don't fucking know.
You're essentially saying
it's definitely not possible.
Dude, what you're essentially saying here is if that hypothetically we were able to shoot a line of sight projectile at the second oil platform there, it would just go straight through it because it's not really there. Really, it's hidden 40 foot below the curvature of the Earth. The bottom 40 foot of it be completely hidden.
Assuming the measurement's right, then yeah. If the measurement's right, it just goes straight through it.
It just goes straight through it. Imagine the dramas the military would have had over the years trying to like hit things with all of this bendy light all the time.
But everything bends. Like everything's going to bend with it.
Why the hell do they put scopes on? Why do they put scopes on things then?
Aiming, we all know that.
What's the good of the aim if it's not going where you're aiming?
So this is
you're not even seeing what it is.
Yeah,
you think you're seeing an illusion.
Nothing's really there. It's all just stuff bouncing around. Remember?
Uh-oh.
The thing is, once you actually, and I encourage you to look into, this particular claim that you're saying about the light bending. What you'll find is that the experts say that under standard conditions, it can extend the distance of the horizon 7 to 8%. Right? That's what they account for when they're doing celestial navigation or surveying and things like that. And on extreme conditions, it can be like 15%. Anything more than that, you're dealing with mirages, right? And they're super obvious. They have characteristics. So this is thousands of percent further than what the horizon should be at, the globe. And it's not what the horizon should be at. It's where the horizon would have to be on a globe. Hypothetically, if we could just remove all of the air, right, and you were just in a vacuum, the horizon has to be exactly at 3.46 miles. So you're saying really there is a horizon there, it's just completely undetectable. And the point is, like, this has been done like over and over and over again on different days, different observer heights, different locations, frozen lakes, salt lakes, all sorts of different things, right? And we're
all over
consistently
the world.
Seeing way too far, like, and it's not just 15% further. It's like thousands of percent. Anyway, look into it. I'm going to mute up.
W's in the chat for DJ?
His near surface air curves light downwards.
DJ, you'll be remembered after your death for being a flat earther. How do you feel about that?
Thank you, bro. Look, the bending, what you're going to find out is that things can be displaced upwards or downwards depending on the the gradient difference. Okay, so if you got like a layer of warm air.
Oh, did that one sting?
No, it's just
What?
nobody
Did it
cares about
sound
what
like
you
it
just said,
stung?
bro.
Yeah, bro. You'll be known as a bootlicker.
Oh, I heard some self-reflection in that response. Wow.
Hold on, who was that? Who is this that needs to be?
There you go. Block out the problem.
Bootlicker.
Block it out.
Buttered popcorn. Shush.
Yeah, he ran away earlier, but now he's back. Hey, buttered popcorn, just have the conversation, bro. Because we'll outsmart ass you if that's what you're looking for.
Is that Neon? Was he Neon before that guy?
Not sure. Sounds familiar. He literally moved on and he's like, oh, so that's Stone? He literally didn't even acknowledge you, dude.
The man raises his hand is doing good, but what the? He's better than buttered popcorn, that's for sure. IDHH, Einstein's here.
Hello.
Hello.
All right.
Alex with the K. Human. IDHH.
How do we feel about
raising
things
hand.
being mostly nothing?
In what?
That track.
What do you mean things being mostly nothing?
No, they say that.
Who's they?
Science people.
The Hare Krishnas?
No, there's some science people that say that in the atoms or whatever. It's like mostly nothing.
Yeah, the people who say you should be the guys who say you should be able to walk through a wall.
Well, they don't say that. They just say it's mostly nothing.
Well, they say it's possible.
I think they.
What do you mean they don't say that?
I don't remember them saying that.
No, I do.
What does that have to do with anything?
Because you guys are very but like things are not. Like that's a misconception. That might be why you're getting confused.
Things are not.
Yeah.
I don't see what this has to do with the Earth, bro.
Because you're getting hung up on the way it measures.
How tall?
What's more important than that?
You're avoiding it.
Because it is like relationships and like beings and like feelings and shit.
Wait, but how tall are you?
Hung up.
Like 6'1".
Okay. Is that like it's measured, right? Doesn't matter what your feelings are about
but
it.
it's changing all the time.
Are you growing?
Really?
Might even shrink as well, but you'll be able to measure that, won't you?
It's like happening. It's not static, right?
Yeah, you'll be able to measure it, won't you?
Yeah, but it's like it's taking a picture. Like it's a snapshot. It's not a thing.
Dude. Yeah, time out. But no matter how you feel, you qualify to ride the rides at the carnival. You're tall enough.
Oh, are you a man?
Yeah, I think so.
You think so?
I'm answering the carnival question, not the man question.
What do you bench?
Well, are you a man?
Yeah.
Okay. Then
I think so.
If you want to get technical, I'm nothing. But like, I'm just answering in the usual way. Yeah, sure, I'm a man.
No, how do we got
it? Is what it is, bro. All right. Okay.
Yeah, we
things
got
are
here.
not like that's you.
Dude, we got here because you realized the Earth's surface is.
Pretty sure I've got.
That's how we got here.
You guys,
pretty sure.
I think I know like how to teach you guys. I don't think you're ever gonna you'd never fucking let go of it. You're probably
this is
gonna die.
crabs in a bucket mentality.
Don't worry about us, bro.
Okay.
It's crabs in a bucket. He wants to pull us down with him. Oh, nothing can be true. We can't know anything now.
Fine.
Let's cap and know things, and there are some absolutes.
Just scope them out. Like you're not gonna get it like bang on.
Hey, dude. Wow. How about we go back to when you had that last little burst of laughter when the guy realized that he had been duped?
Okay.
Yeah, I understand where your laughter came from. It is kind of funny that they have everyone thinking they live in outer space. I get it.
You guys even admit yourselves, like, if everyone was on the same page, it was flat. Like, not much would be different.
Well, it's just about how much are you concerned with the truth. If you don't care about
Or what people think.
Yeah, isn't that weird that the day-to-day operations of everyone's lives would go on if the Earth weren't a spinning ball? Everyone's acting as if it's stationary plane.
I think people would explore a lot more in the wild.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's laws, there's regulations, there's no-go zones.
Those probably more, right?
I don't know.
Let's go to Antarctica and like go here. Right?
No.
Isn't that what you guys want to do?
There's all kind of rules and regulations. That's the reality of it.
Surely there's one guy in your server that wants to like go to Antarctica and like see some shit.
Well, I would love to do that, and I think that it actually would change a lot, because the same people that are filling us with all the bullshit are the same people that are telling us that we can't go anywhere. They're the ones with the guns in our backs going, no, not over here. So I think a lot would change.
It depends like what it's connected to, like if they're hiding some other stuff.
Well, what would it matter? You know, as soon as we stop listening to the asshole lying to us, right? A lot more could probably get done.
I think you guys should explore physical areas you're not allowed to go to.
Did you not hear? I mean, there's places that you can't go within your own nation. They're going to say, nope, not in here, or not with that thing, or no. Or pay us, and then yes.
Well, I guarantee you there's places that you just can't go. I bet there's places where modern man has not stepped foot just because of the inaccessibility.
Sure.
Oh, yeah. Nobody could have possibly circumnavigated the Earth. Whoa.
Get a drone.
Yeah, we have another code.
The terrain is just too dangerous.
Buttered popcorn.
He just came in coping, didn't he?
Yeah, he is.
Just get a drone. He's got the point. We just got drones and shit. Satellites, whatnot, you know?
Hold on. One thing at a time. Buttered popcorn. If you run around a track, have you traveled around a ball?
Rhetorical.
He's not going to.
No, it's not rhetorical. Well, you seem to be confused. It should be rhetorical.
Oh, I am confused. Really, if you wrap something around a ball, does it go around a ball?
What's the difference? What's the difference between circumnavigation and running around a track, bro?
I'll have to get him to define circle in a minute.
So, I mean, you're just going to play dumbfounded? Is that it?
No, but going around the Earth isn't necessarily exploring every single part of the Earth, necessarily. So I don't know why you brought that up. That wasn't really a good point. And no one here is rejecting the idea you can go around the Earth.
Yeah, you're better than this, buttered popcorn. Come on. Don't be so salty.
Just like you can go, I literally have salt in my hand. That's crazy that you just said that.
The thing is, I'm buttered popcorn. I'm not salted.
I wonder
why so salty, bro?
Gross.
Well, since we're off the topic anyway, are you Neon?
Took too long to answer. It's him.
Yeah, it's him.
So you're just going to compare me to like a fictional character? Is that it?
Maybe it wasn't him, but this guy's been here before. I just can't remember what it was.
Oh, this guy can't be real. He has to be somebody we've interacted with before. That's just dumb. It has to be.
You said you weren't real.
You do sound like a carbon copy of a carbon copy, but...
You know what's funny is like you're
you have
copying
an
like every
NPC
trope.
tone, and like you sound like a few.
You saying that? Oh, you sound like this person that we've met in the past. I've heard that like
what
every
happened,
VC,
bro?
dude. You're like a clown.
Get together then, bro.
What happened, bro? Do you need a psychologist couch or something?
Oh, look at you being condescending, acting like everybody's a child.
Yeah,
just like look at you.
That's what you're doing, bro. You're talking about circumnavigation.
You know when you go around.
So have you been circumcised?
It's not the same fucking thing. Why you an idiot? You're not going to take. It's not going to be long before you get removed from the conversation.
Yeah,
well, I'm not surprised you're a narcissist anyway. So prove my point.
I want
part of the Dark Triad. Bye.
Bye.
The fuck was that?
So Jedi, how does it feel knowing that you're going to pass?
He thinks he's going to continue on. Oh, man raising hand left. IDHH, human. The subhuman left.
Yeah, thanks, Popcorn. Arsehole.
What's wrong with these guys, dude? What the hell?
Whoa. How much time you got?
I got. Oh wait, I got a sound clip for that. We got time, bro.
Let me put some coffee on. Well, the crazy thing is, it's just a little snapshot of their lives. This pride. And it shouldn't be pride because it's not their story. It is kind of crazy that they're confronted with this whole thing in a Discord call live. But that's what it is. I don't know. It's
Well, we are live.
I don't understand. How do you have so much pride in a story that's obviously a house of cards? I mean, even they. I think that's why they get all. Yeah, they can't stand on it.
Yeah, they literally and they won't stand on it. Yep. I barely ever see them stand on their own business. It's a flat earther says something, and they're just gonna try to go against it in some way, shape, or form. It doesn't even matter what the flat earther says. It's as bad as flat earther could say 2 + 2 is 4, and they'll try to find a way to go against it. This has actually happened. That's not a joke. It happened to me. Some of you might remember. We literally were talking to this guy about 2 forks. Huh?
I was going to say that earlier with that Aussie guy. Yeah, it's basically what he was saying, like about reality and everything. Like I can't remember now exactly, but it came up in my mind. I was like, "Yeah, what's he saying? That 2 + 2 doesn't equal 4?" Unless
it's all a dream.
Yeah.
But we're in luck though. Hung like Tic Tacs is back.
All right, round 2.
I find it interesting that you guys mentioned it's a house of cards. You know, I don't think I don't think I use Flat Earth in the same way you use Google Maps.
Huh?
What?
Can you stand on a house of cards?
Let me be more clear. So when you
live on Google Maps?
Globe Earth, hold on. When you call Globe Earth a house of cards, you got to remember that Globe Earthers have produced value and value in the ways that the list goes on.
More value.
There's nothing I use. There's nothing I use
valuable than the thing you live on. Dude?
Wait, you're talking about flat maps?
Yeah, or flat. So more valuable than the thing that you live on, dude.
Okay, was I being dense? I don't know why you guys are already like.
No, what are you saying? Google Maps is your best globe evidence. Is that what's happening?
Okay.
What are you saying, dude? You brought up Google Maps as if that's some sort of.
I think I said it pretty clearly, but let me try one more time. You mention that globers stand on a house of cards.
Yes.
Where does a glober use your flat Earth models in the same way that flat earthers use our globe models, like Google Maps?
I'll tell you. So Google Earth, that comes from longitude and latitude measurements from from horizontal elevation angle measurements to things in the sky. So what you're looking at there is a celestial sphere with a transposed terrestrial sphere. So that's what that is, but that's measured from a horizontal plane. So thank you. You're welcome.
Yeah.
That was very dense.
And then when you zoom
trying
in,
to understand what you just said.
Stop.
Are you? Why can't I respond to what he just said?
Okay.
Do you guys want to engage or not?
If you can if you're
okay, great. So when you talk
sure.
about how it uses vertical lines and latitude and longitude, are you not conceding the fact that when I look at Google Maps or Google Earth, it is a projection on a flat screen, and they talk about what projection model they use. And 100 out of 100 times, they're using a globe Earth projection. Please show me where your flat Earth projection is.
That's what I was going to tell you. When you zoom in, they use a local flat Cartesian projection, a non-globe projection.
Can you source your claim?
Yes, Google Earth.
Yeah, it's called
No,
Google
just,
Maps.
I'm looking in the sidebar, fellas. Where does it say that?
Oh, it doesn't say that. You just got to look at the elevation profile. Hey, it's the elevation profile. Look at the elevation profile on Google Earth. It's flat. Also, Google Maps is flat.
Okay, just to be clear, they talk about which models they use. Nowhere do they talk about the Cartesian model transitions into a... Okay,
you can see
go
it
on.
here.
I wasn't done, but you go on.
As you zoom out of the Earth from a high altitude, Google Earth transitions from a local flat Cartesian projection, like a map plane, to a spherical or ellipsoidal model. This transition typically happens somewhere between zoom level 5 to 7, depending on the platform and version, desktop, web, or mobile that you're using.
Got him.
When I go direct to the source, it talks about which model it uses. And is a Cartesian projection not a projection of a round Earth on a flat surface?
No.
Why do a projection at all? We're viewing the Earth on a flat screen. Why do a projection at all, fellas?
Where's the longitude and latitude?
Oh my gosh. Okay, in the definition, Cartesian projection is a method of transforming Earth's spherical coordinates, lat and long, into a flat two-dimensional plane using mathematical formulas. Holy shit!
So where are longitude and latitude? Where are they?
Okay, no, you're going too fast for me. Can we first concede the fact that my house of cards is useful to you flat earthers?
Yeah, based on flat Earth elevation angle measurements to the celestial sphere. Thank you, you're welcome.
Goodbye.
That backfired.
Okay, you said celestial sphere, and that's backfire?
Yeah, because you spoke about longitude and latitude, right? They're in the sky.
Cartesian projection
get them from the elevation to the things in the sky.
Oh my god. Okay, let's just be slow for me, okay? When we transform Earth's spherical coordinates into a flat two-dimensional plane, why do we need to use mathematical formulas at all?
Let's start right at the beginning. Where did those come from? How did they get those?
Where did what come from?
The globe coordinate system you're talking about. How was that all derived? How was that formed?
Yeah, your global coordinate system. Yeah. Where's that then?
You're asking how it was founded? I'm sorry.
Yes. Yeah, if I want to know my latitude, how do I do it? What's it based upon?
Maps that are based off of a round Earth.
No. So the coordinate system is in the sky. We're going to measure Polaris's elevation angle to get 90 degrees north, because north is defined as celestial north, right? Where the things in the sky
I'm a little bit
rotate
thick.
around.
My eyes glaze over when you're going so fast, talking about Polaris. So just to be clear, your global, the I guess it wasn't GPS, it was global coordinate system. Does that stop working when Google Earth transitions from a Cartesian projection to an ellipsoidal
What is he going back to Google Earth?
No, I'm going back to it because you keep trying to move away from it. Focus on the conversation, not the script.
We're going to its origins. We're going to its origins.
You were talking about House of Cards and like standing on these fucking shoulders of giants and stuff. Right underneath this House of Cards is a great big flat Earth giant. We're trying to unravel him for you.
Can you address the conversation, not just give me platitudes? So when we transition from that Cartesian projection to a spherical or ellipsoidal
The globe is the transition. So it transitioned.
Does the global coordinate system stop working?
No, they turned the flat Earth into a globe and then turned it back into a flat Earth.
Okay,
which I guess is kind of a question for you at this point. Why did they measure the Earth flat and then wrap a map around the outside of the celestial sphere? I'm going to ask you that question. Why did they do that?
Guys, I'm trying to keep you on point.
We are on point. Why did they wrap the Mercator projection around a sphere? Why did they do that? I am. Why did they do that?
Engage with me. Answer my question. I am. I'll be happy to go down your rabbit holes.
No, I have the same question that you do. I figured you could answer for me why they went ahead and measured the Earth to be flat and then wrapped a map around a geoid. Why did they do that?
When Google Earth transitions from a Cartesian projection to a different model, do the global coordinate systems cease to work?
Yes.
The whole purpose of you bringing up the global coordinate system is
I just answered you.
Some idea. Okay, so it's yes. It stops working. So I can't get my Latin.
It doesn't work the way it is right now, actually.
Oh, so GPS
the projection itself? No.
Okay. What basis do you have for this claim?
Well, just go ahead and compare the actual distances with the distances that are projected.
So are you telling me to go on a road trip from Florida to Texas and check my odometer and check my Google Maps?
Yes.
Okay. I did, and it's pretty damn accurate.
Great. Give me the data. I want to see the trip.
Okay.
And your odometer for that
you're
matter.
Not engaging seriously, right?
No, you aren't, because I bet you don't have that data because you do this. You just lied right out your ass just now.
Okay, if what you're saying is true, do you know the implications it has for, worldwide, the oil and gas market?
Here we go.
You could be doing plane trips faster on a flat Earth map. Yet, going back to my original,
how much fuel are they using? By the way,
a flat map. Ooh. You use my globe map or project.
No, we don't.
My globe
That's
map.
spiral.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, the implications
do you
are
use Google Maps on a road trip?
Sorry, you keep saying he uses his globe map.
I can't get an answer. Do you guys use Google Maps on a road trip?
Yeah,
sure. I use Waze.
Sorry, for the 15th time. Maybe this will slow it down for you. That's a map of the sky. The curvature that you think is on the floor is actually in the sky, the celestial sphere, where the coordinates exist. Longitude, latitude, those points in the sky that we measure the elevation to, because of how the world appears to be a hemisphere around an observer taking the measurements, and we make those measurements from the horizontal plane upwards from the horizon, like we're standing on the horizontal of a protractor with 90 above our head. Yet that arc in the sky is not on the floor. Thank you, you're welcome. That's where your globe projection comes from.
So if I gave you my Latin long, would you be able to locate me? Despite the fact that I'm on the ground and not in the sky?
Yeah, because we're going to measure the things in the sky to figure out where you are. You will probably have a star directly above your head at your zenith. I'm east of you, so it'll probably be declined in the sky to me. If I can measure the elevation of that star that's above your head, I definitely can figure out the distance between me and you.
How are they measuring the distance between me and the star above my head on a road trip from Florida to Texas?
Not the star above your head, it's geographical position. Like you standing underneath it, you at the geographical position on the surface of the Earth. The star is at your zenith at 90 degrees above your head.
Okay, so just to be clear, we're not measuring the star above my head or the point in the sky above my head?
No, we are. We're measuring its elevation above the horizon to me, who's in the east from you.
How are we doing that?
This is the basis for celestial navigation, using the stars to navigate the Earth.
Yeah, and I just asked, how are we measuring the distance between me and that point in the sky that global coordinate systems represent?
Sorry, that point in the sky. We're not measuring a distance. That point in the sky.
I thought that's exactly what you just said. That's how
we're measuring the distance. We're measuring the elevation angle up to that point in the sky to figure out the distance between me making that measurement and you standing at a geographical position. You wanted me to locate you. I could because there's a star above your head. Sorry, there's no point you're talking through me. I want you to know if you. I want to know if you understand what I'm saying.
I'm trying to apply this practically. Obviously, GPS works, but you're telling me that somehow my phone
the sky
is measuring that elevation angle to the sky, to that zenith above my head?
Yeah, if you want to get your altitude and latitude, yeah. That's what it's based on.
Okay, how is it measuring how is it measuring that?
Okay, so your latitude are circles of equal altitude around the ground position of Polaris. That's ever increasing circles around that ground position. Your latitude, let's say you're at 33. I don't know where you are, but let's say you're there. It means you're 33 degrees north of the equator. Circles of equal altitude are measured by the elevation of Polaris in the sky. For example, if you're standing underneath Polaris, where Polaris is at your zenith, that's going to be 90 degrees geographic north because it's based on celestial north. As you move south, still facing northwards towards Polaris, you will see it decline in angle towards the horizon. Every time you measure that angle, you can measure a circle of equal altitude around that ground position. This will give you your latitude. If you were to measure 45 degrees in elevation of Polaris above the horizon, this would be 45 degrees latitude north. Okay. You can then figure out your distance.
I'm trying to understand, how is my phone knowing where the stars are? Is the cell phone towers telling which star is above my head?
Just talk in the mirror, dude.
You're going too fast.
33 Jedi?
I asked you to explain. The reality is that the people that run the cell phone towers, the people that run, that put the GPS satellites into space, they're all a part of this global conspiracy that has become ever
just
larger
use the
and
technology.
larger over
it's
time.
wonderful. The technology, though, is
but you have to explain to me how we're getting these elevation angles.
Yeah.
And it's a simple concept to explain in reality if it were true.
An elevation angle is the measurement we take to stars when we navigate across the Earth.
Great. When is my phone doing this?
So what's your phone doing? Sending and receiving signals from towers?
Okay. So the towers are telling my phone what my elevation angle is to the horizon?
No. The towers are at known coordinates. Depending on the time it takes for them to receive your signal, they're going to be able to locate you. Trilateration, triangulation. Do you not know this?
Okay. So I don't think you're talking about triangulation until we bring in more cell towers. You're talking about we're doing like
you want to talk about location
where we talk about how long it is to talk to that cell phone tower and how long it takes for that cell phone tower to talk back to me.
Yeah.
That's okay. So I could be 360 degrees around that. Hold on, I could be 360 degrees around that cell phone tower, right?
Bingo!
I'm in Kansas. Let's say I have only one cell phone tower. Does GPS stop working?
Not as far as I'm aware.
Why not?
Because there's...
Wait a minute.
Go on.
Why in the world do you think there's only one cell phone tower that's pinging
you? Talked about triangulation.
Right. What about it?
So what I just described as a ping, delay timing kind of thing that he's telling me that my phone does with the cell phone tower, which determines my exact GPS location. Well, it can't unless there's 3, towers. Then it could get reasonably close to where my actual location is based off of the relay in between me and the cell phone tower, and the cell phone towers knowing its exact GPS location. So if that's how GPS works, why doesn't GPS stop working if I'm in the middle of Kansas on a road trip or I'm out in the ocean?
Now, sometimes there are places on Earth that it doesn't work. Are you aware of this? Still.
Okay. Answer my question, please.
I'm just telling you right now, sometimes it doesn't work.
Great. I believe you. Now, can you answer my question?
How come it works when you're out in the middle of Kansas? Well, first of all, you have to tell me that the pinging is only occurring with one tower. Can you prove that?
Yep.
Okay, prove it to me.
I can, when you say prove it to you, do you want me to explain a concept here?
I want you to show me the data from the one tower that you're getting the ping from and none others. That's what I want from you.
When you say the data, do you want it in CSV format? Do you want it in a peer-reviewed journal? What exactly?
No, I want you to tell me on your phone when you're out in the middle of Kansas, right? Show me when this is happening and show me what you're getting as far as a readout on your phone or whatever you need. Just show me.
So you don't even know the data that you're looking for, but just entertaining this for a little bit, would a map of the distribution of cell phone towers and the average, length of signal that a cell phone tower can provide, would a map work for you? Oh, wait. The map I'm going to provide is going to be of a globe Earth.
No, it isn't.
What's he on about?
What map? I don't know. Show me the map. Let's see the map.
Okay.
I created his map for him. I told him how he's created it.
Yeah.
Stop it. Get some help.
I love that one.
So just to be clear here, right now the silence is not because you guys is because you guys want me to provide a map of cell phone tower distribution in a random state and basically give you.
I want you to show me the map bro.
Be connected to
why are you flipping out?
Tower.
I don't know why you're flipping out.
You're the one interrupting.
Just go ahead and get the map. You said you were getting the map. Do it.
Yeah, and I'm just explaining as I Google search for a map of the of tower density. I'm explaining.
You said it was of a globe Earth. You said it was of a globe Earth. Don't tell me about how absurd it is. We'll decide that when we see the map.
Are you happy?
You seem so excited about this globe Earth map.
Can you imagine being in Nevada? Can you imagine being off the coast of Houston? And
why are we imagining? We're talking about the map now.
Hold on. Why can't I finish the sentence?
Because we're talking about the map now.
Cell phone tower.
Tic-tacs. We're talking about the map now, right? You said this is of a globe Earth, yes?
Okay, when you want to address me, I'll be happy to engage with you.
I'm engaging with you right now. You posted a map. This is of the globe Earth, is it?
This is a projection, which is of the globe Earth.
Where did the projection come from?
OpenStreetMap.
OpenStreetMap? Okay. Is that from a globe?
I already answered your question.
Okay, so this is from a globe. So show me how they got these coordinates using a globe.
Okay, so you see how you've already moved on. Try to follow the conversation.
You told me this was of a globe map.
Okay, I'm done. When you're done.
Okay, bye. Bye.
Thank God.
Oh, we actually left. Damn.
Trevor.
Yeah.
Why you got me blocked, bro?
I don't have you. I don't have you blocked.
Yeah, you do.
You. I thought it was Trace AI. Yeah. No, I don't block you. But I don't know why.
Oh, okay, W.
I do not remember.
Probably an accident. Anyway, welcome back, sir. You ready for round 2?
Round 2. Fight.
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
I ain't doing shit. Nah. I'm going to observe. Fuck that.
This is a no observing panel.
There's like 30 of you in here. Come on.
Yeah, we're gonna start banning.
Okay, then let's start with like the 20 other people that have been sitting in here silent for the past however many days you guys have been live.
Anyway, it's all right, bro.
Get him up. Let him get up.
Jace, I need that one. You gotta send me that one. Anyway, welcome back. So you've talked to flat earthers before.
Unfortunately.
What did they say? Like, what do you know about the flat Earth? A lot, a little, not much at all.
Fuck it, I'd say a little.
A little. Okay, what do you know?
Yeah. Do you guys think the Earth is flat? That's really about it. I never seem to really like get any actual answers whenever I ask questions. It tends to derail.
Okay.
So,
what about the globe? Is that something you know a lot, a little? You're still learning?
Like globe earthers, or just a concept of the globe?
Well,
That's
not
a very
people,
vague question.
The actual Earth, the globe Earth itself.
So, what's the question?
You know what?
Okay.
He's played a lot of hockey, hasn't he?
What about no?
You know a lot about, a little, or you don't know, or you're still learning.
I'd say know a little about it.
Okay, tell us what you know.
That it's like the spherical shape exists.
Well, how the hell did they invent hockey, bro?
We could quiz you about some things like.
I don't know what hockey has to do with like the globe, but like hockey was invented in like the late 1800s.
Like how large do they say the Earth is?
What else you're distracting you?
What? One at a time.
What else do you know?
The radius is about.
There you go.
I think it's like 3,800 or something. No, 38. Okay. I know it's 38 something. Somewhere around there.
Good enough.
Yeah, I don't remember what it is.
At least you didn't Google it.
I know a little. That's what I consider a little. A couple,
actually, I guess that's good.
Do you know anything else?
I know more about the flat Earth, right?
Probably not off the top of my head. No.
But you want to know more about the flat Earth, don't you?
Yes.
Cool. So you've got questions then, right?
I want to be considered an expert in flat Earth. That's how much information I want to absorb.
Okay.
All right, so
you've got questions then, right?
Huh?
You've got questions then?
Yes and no.
Yes and no. So yes.
I've been in here enough times to know that there's certain questions you just don't ask because it gets derailed and it turns into like a dog pile, and you're asking me about stupid shit.
Can you see past the derailments?
What?
Hold on. Such as
the explanation of like any other planets existing, or like the sunrise and sunset. Really, anything that kind of exists in space.
Well, does the flat Earth exist in space?
That's what I'm trying to find out.
Well, the answer is
no. Flat Earthers think that like the flat Earth model is just like a centralized, like you're the only thing that exists in this entire universe, and it's just a flat plane. And that's all there is. There's no sun. There's no moon. There's no Mercury. There's nothing else.
No, we see the sun, moon, and Mercury. We just completely deny their existence.
And this is why they're not flat earthers. Their like idea of flat earth is so garbled and messy and sloppy.
Well, it's because every time I ask a question, it derails and no one can answer it. That leads me to believe that you guys don't think the moon exists.
Right. Okay, just relax, man. We can clear that up for you. Then clear it up.
Explain to me your explanations for like how sunrises and sunsets work then.
No, there's no sun, bro.
Not the moon, the sun. That's that's just kind of.
It's not an explanation.
No, I know you've jumped from the moon to sunrise and sunsets. We can talk about that though. That's fine. That's you making an observation. So perspective rules are going to apply. You can't escape it with making observations. So things that are above your eye line, let's say the sun at noon when you're on the equator, as it moves away from you, just because of the laws of perspective, it appears to descend downwards towards the horizon. Now, we know that the sun actually isn't going down because we can observe the sun, for example, in the summer in the north, rotate around the observer for 24 hours. But those within that 24-hour
real quick,
time...
I'm just confused about something. Because you said because of perspective, it appears you're going down. But isn't it, if something's just, you're saying like the sun is just moving on a straight line away from me?
Yes.
Okay, so then wouldn't it not appear that it was just getting smaller? It wouldn't look like it's going down. It would just
it would
decrease in size. Those are two different things.
So it does.
I would still be able to. I'd be able to barely see it as it disappears. I don't know why I said it like that.
Yeah. So it does reduce in angular size. You can measure that with solar filters. It's also going to depend on what the atmosphere is like.
Why does it look like it descends?
Oh, because of what I was saying earlier before you interrupted.
No, but that's not true. It would not
things
descend.
above your eye line. Hold
it
on,
would just look
my
smaller.
friend. Excuse me. Things above your eye line, like your ceiling, as you look towards the other end of your room, appears to get closer to the floor. It's perspective. Have you ever drawn a picture before in realism?
Yeah,
like a landscape or something. Have you ever driven a car down a fucking road at night and looked at the streetlights in the distance that appear to be closer to the road, but they're not actually? Are you denying this exists?
No, that's a good point. Okay, I see where you're coming from.
Yeah, so things above your eye line, like the sun, appears to go downwards towards the horizon. We know it isn't actually going down because we can observe the sun for over 24 hours in the summer in the north, where it circles an observer. It's only those at lower latitudes, closer to the circle of the sun, that experience the day and night cycle, being able to and then not see the sun.
So where does the sun go?
Nowhere. We observed it for 24 hours circling around the observer. This observation takes over 3 months.
It was going on a straight line.
So it doesn't go anywhere as it circles. Where does the sun go? There it is for over 24 hours, hasn't gone anywhere.
The sun is like existing on top of the flat plane, like in the center?
It is up in the sky.
Where
That's
is
where
it?
we observe it to be, yeah.
Where though? Like where in the sky?
Seasons. Don't know its actual defined location.
I understand that, but just one at a time. I'm a little slow trying to figure out the whole flat Earth model and how the flat Earth model explains the sun.
No, we're not into models at the moment. We're just observing things.
Flat Earth theory, whatever. Same. You know what I mean? Okay, it's real quick, just not to derail. I keep fucking arguing with someone over the whole like hockey thing. I'm not saying that the fucking rink is on a hill. I'm saying that when you drive, it's like it's a rectangle, but like with its corners like rounded out. It's nothing. It's Zamboni.
Yeah, but the surface is flat. Just like the
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
The first hockey game was played on a frozen lake. That's all I'm trying to point out.
Someone said it's due to Earth curvature. That's not fucking relevant at all.
No, the hockey rink is flat.
Yeah, it's flat. I'm just saying the corners are rounded.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Where was I did derail it, even though I said I wouldn't. Fuck. What was I going on about? Oh, the sun. So where in the sky is the sun located? Like what position? I understand that. That's not a helpful answer. Where in the sky? Like is it like at the equator, like directly in the center? And it's just like
I mean,
where
is
it? Is it on the edge?
Don't you need to know what it is to know where it is? I don't think anyone knows what it is to then say, well, it's here.
This is what I mean. When I say I never get an answer, it's always nobody knows anything. But that's not true at all.
You don't know what the sun is, just like I don't know what. Can you tell me?
What do you mean?
It's why you don't get many answers to this question.
It's a star.
Because we don't know.
Yes, the sun is a star.
That's a label. That's not telling us what it is.
What's it? Well, for one, it's a star.
That's a label.
And according to the Globe Earth theory model, NASA, whatever the fuck you guys want to call it, it is a celestial body that provides heat and light to the Earth.
Cap.
Well, actually, so far I'm not in
That's exactly
opposition
what
to that.
the model says.
No, I would say that's a description of it, a celestial object which provides an apparent source of light and heat, and it moves.
So what is the sun? Does nobody here know what the sun is?
No, that's what we think the sun is. So
it's a light.
Okay, it's a light. So where is this light located? Like, how does it create sunrise? Okay, but where in the sky?
I don't know.
Okay,
why don't you know though?
Sorry, because we can't go to the sun and confirm.
Flat Earth theory kind of crumbles because it's all hinges on like not knowing anything.
Talking about the sun.
I want answers, and you keep giving me nobody knows. That's not an answer.
Excuse, we can't always answer every question, especially we can't get access to the thing in question, like the sun. We can't determine. We can't determine
you to access the sun directly and touch it.
Yeah, well, we can't figure out how far away it is or how big it is, its actual location. Can't appear to do that.
You're asking us for things we never claimed. You're asking us for things no one knows, just because you believe you have some knowledge on this. So if you want to try to back what you believe is happening, feel free, but don't expect us to have some claims that we don't have.
I'm asking you for an explanation on the sun. Because we can all agree there's something big and bright in the sky that we see for about like 9 hours a day, right?
Yeah.
Okay, if you want a logical, technical explanation, then imagine it like this. Have you ever had a solid food with a dinnerware set?
What?
Like a plate where your food is being served and you had a bowl over it.
Okay.
And for us, it's like the sun is on the surface on the bowl. And we cannot touch it, we cannot reach it, we cannot pass it, and therefore it moves around in circles, basically on this bowl, due to seasons.
Well, we're not claiming it's on a bowl or anything like that. That's Ripcore's idea.
Okay, fair enough. I just come from biblical perspective, so
yeah, you know.
Yeah, see, we don't make claims about that, so asking us about that is very illogical. It's kind of like me asking.
No, it's not illogical at all.
No, it's kind of like me asking you about what Bush felt during the 9/11 disaster. Like
that's such a false analogy.
You can't possibly know that. Just like we cannot possibly know the nature of the sun.
No, you're comparing someone's emotions to
you cannot possibly know them, and we cannot possibly know the sun.
I'm not asking you to determine someone's emotions. I'm asking you to, like, in the however many years that the flat Earth theory, whatever you call yourself, group, whatever the fuck, has existed. Surely at some point, a bunch of flat earthers got together, had a hypothesis about like how sunrises and sunsets work.
We're not trying to provide anyone with a cosmology.
Just fucking told you how sunrises and sunsets work.
You're confused. Falsification is independent of replacement. We're not giving you a replacement cosmology. We're showing you how your cosmology doesn't actually work.
Just give me a brief rundown on the flat Earth model, then, or theory, or whatever you want to call it.
It's measured flat.
Just so I have just so I know like what things I can't ask questions about, because you said like I'm trying to replace certain what?
Well, dude, the surface of water is flat.
I understand that.
Thus the hockey rink.
Yeah.
They claim we're on a ball that's 70% water. Well, if all the water is flat, that ball sounds sort of sus. No?
Okay, that's
okay.
I don't know how
there you go. Welcome to Flat Earth.
But yeah, we don't need to know anything about the sun in order to determine that.
You're not a little bit curious as to like how it works?
Sure. Yeah.
Like, because like And
literally, I asked you to validate how your beliefs about how the sun works, because we are curious about how this works, and we have looked into your beliefs, and they don't hold water.
I'm not talking about my beliefs. I'm asking what your beliefs are.
We don't have beliefs about that. We told you that repeatedly. Are you dull?
Therefore, we different in opinion. Me and them.
We're focused on empiricism, that which we can definitely know with certainty, not things that we're going to be left scratching our head about. That's what we're focused on. Those other things are on the back burner. Yeah, we can be curious, speculate, try and investigate, but we're not really focused on it.
So what are you focused on?
Just talking about the nature of the surface, that its geometry, and regarding the claims that it's in motion and that we're on an object positioned, surrounded on all sides by an ever-expanding vacuum.
Exactly.
So this entire theory just hinges on like a first grade understanding, and just like we see this happen, so that's it. There's no explanation. I don't trust any scientist explanation for it. It is like, for example, like the idea, like gravity. You guys throw up at that word.
No, relax.
And you just see something fall.
Take a breath. Relax.
I'm relaxed.
Spurging out. Okay.
It's not spurging. I'm asking a simple fucking question.
You're making up all sorts of nonsense about us.
It's not made up. I was here yesterday.
It is nonsense. You were saying it was based on elementary understanding? Yes, that's nonsense.
Here
you have not listened to our arguments.
I have.
Yeah, then specifically name an argument that's based in elementary understanding and show how you are right. Otherwise, get fucked.
And I'm the triggered one. All right. What I'm trying to get to here is like.
Yeah, I don't like listening to liars. So do what I ask.
Liar. Do you don't know what a liar is? Why are you calling me a liar? I didn't
because I listened to you lie. I listened to you lie about us. So I would like.
How did I lie about you?
Your statement.
How did I lie about you?
You said that all of this was based in elementary understanding. So show us.
No, I said it seems to be. I never said that without a shadow.
Okay. So what seems to be elementary understanding? Go.
Yes. Your explanation and your just acceptance or lack thereof acceptance of certain things. For example, gravity. There is no like explanation for it. It is just gravity is not real and things fall because it's flat. And there's no further like scientific like curiosity that goes into it. It's just
fallacy. That's a strawman fallacy. None of us have ever. Yeah, there's a strawman fallacy. You're misrepresenting
I've been here before, dog.
Yes. I've been here before, and apparently you were so triggered that you could not listen accurately, and so you're misrepresenting us as a group.
Okay, so then explain gravity or why things. Just give me your take on gravity in general.
We don't have to explain gravity.
I'm not asking you to explain gravity.
You are making a claim of gravity, and if you knew anything about science at the highest levels, they admit that they don't know what gravity is right now, and they're looking for new theories to try to solve gravity. Quantum theories, modified Newtonian dynamics. Even
it's just a gross misunderstanding of out-of-context clips. I know exactly what you're talking about.
You claiming I have a misunderstanding when you fundamentally don't understand your own claims is the problem here.
I didn't make any claims.
Gravity is density equalizing between elements.
Asking
That's
questions.
all.
Like okay, so I'm gonna try this again. I've done this, have the same conversation before with you people. Wasn't you specifically, so maybe you have a different opinion. When I let go of, when I have something in my hand, right, that's not attached to anything, I let go of it. Right. Why does it go down? Why does it not go left, right, or up?
What is it? What have you got in your hand?
I have a ball in my hand. I drop it. It doesn't bounce.
What?
It just falls flat to the ground.
I got you.
Why is it that when I let go, it doesn't go up left or right?
What?
Because it doesn't have kinetic energy like gas that does go up, down, and sideways.
That's not what I'm asking.
Moves in all directions. So gas moves in all directions. Solid objects fall unless you change the medium. My God.
You're not answering my question. You're not answering it.
I'm
Yes, he
trying to,
does.
but you keep fucking talking. Do I have to mute you so I can talk?
Answer my question first.
You're not listening to him. Just calm down and listen to what he has to say.
Oh my god.
The reason why you don't understand our perspective is because you don't listen to people.
Not going to waste my breath now.
Then why are we talking to you then? Don't be stubborn. Yes, don't be stubborn.
Because I want an answer to a question. Why am I asking a question and him going on a tangent?
He was answering your stupid question, but you're not listening.
Sorry.
That's still to
Excuse
me.
I'm going to answer your question. Shut up.
Okay.
Because we're talking about states of matter, right? It's a misconception that all things fall. Right, but you've got a ball and it falls down. I was just getting to the point that it's not always going to go down unless you change the medium that it is in, for example. Because if you've got a ball, that's going to be a container of gas, and if you put it down to the bottom of water, it's going to rise. So it's going to be very specific to the relationship between the object and the medium. This can be scientifically demonstrated. Why? This particular vector for solid and liquid objects, I don't know. Can't make a claim to that, dude. Do you have one?
Yeah, an accelerating force towards the center of the Earth.
Awesome stuff. Have you got scientific validity for that claim?
Out of this, please. That's clearly an accelerating force.
No, scientific validity for the claim. Not all things accelerate to the floor, like I pointed out with the gas going everywhere example.
In this hypothetical experiment, though.
When people interrupt me, I usually think it's because they're scared or stupid.
Or a new person like Enbo, mute your mic.
But I'll let you finish.
ENBO, you keep interrupting ENBO, Enbo.
Oh, fuck him, he can be muted. He left ages ago, he broke up with us. Oh, it's a different one. It's N, not M. I gotcha. So, what do you need answering now?
The other guy or me?
Whoever says gravity's a thing doing stuff.
I said, yeah, an accelerating force.
It's an accelerating force. It hasn't been known as a force for over 100 years. Einstein, right, doesn't describe gravity as a force. Excuse me, shush. Einstein doesn't describe gravity as a force. Hasn't done for over 110 years. Because mass attracting mass violates special relativity, doesn't it? Because of the time component and the instantaneous action magic at a distance. So it's not that, according to your own scientific rhetoric. And even if it was, that can't be scientifically validated. And even if mass did attract mass, gas doesn't attract gas. So it's dependent between the objects and the medium.
There's no mass in the gas.
Are you done? Are you done? Yeah, so mass is not attracting mass. Nobody said that.
Who is that? Who is that? Is that somebody? Is that a regular?
Sorry, penguins. I like penguins. That's a new guy.
Force that describes gravity as Newtonian physics describes it as a force. So I was correct.
Einstein described gravity as curvature that was caused by mass and energy. That was literally his description of it.
Not a force. Not a force.
Yeah, but it was caused by mass and energy. It was curvature of space-time caused by mass and energy.
And not described as a force, as you described.
Who called it a force?
Whoever described the acceleration downwards.
I think you were the one that said force, buddy.
Who described the acceleration downwards?
I think you were the only person
Who
that
described the acceleration downwards?
I
don't think anyone
somebody
somebody
somebody specifically used the term an accelerative force.
It was him. It was him, 100%.
These guys got the attention span of a fucking gold.
Was it Trevor?
Dude, you said it, bro. You're on.
To me, I wasn't even saying anything.
You're live recorded, bro.
Yeah, live recorded. We can go back, clip it out, and play it back to you if you like.
Go ahead and address that.
Do it.
Okay. Yep. I'm so game. Got you.
It's gonna be fucking hilarious, bro.
Yeah, he's rewinding.
I'm waiting for the excuse when he says he doesn't.
Flat Earther says we can record it, clip it back to you.
So was it you, Enbo?
This is the first time I've talked in like
problem
5
is he's
minutes. What the fuck are you even talking about?
in here and
There's only 3 retards in here.
Every time
There's only 3 retards.
play it back.
That was the first time I talked in like 5 minutes. So do you just
So
have
it
like
wasn't
a
Edbo, it wasn't
hyperfixation on
Trevor,
people
it was
that
only
talk?
the-
It was me.
That's a
Oh my
pretty
God, yes,
childish
you
aspect
It was
to have,
penguins?
honestly.
Yes.
It was
What I meant by
penguins.
force, I don't mean something interacting and giving energy to another thing through physical means. I'm referencing any sort of interaction between a system and an object that changes the course of the object's motion. That's all I mean by force. I don't mean in this.
What system would that be?
The system is the curvature of space-time caused by the
Oh, okay. Can you show that to me? Give me a sample of that space-time, please.
Sense, bro. They don't believe in gravity, man. So
Now, hold on a second. Just all I need is a sample of the space-time. Can you get me a sample of the space-time?
I can show you the effects. That's like
No. I want a sample of the space-time, that system that you were talking about that has physical effects.
Yeah,
it has to be a physical thing, right? Or is it magic?
You're beating a dead and rotten horse, bro. So don't even try, bro.
What do I mean by force? Just so I know you're paying attention.
Info. Can you get me a sample of the space-time?
No. Who are you again?
Look, the fucking peanut gallery comments are going to stop. We're going to start muting.
Yeah.
I
Also,
want to hear this.
Absolutely.
Oh, muted from the flat.
Huh? There we go.
I love when you
There's
cut
that
them
one.
off in the middle of a sentence. It's
Everybody mute up.
awesome. Yeah, we just
So
want to hear
Trevor-
what says who and whoever he's talking to.
Yeah. Trevor, are you a space-time guy? You think the space-time is causing something?
Yeah.
You do? Okay. Do you have a
Is that-
sample of the
is that who you
space-time?
want to talk to says who? Who do you want to talk to?
Yeah, Trevor. I want to talk to Trevor. That's who we started talking to.
Everybody else shut up.
Okay.
Not sure I got muted in the middle of talking to the guy, but no, I said I don't know anything about it.
Okay. So these other fellows here are claiming a bunch of different things. Do you think it's an accelerated force?
I don't fucking know. I'm not an
Okay,
expert.
so-
I never claimed to be an expert.
But you were talking about gravity like you thought it was a real thing. Where is it?
What do you mean? What? What do you mean? Where is it?
Where's the gravity at? Yeah, where is it?
In its simplest answer, it is everywhere. It kind of exists like with air, from what I've been told. Again, not claiming to be an expert. Yeah.
Who told you it was from air?
Chill pill. No, I never said it was from air. I said it's like air. That it exists everywhere.
Like
and it's
air.
not tangible. It's not tangible.
Kind of like the Force, kind of like in Star Wars. It's kind of like the Force.
That's completely different, and then it's a false analogy, and you're not. You're coming here in bad faith, and you know you are.
Well, you're just trying to tell me what it is, and it's like the air. That's as best as you have. Is it's like the air?
Because
that doesn't sound very good.
Can you tangibly?
Air is tangible. You can interact with it.
Yeah, it is. It's physical, dude.
You're breathing.
But,
Stupid. Why do you wear goggles when you stand?
Like I see what you mean. Maybe it was like a bad way to phrase it, but like
is it like magic?
You interact. No. That's actually a very good point. That you can interact with it the same way you can interact with gravity. You can't like pick up air. You can't get a sample of air.
You can.
Specific like.
What do you think is a balloon? What do you think's in a balloon? What do you think's in your lungs?
Well, no, because
holy cow, dude.
I'm saying you can't like grab it out of like literally thin air. Of course, you can like not artificially, but like produce a gas, something in a gaseous state.
Yeah,
you can. I cannot go outside and grab a handful of air. The same way I can't go outside and grab a handful of gravity and show it to you and be like, "Hey, this is how it works."
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah, no problem.
Sorry to interrupt, but you can get a container of gas, and depending on what gas it is, you might be able to set it on fire or not. It might poison you, the gas, if there's too much of it and you inhale it.
Yeah.
Oh, so
It
the
will also
interactions
cause
that it
pressure.
has prove it.
Excuse me. It will also cause pressure on the container it's in. That would be a physical interaction. Because gas is a physical state of matter, unlike gravity, which isn't physical because you keep telling us you can't touch it. You're trying to use the analogy of gas, which is most definitely physical.
Well, so you can grab a handful of air because I used to fill my I used to make a fist, fill it with butane, and light my cigarettes after lighting my hand on fire. So
yeah.
And if there wasn't butane in there, there'd be air.
Clearly, there's some like miscommunication or mistranslation because, as I said before, you can like produce a gas, but what I'm saying is like the outside air, because butane is denser than the air around you. Of course, it'll like sit in your hand like that.
Okay,
but just to
hold on, yeah, that's great. But did the butane displace air that was already in my hand?
I mean,
was there a vacuum in my hand? Okay, so I did grab air. Yeah, so I grabbed air.
No, you didn't grab air. Oh my god.
That was in my hand.
This. It wasn't in your hand, it was surrounding your hand. That's different. Your hand existed in the air.
So you've never smoked cigarettes, obviously. Yeah, it'll be in your hand. I've done the same thing
before.
Okay. Did you ever fill your hand with butane before?
You're talking about a specific gas and smoke. I'm saying air.
Yeah. Okay, so gas. Do you know that air is gas? Are you not aware of this?
It's a mixture. It's a gaseous state, correct? Yes, but I'm saying.
So it's a gas.
You ever make the fart sound with your armpits? You ever make the fart sound with your armpits? That's air, dude.
Yes,
that you're
I'm
grabbing.
not saying you can't interact with it.
Well, you're encapsulating the air. You have to create basically a chamber, and then you're increasing the pressure by squeezing your arm down onto your hand, right? So
yes, but air in there. Continue to
grab air.
In the space in which it exists.
Yeah, that space is your hand. You can grab air. Sorry, I don't know why you want to die on this hill.
So gravity is not analogous to gas or air. So where's this gravity at?
You can prove air the same way you can prove gravity.
Okay, so where's the gravity?
Oh, don't steal man for me, buddy. They're gonna think no offense. Just make sure it's right. If you're gonna steal man, I'm gonna look stupid.
I'm not associated with you in any
sample
sort of way.
This gravity.
Just so it's clear, we don't know each other.
Oh, you don't need a sample to prove the air, though. You really don't.
Can you get a sample of the gravity?
Wait, I'm saying that I can prove it the same way you can prove that air exists. You don't need a sample of air to prove
gravity is this.
What? You don't need a sample of air to prove that air exists. That sounds stupid to me.
Oh, no, you don't. So if you're in a dark room and you don't have any sort of sampling supplies, you're just sitting in a chair, and there's a gust of wind pushing against your face from a fan across the room or something, and you can't interact with the fan, you can't sample the air, but you know it exists because of the interactions that it has.
Dude, the gas is touching your face. It's physical, you dumbass.
Yeah.
It's an interaction. Doesn't matter what kind of interaction it is.
No, that's your...
It's a physical interaction.
Did you hear what I just fucking told you, dumbass?
Yeah, that your sample that you said, I feel the air, that's the sample, dude.
That's not how samples work. How
about the sample that's in your lungs? It's in your lungs.
Have to be like
an interaction is not
air.
No, hold on. Let's get this straight. An interaction is not a sample.
Okay.
Okay. No problem.
The air.
So can you show me
thing?
Yeah, it's clearly an accelerating force. I'm not applying any pressure downward on the pencil, but when I let go and remove its support, it accelerates downwards. Proof of an accelerating force. Gravity towards the center of mass of the Earth. You're welcome.
Okay, you just jumped the shark. How did you get to the mass center of the Earth thing? Where
You're
was that?
You're talking way too fast for them. Oh, he left.
Yeah, he won't get it.
No, I love how they just insert shit into their logic chain that was never there.
I don't know about that.
So Trevor,
well, where did
the physical interaction with the gravity?
Where did he get? Hold on, just 1 second. I just want to clarify this. From dropping something, where did he get mass to the center of the Earth from that logic chain? His observation is
exactly.
Something falls down. How do you get to mass to the center of the Earth? That next part from that observation, you can't. Doesn't logically follow. You need more than that. It's just chanting, gravity is real. You don't believe in gravity, flat earthers. I guess that does it.
Exactly. And people wouldn't even be asking us for what our thoughts on gravity are if they didn't have some sort of idea that has as an intrinsic relationship between what the Earth is, right? And why things fall.
I still, okay, so just pretend my brain was wiped. Nothing, no globe Earth like propaganda, whatever inserted into me.
Checked into the boards hard.
Yeah, cool. Then, so just explain to me why things fall down and not left, up, or right. Because if
things
I
do go all those different directions. Remember the guess that we were talking about? It goes freely and randomly in all directions, debunking this exclusive downward vector that you're claiming.
Wait, so if I drop a ball right now, it's going to go to the right and up? Because I don't think it is.
No, I said gas. How come you don't listen? Why don't you listen, Trevor?
I would. Okay, take a chill pill. And I was clearly talking about my hypothetical earlier, where I drop something and it goes down. I don't know why you're talking about gas.
Great. Your premise was everything.
Remember how Jedi was telling you?
Your premise with not gas.
It still didn't answer my question. I'm still lost.
He's refuting your premise, dude. You premised what you said with. You premised what you said with everything falls down. That's not true.
Yeah. Okay, that's a good point. Maybe I should have been a little more specific. If I have a solid object in my hand that is denser than air, why does it fall down and not left, up, or right? Specifically,
you just said it. Density
differences.
You just said it. You just said it, dude. It's more dense than the air. Now, let's say you have a pencil, maybe a block of wood. Let's change the medium. Let's put that block of wood in the water. Let's force it down to the bottom of the pool where you think everything wants to go. If it goes to the top, oh, fuck. What just happened?
Do you know what the Magnus effect is?
No.
The Magnus effect is when you take a ball and you spin it, and the direction that's spinning in the direction of its motion has a different pressure than the other side, so the ball will go in sideways. It's because of the pressure differential. So it does.
I think you're talking about the Coriolis effect,
right,
or maybe I'm crazy.
Normally, you have a left-right pressure differential, but it does happen. It's called the Magnus effect, or even gyroscopic drift of a bullet does it.
Okay, but it's still like on a downward trajectory. Its final location is the ground, and I'm asking why its final location isn't just infinitely to the right or like up into the sky until it fucking like disappears.
Yeah, because it's more dense than the medium it's in. That don't change.
Beyond that, there is no answer that we could give you.
Yeah,
why matter distributes itself the way it does.
Very simple.
That's my issue with flat earthers. Is there's no further explanation. It's just because it does.
Okay, do you think you have an explanation?
To a globe earther, gravity. When I talk to anyone who believes in the globe earth model, gravity explains why. Or
no, it doesn't.
Basic explanation.
No, it doesn't.
It falls down. Yes, it does.
No. Okay, what's the explanation?
You're too stupid to understand it. Doesn't mean it's not
Just
true.
tell me what's the explanation?
I'll find it real quick. Just the general concept of gravity is
to understand the explanation. You need to find. That's crazy talk.
Well, yeah, because I'm trying to find like the actual source for you. Because I'm not just going to pull something out of my ass.
There's nothing to find because you're not satisfied with the answer we give to you. Because there's a Fahrenheit of logic and the things we observe, and it has an end.
Okay.
And when we tell you this is how things behave, and you don't accept it, we can nothing.
No, I understand how things behave, but there's an explanation to why they behave this way.
Okay. Well,
there's a 1.5.
We told you because of density differences. There's nothing complicated on it.
Okay, Ripcord, hold on. Just everybody give me a second with this guy. Listen.
I'm not going down the rabbit hole with you guys.
No, it isn't a rabbit hole. It's really simple. I'm going to see.
You guys don't trust gravity.
Have an
explanation. You a million sources on gravity. You still wouldn't believe me.
Why are you yapping?
Because you're saying stupid shit. You're being dumb.
I'm saying what they say in science. You're just ignorant. You got a 9th grade understanding of this shit. And I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you.
Understanding. Yeah, explain to me.
So you don't even know. Listen, brother, stop yapping.
I'm telling you to explain. Yeah.
Stop yapping.
Give me an explanation. I'm not yapping. I'm agreeing with you. Give me an explanation.
I'm going to demonstrate that you don't have an explanation.
All right, pick it up.
There is no explanation in science at all for why things fall.
Okay. It's just inherently false, but then we'll agree to disagree. That's cool. Anywho, I have another question for you guys.
You're not going to run away. We're not going on. We're not moving on. Okay? You're going to try to run away from your own claim. I just fucking declare it. We have an explanation. That shit ain't working, bro. The explanation is mass attracts mass, inversely proportional to the square of the distance, and that's why objects fall. Right?
Did you just say mass attracts mass?
Yes.
Huh.
This is called an internal critique. I can do an internal.
No, it's just
critique
usually
of it.
flat earthers
No, it's
don't-
called an internal
flat earthers-
critique.
okay.
Stop yapping, dude. You're not going to censor me by yapping.
I'm not trying to censor you. I'm just trying to explain.
Yeah, you are. By
the thing.
talking over me, you
He's
are.
not. Just stop talking. He's not explaining his understanding of what actually is. He's
Okay.
reiterating the story.
Okay, it's called an internal critique. I can do an internal critique of an idea without adopting it.
Okay.
And that's what I'm doing. So the theory,
so
we don't straw man your claim.
I want to make sure we're on the same page. Are you saying that like you believe mass attracts mass, or are you
Mass
just like
just shut the
fuck up? No, dude. Where did you get that from what I said?
10 seconds ago you said mass attracts mass. I'm
It's
not.
an internal critique of your claim, dumb fuck. It's your claim.
Let's take a chill pill. Let's dial.
Okay, your claim, your explanation is that mass attracts mass is why things fall, correct?
That's a good start. Yeah.
Okay. Is there any scientific experiment that validates that claim?
I'd assume so.
Okay. So, the observed natural phenomenon we have is something false. Would be our dependent variable. What's your independent variable? We're going to follow the scientific method.
I don't know. I just told you. I just assumed there's an experiment that like
Is
would
it
validate
is
that
mass
claim.
causing it? Differences in
causing
mass?
what?
Things to fall. Differences in mass. Is that what's causing things to fall?
The mass is Okay. That's one thing.
Okay. So how about this experiment? We take two things of two different masses, right? So we're going to vary our independent variable, our presumed cause, and we'll see if we get a different effect.
What do you mean?
So the way you conduct a scientific experiment to determine cause and effect is you have.
I understand that. Can we skip past that part of
this is
explaining what an
important.
experiment
It's
is?
very important.
Isn't that
It's very
important? We're on the same page.
Yeah,
I just need you to get to the good stuff. Get to
We're
the
on
meat.
the same page. You know what it? So you know what a dependent variable is?
Yes.
Okay, so it's the effect. So you manipulate the independent variable and see if there's an effect on the dependent variable. So we're going to manipulate the independent variable, mass, and see if there's an effect on the dependent variable. Something falling at 9.8 meters per second squared. So I'm going to take a fucking bowling ball and a bus, and I'm going to throw them off a fucking cliff. And see if that difference in mass causes a difference in acceleration. So now I know the cause of the effect. Well, guess what? There is no difference in acceleration. They both fall at 9.8 meters per second squared. So mass cannot be the cause of that phenomenon. That's a checkmate, dude. It's the end of the game.
You know what? You're right. You got me.
Okay, there is no, and if you actually pay attention to what scientists actually say about gravity, it's why they're still arguing about it hundreds of years later, because they don't have a viable independent variable to determine what the cause of it is. They can describe what happens. Hey, something falls at 9.8 meters per second squared. That's all they can do. It's literally the only thing they can do. And they talk about this within science itself, within the philosophy of science.
Where did they get the 9.8 meters per second squared number from?
Measurement. We just measure it.
I know, but like, how did they measure it?
Well, they average it over time, right?
Okay. Still not explaining. Like why they decided 9.8
You want
was.
the methodology from which they measure it?
I want the source for this claim.
That they measure 9.8 meters per second squared? Well, technically it was voted on.
Yeah. Okay, cool. I still would like,
that it was
a reliable
voted on
source for this.
You want a source that it was voted on?
Whatever source you can give me, dude.
Okay.
I'm not picky. Give me a fucking Wikipedia article if that's what it takes.
No, I'm gonna give you from the standards of weights and measures that voted on setting what the acceleration of gravity is, like back in 1908. Just 1 second, I almost got it here. Okay, I'm gonna post in the chat.
Oh, damn, once you get bad.
The screenshot. So the screenshot resolution of the third CGPM, which is
and it's gone.
It's a scientific body that votes on standards, and they set the standard.
Yeah, so no offense, bud, but like I can't fully trust the screenshot. I would like the actual source because, like, you could have Control Shift like inspected this and fixed it. So I don't know.
How would I do that?
I don't know. Why wouldn't you do that? Same reason. So like, I want the actual source. That's not how you source a claim.
Okay,
give me the actual article.
Can you read French?
What?
Can you read French?
A little.
Yeah, that's.
I can
Well, if the original, I'd go on archive.org.
It can be
publications from the frickin'
you can
conference.
just give me the website that you took the screenshot from.
Okay, hold on.
Like, I don't know
you
why-
might as well,
why you're being so difficult about it.
while I'm getting this, you might as well read it so that when I give you the website, you can confirm that what I wrote is what you're reading.
Yes, sir.
Well, I mean, this is disingenuous and you know it.
It's not disingenuous.
Yeah, it is.
I want the actual claim. I want, or not claim.
Yeah, you're not
source.
even going to read it anyway. So you guys play
I'm
this
looking
game.
at it right now.
India, would you mind sending it in full, like the French article? Is that what you're going to do? I'd like to see what it says.
Yeah, I think the original conference is in France, so all the original documentation. It wouldn't be the article they like publish. You know what I mean? It's 1901. They don't have the internet.
Right. I'd be interested to see what they're saying. I can translate for the guy if he needs. But, I mean, you have Google Translate, right? So, assuming it's actually translatable with, copy paste. Tristan claims to have found the original. Oh, it's in English. Yeah, it's all in English, dude.
Okay.
Declaration.
So do you personally believe in that 9.8 number? Ion guy or whatever the
Personally,
fuck
it's just a mean measurement of it's an average acceleration. But
no, do you
I
trust
don't.
that
Like,
number?
it's nothing really to believe in. Depending on where you go, you're going to measure different accelerations. So that's just the standard that they use for G, little G. So they just agreed upon it because it's close enough, right?
Yeah, it's only observed through air.
G, little G. That's what I'm talking about. Little G is the acceleration. The measure of acceleration on Earth. That's what they measure.
It doesn't say anything for cause.
So
Right. Doesn't say anything about cause.
One could infer though that the reason they use the variable g is because of gravity, right?
Well, G means gravity. Gravity is the falling.
Yeah.
Yeah, like g represents the acceleration of 9.8.
Not the cause.
They use the
Not
letter
the cause.
Yeah,
Not
gravity.
the
G
cause.
represents the effect. Little G is the effect. Big G is the alleged cause.
Trevor, did you see the post Tristan put?
What? You are so quiet.
Sorry, dude. Did you see the post that Tristan put at 18 minutes past the hour?
Oh no, yeah, I'm on it now.
It's already there, dude. 18 minutes.
Yes, I said I'm on it now.
Oh, okay. Excuse me. Go ahead. There you go.
That's the second one. It's not the right one. He'll get yelled at. Don't fucking do the second one. I did this. Oh yeah, it is. Why'd you say the second one?
Yeah, resolution
not-
2. Or it's in English. Yeah, resolution
Oh,
2.
the third. Okay, Declaration 2. Yeah. Okay. It's Declaration 2 of the third committee for the weights and measures, whatever that is.
Kilogram for the win.
Conference General Weights Measures.
Yeah, the General Conference on Weights and Measures. Applies weight.
Dude, you want to know what's crazy? If you read it close, it says it's the law. They've actually passed legislation to make this the law of gravity. Literally, is it the law of gravity? Yeah, we passed it last week.
Okay, I don't think they're talking about like a government law. That's a different thing.
No, they are.
They're talking.
They are.
Now, if they pass it, they generally agree, all of it. The
where are you seeing
scientists,
this?
the government, they all act on it, yes.
The value adopted in the International Service of Weights and Measures for the standard acceleration due to gravity is 98.665 centimeters per second squared. Value already stated in the laws of some countries.
Right. So if you're going to do anything, use that value for anything
just an
practical.
assumption.
You must use that value.
What
if you're
could
caught trying to
in the
use a
laws of
different
some
value,
countries
you're
possibly
breaking
mean?
the law.
I don't think they made it illegal to like use a
No,
different
dude.
thing.
What?
Of course, it's that. Wait, it's not a criminal act, dude. Not all laws are fucking criminalizing. You said
never said that,
9.7,
yeah.
dude. You're going to jail.
No, but it's a standard, right? So it's like you're expected to
That's what I said. It's different.
abide by that standard, right?
It's like
Yeah, well, he's
official
right, but
It's not
the
illegal.
different measurements are different. They average it, and this is a problem we have generally because different densities and different types of elemental densities make different accelerations. So therefore,
all this
they
is
are
all
not accurate.
academic. Well, I mean, all this is all
They're accurate down to like 3 decimal places. Like it's like any sort of like, you know, plus or minus either way is not going to be like super far off. It's going to be like 0.06 or whatever off from like the because of like density and shit.
Well,
So
do you like it precise or not?
No, you want to be as precise as possible, but when you can, if you can't, you want to get as close to precise as you can.
Right. You got to
so
take into
what
account other
elements come
things that
then into
may
place?
affect. Right.
I've seen variations that are in the freaking first and second decimal place, so I don't know what you're talking about.
And Trevor, just so I think you're clear, right? By law, I think they're talking about, like, as Tita put it, it's a standard, but it's codified in such a way, like if you're a publisher of some sorts and you use something else that is not this number, you may, face penalties or something. Right? It's not it's not like a civil thing.
Because Ingio laughed at me for saying like so I don't think you guys are on the same page about it.
I didn't say it was criminal law, dude. It's like an official, making an official language, right?
Yeah.
They want you to use it, but they're not going to shoot you if you don't.
That's what I was saying earlier. It's not like a legal thing.
No, but it may actually be. I don't know that, but that's different than.
That's also a good point. I did say we're all assuming.
It's different than you and I, Joe Blow, going around saying something different than 9.8 meters per second squared, as opposed to a publisher, right? A large, institution of sorts saying the same thing.
Yeah, it'll be seen as like not, up to code, and the measurements would be like slightly off or whatever. So it wouldn't be like public, because it'd be at that point like spreading misinformation to them.
That's where I don't know, but I just want
information.
Because if like you're using the wrong math to like conduct an experiment, then like, your results are going to be skewed, and that's just not something you want to put out to the general public.
Well, it's important because if you build a building, right, they need to formulate static loads, and they use G as the acceleration to know whether the load is static or dynamic. So it actually does matter within building codes and civil engineering and things like that.
Well, yeah, I never said it didn't matter. What do you want about?
This is way out the point anyway. So the point is, nobody knows why things fall, okay, experimentally. There's no scientific explanation. Now, there's a bullshit explanation that even Newton disavowed. Okay, yeah, even Newton. He wrote a letter that said anyone that believes in gravity is basically a retard.
Do you have a source for that?
Oh, yeah, hell yeah.
Yep.
Because I feel like you're, paraphrasing.
It's coming. Yeah.
Wildly.
I am paraphrasing, but he said basically they're a retard.
I would love to see what he said verbatim.
It was a really eloquent version of that. 1600 speak.
Yeah, they had more class back then.
Yeah.
And they didn't call people retards. That wasn't part of the vernacular.
Anywho, you got proof of this statement he made?
It's in the chat.
No, that is a screenshot. I told you again. That means nothing to me. It didn't even say at the bottom who said it.
Okay, there you go.
Thank you, a link. Holy shit. It's like pulling teeth with you kids.
Yeah, there's a link and the citation and the letter and the date and everything. So let me read you the important part. It is to me so great an absurdity that to believe that I believe no man who has in philosophical matters a competent faculty, which means not having a competent faculty is what? Incompetent. Being incompetent is what? Retarded. So he's basically saying you're retarded nicely. Okay, so a man who doesn't have a competent faculty of thinking can ever fall into it. So he's basically saying you're retarded if you believe it.
Yeah, but lo and behold, most of them are.
But with words like...
Another interesting factor is that Newton actually didn't want gravity to be ascribed to him, and it was only after his death that CV boys conjured up gravity and ascribed it to him.
Oddly enough, they did the same thing to Copernicus. It's kind of strange. They got a pattern going on.
Yeah.
So if Isaac Newton was one of the people that came up with the theory of gravity, why would he...
He wouldn't consider it a theory. That's what he's saying. That's what this says, is that he wouldn't consider it a theory. Have you ever heard what is it called? Nihilo ex fingo or something like that? He feigns no hypothesis because he never actually had a hypothesis for what it was. Because Newton was trained in philosophy, so he knew that he was on shaky fucking ground.
Basically he was just speaking out of his mind, just thinking about the thought, just...
Yeah, exactly.
Like
he knew he couldn't test it.
He actually tried to attribute it to God and prove it was like proof of God or some shit. He was kind of weird. He was a weirdo. Anyway, why are we even talking about this? Because the elephant in the room is, why are we even talking about gravity in the first place? Oh, because gravity forms balls. But nobody has any evidence for that. None. Nada. Not even a simulation that it would happen.
Who the fuck said gravity forms a ball?
Wasn't that why you guys are arguing it?
No. Okay, so I'm tired of being told I don't listen when you clearly didn't fucking listen. I was talking about dropping a ball.
Yeah, but why are we talking about gravity? Why is it important to the shape of the Earth?
Well, you have to be... Why don't you talk about...
Let him answer the question for a second.
Because one thing would essentially lead to another.
Okay, so what does...
The existence of gravity would, to some extent, lead to other things that would then prove the existence of other things, which would then prove the existence of something else, which would eventually, 7 degrees of Kevin Bacon, get to the globe Earth model.
Yeah.
Do I know what those connections are? No idea.
But that's exactly what I said. But that's exactly what I said. Gravity forms balls.
I didn't...
But
I didn't say that gravity forms balls.
That's the chain of thought, right? That's the logic chain.
Not at all. No, it's not.
You did the same thing with more steps.
No, I'm not saying gravity forms balls. That's a completely different statement.
Why is Earth a ball?
The fuck if I know.
Why? What caused Earth to become a ball?
Listen,
I don't fucking know. I don't work for NASA.
Because of equalization, when he says things form balls or becoming balls, is like when liquid, like rain, water in general, like falls from the sky, it dripples into so many driplets unless the pressure equalizes, and therefore it forms a contained equalized state in which we call it a round state, a ball, which then falls to the ground.
What are you talking about?
Okay, that's awesome. That's not what I'm talking about. The chain of thought is when people go over Earthers try to prove the Earth is a ball, and this is even published in the first books on geodesy, which is geodetic surveying. They say we cannot measure the Earth everywhere, and I can actually just find it. And it says we assume that we have a theory of formation, right? And that the Earth is a ball because we have a theory of formation, because they don't actually measure the Earth as a ball. They actually have to assume it's a ball through a theory of formation.
Oh shit! You were right. Gravity is the reason Earth is round. I did not know that.
No, it's not.
Well, I learned a new fun fact today. Well, that's up to interpretation, you know. No one can know, you know. There's no way to actually tell.
How many ways can you interpret a tape measure?
Well, one. Not sure how that's a relevant question.
Okay, because you can measure whether it's a ball or flat with a tape measure.
You can. It just has to be in the right hands, you know? It's kind of like a calculator is only smart as... Yeah, a calculator is only smart as a person using it. If I ask you what, for example, PEMDAS, for example. You familiar with PEMDAS? Parenthesis, exponent, multiply, that thing?
Yeah.
And if I give you a formula that uses multiple of those from the PEMDAS, if you put it into the calculator wrong, like a old plastic calculator, your phone's obviously going to do it differently because it's a computer. But if you give someone a calculator that doesn't know what the fuck they're doing, doesn't understand PEMDAS, they're going to get a different answer than someone who does understand PEMDAS and puts it in the calculator the right way.
You're making a false equivalence.
No, it's not a false equivalency.
No,
if you don't know how to measure the
hold
curve,
on, dude.
you're not going to get a curve.
measure. Bro, a tape measure just involves
You have to
counting.
know what you're doing.
It involves
counting.
All you have to do is be able to know how to count. There's increments on the tape measure that are equally spaced in an arbitrary unit. You
So
fucking
is there a
count
way
them.
to like get a tape measure and go out to like the middle of the ocean and measure the distance between the laser and shit?
Yeah,
you'd have to. You'd have to get a boat. That's on me. That was. I thought for like a second. I completely forgot about the whole boat thing. Which the boat would like start to disappear from the bottom the further out you go.
Yeah, that's what you think.
No, that's what I know. I've been to the beach before. I've been to the beach and seen a boat disappear before my very eyes.
What beach? Think hard. You got to make a story.
Carolinas?
Think hard.
I think it was the Carolinas.
Well, yeah, what kind of boat?
I don't. The boat
Yeah, I
fucking
can't remember it.
disappeared.
Fucking, you have a really bad memory. Well, I live by the ocean, dude, and I've never seen this happen.
No. I never said I lived by the ocean. I said I went to the ocean.
Brother, I live 1 mile from the ocean. I've never seen this happen. Ever.
Okay, maybe you're just not going outside enough, which, to be honest, you're on Discord doing a Flat Earth server. You're probably not outside that much to begin with.
I got
so that's on
pictures
me for assuming.
but I got pictures of a boat 30 miles away that I watched sail for 3.5 hours from 6 miles away to 3 miles away. And I got a picture from 15-foot elevation and 100 feet elevation. From 100 feet elevation, the horizon's supposed to be 12 miles away. So how can I see the entire boat 30 miles away if it's being blocked by a horizon 12 miles away?
Show me this.
Okay, well.
Yeah.
Easy.
I'm looking in the chat. I'm scrolling. Hold on. I'm looking in the chat. I'm scrolling up with all the shit you showed us, and I don't see nothing.
Well, because I'm asking questions. I'm not making claims.
No, you just made a claim about ships going over the horizon.
Yeah, because I've been to the beach. And I've seen a boat disappear.
Yeah,
before.
show us.
Well, I didn't take a picture of it because I was like 14,
okay,
and
then
why the
we're just
fuck am I trying to
throwing away.
prove common sense to people?
What can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. Hitchens razor.
I mean, okay, you're the one that's claimed that you lived at the beach. And you said you had pictures.
You're
I
claiming
had
that you
pictures.
said you observed this. You said you observed this.
Yes,
You
because I have
presented no
observed
evidence
it.
of it.
Yes.
Yeah, trust me. Source, trust me, bro.
I could say the same thing about you.
I'm going to post it, and then you won't be able to.
You're the one who said you had a picture. I never said I had a picture. You're the one who said you had a picture of it happening.
Yeah, you don't
Never
have any
claimed to
evidence
have-
for your claim, dude. You're demanding. I'm just pointing out to the audience that you're demanding
It's the
evidence
audience.
and not
All 7 of them?
Why are you interrupting me?
7 grandmas
Why are you
knitting right
interrupting
now?
me? Why are you interrupting me?
I
I'm
don't
pointing
know.
out to the audience.
'Cause it's
No,
fun.
there's probably
I don't
like
know.
40 people on YouTube watching this.
40? Jesus Christ, get your numbers up, bud.
Yeah, well, we go 24 hours a day, so 40 times 24 hours a day. We get something like 1.5 million view hours per month. So you might as well shut your fucking pie hole.
Yeah, you'd think a hockey guy would understand shifts.
These pathetic attempts.
Okay, this
of
comment was actually
rhetoric
kind of funny. I got to
nonsense.
give you credit there. So still waiting on that picture, little bro.
Yeah, we're still waiting on anything from you at all.
Okay, so you don't have a picture. So it's a he said, she said. 'cause
I
I've seen
do.
it disappear.
No, I do. I'm
Okay,
posting.
well then get. Okay,
I have more than just a picture. So I have the marine traffic tracker, which tells you where the boat is. I have a compass heading. I have multiple pictures of the boat. I have.
Oh shit! This is your
overhead.
actual YouTube channel. I thought someone.
It's not a YouTube channel. I have photographs.
No. Someone
There
posted
you
your
go.
YouTube channel.
You posted it all. Have fun.
Yeah, this is Indio's wheelhouse, dude. You're barking up the wrong tree, dude.
Indio's a wheelhouse. Okay.
Yeah, photographs are his wheelhouse, dude. Sorry.
They're not my wheelhouse. What are you fucking even talking about?
Well, I've heard that you're really good with.
Why is it always some grainy bullshit that's used as?
Because it's 30 miles away and it's an iPhone fucking camera.
You understand camera lenses are slightly different than like people eyes, right? You're aware of that?
No.
Okay. Nah, never mind. I'm.
Look, I
I'm
can
talking
see
to
this.
idiots at
I
this
can
point.
see this with the naked eye. Okay. So here's the kicker.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be able to see this boat at all. This ship should be 420 feet under the horizon. And there's no boat in the world that's 420 feet tall. Tallest boat in the world is 280 feet tall. So I shouldn't see this boat at all. And now I'm going to post the compass heading and the picture from 100 feet. And I posted the map to show how much would be obscured from this distance. You know what we do here? We bring fucking receipts.
They're crumpled up receipts, but the receipts give you that.
Here's a compass heading. You can compare it to the fucking map. It's really simple.
Yeah,
I actually have a lot more images in this. This is just for the purpose of this conversation. I could post like fucking 30 or 40. I watched this ship for 3.5 hours. Never disappeared over the horizon. Never was cut off. And even if that was the case, contrary to popular belief, you know that visual effect happens on flat surfaces? Did you know that? It's not exclusive to a curved surface. You know how we know that? We've tested experimentally.
I'm an idiot. I don't know.
I mean, you can check it out, look at it, whatever. I mean, this is nothing.
So
we got way more
just
than this.
not calling you a liar, right? But just wondering where the 30 miles number came from. Like how you calculated that.
You see the screen? Do you see the screen? Hold on. Do you see the screenshot from
I see.
where it says ever? Hold on.
Again, not calling you a liar.
Let me fucking finish. You asked me a question. You're going to answer the question you asked me.
Okay,
for me?
but calm down first, and then answer.
No, let me answer the question.
Okay, you're spiraling. Take a chill pill.
No, I'm not taking a chill pill. You're going to let me answer the question you just asked me. You're not answering it for me. Jesus fucking Christ, what's wrong with you people? Okay, so the screenshot that says ever living, marinetraffic.com, says position received. Okay, if you go down, right? Latitude, longitude. That's the position of the boat. And you want my position? I'll give you that too, because I got that too.
That is, dude. Don't dox yourself.
Dude, I don't live at Revere Beach.
Oh, I thought you said you lived at the beach.
No, I said I live a mile from the beach, but I don't live at the beach.
Oh.
What's someone gonna do? Go down the fucking beach and wait for me to walk for Pi May to walk by?
I don't know, man. I don't make the rules.
That was really funny.
Isn't it?
Yeah, it was. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go there to look for Pi May and then ask for lessons.
I've been on this beach for freaking 8 hours. I still haven't seen an old guy with white hair and giant eyebrows.
And Godzilla.
That's a good one. How high up did you say you were?
There's 2 photos there. One's 15 feet. The other's 100. From 100 feet, the horizon distance is 12 miles. Here, I'm going to get you where I was.
What kind of boat was it?
It was called the Ever Living. It's a container ship. I'll get you a picture of that, too. Dude, how come I have all this shit? Because you guys nitpick flat Earth and you fucking just... There's a picture of a ball and black behind it. That's the Earth. You like have two standards of scrutiny.
Yeah, pictures tend to trump half-assed calculations.
Okay,
9
when
times out of
when
10.
is the last time you critically analyzed a picture purporting to be of the Earth from space?
One more time in English, bud. One more time.
Yeah. When is the last time you questioned critically a picture purporting to be the Earth from space?
Dog, AI exists. I critically examine every picture I see anymore.
No, before. Like
Yeah,
the
you should.
1972 Blue Marble.
What?
The 1972 Blue Marble, the famous so-called picture of Earth taken from the moon, taken halfway to the moon.
Yeah, like I just said, I take every picture I see and, examine it. I take it with a grain of salt.
And
I'm very critical of
conclusion?
everything I see. Hence why I'm in here asking questions.
Okay, fair.
CB, we need you, dude. You need to hit that stop the cap button.
Have I not been in here asking questions?
Well,
That's not a lie.
Yeah, you are, but what my statement was about a double standard of scrutiny. I don't think you skeptically look at NASA. There you go. I don't think you skeptically look at what the powers that should not be put out as product.
That's just your interpretation. Then
Okay,
I skeptically look at everything.
What's your favorite picture?
I'm skeptically looking at your shit right now.
Which picture have you checked off on?
What do you mean checked off on?
What's your favorite picture of the Earth?
Probably the clip art one. I don't know, it's colorful.
Okay,
the clip art one. Was it real?
It has to be pretty.
That wasn't the right answer.
Well, it's my answer. It was an opinion question.
Okay, well, post it. Clip art isn't reality, right? It's art.
Yeah, I understand that, but you posted a picture of a bunch of different images of the globe Earth, and you asked me which one my favorite was, and so far my favorite is
clip art. Clip art isn't one of the options, dude.
No, it's right. I'm looking at it right now. It's right in front of me. It literally says how much of the Earth.
Yeah, it's a Xerox of the Xerox. Yeah, Trevor, come on, man. Why are you doing this?
You asked me a question. I answered it. I don't know what you're freaking out about.
Yeah, we were talking about hockey an hour ago and about how rinks and the frozen lakes are flat.
Yeah.
So how do you get a ball from that?
Well, it would obviously. What do you mean get a ball from that?
If all the lakes freeze and everyone plays hockey upon them on a flat surface that you agreed to, how do you get a ball from that, dude?
Yeah.
You're still not explaining how to. What is your question?
You and I agree that hockey rink surfaces are flat.
Yes.
The first hockey game was played upon a frozen pond.
Yes.
Okay, so how do you get a water ball from that?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
Excellent place to start, I guess.
Your question makes no fucking sense to me. You're jumping 87 different fucking.
The water ball doesn't exist in reality or in sport.
Jumping.
What does hockey have to do? How does hockey is not going to prove or disprove the flat Earth model at all, or the globe Earth? I don't know. That's a relevant question.
And then they're flat at the surface.
You don't understand. Okay, so most of the surface of the Earth is covered in water.
What the concept of flat is. Yeah.
Hey, brother, most of the surface of the Earth is covered in water. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, it's 70% or some shit.
So if that water's flat, it can't be a ball, right?
I mean,
is that a tough one?
What can't be a ball?
The Earth can't be a ball if the waters of the Earth are flat, right?
No, it's just incorrect. It can very much be. Well, it depends on what you mean by ball. It can be spherical.
Oh, how?
With a 70% flat ball.
The Earth is spherical, yes.
So I can have the Pacific Ocean can be flat, the Atlantic Ocean can be flat, the Indian Ocean can be flat.
Flat is a relative term.
Those are all flat, but the Earth is still a ball.
Well, because on the plane we exist on, they're flat relative.
What is this shit? A magic mirror ball or something? Wake up yourself, son.
Holy shit!
I got what I wanted.
There's so many Australians that like live in the flat Earth. It makes sense.
You know what?
So you guys are like a prison country.
And like all the things you think. Oh no, it is. Australia's flat as fuck.
Well, no, I wasn't saying no to that. I don't know what you were talking about, but I was just saying that like it makes sense that a lot of Australians are like flat earthers because it's a prison country and a lot of people that have like the IQ of like 2. Not to get into IQ
besides
bullshit.
Australia being flat, stop insulting Australians. Besides Australia being flat, America's also flat, by the way.
Well, yeah.
America is flat. People are quite rude to Australians. I never knew until I came to this channel, like how much abuse Australians have to put up with. That was very rude.
Have to put up with. Oh my god! Cry about it, please.
Trevor, just so you know.
Wow.
Trevor, just so you know, you and your disability there, I get 30 IQ points just for sounding like this.
Real quick, one more time. That was not Australian. All right, let me try it one more time. Run it back. I can do an accent better. Go again.
Yeah,
I don't think he
can.
can.
Change the topic because he doesn't want to deal with the flat water.
Go back to the topic.
How flat's that water, Trevor?
I'd run away from saying that you have a 70% flat ball. That's the dumbest shit I ever heard. You said that the surface of the Earth is mostly water, and it's flat, but it's still a ball. That would be a 70% ball that's flat on 70% of its surface. How was that even possible?
I ask an engineer, dog. I don't
ask an engineer. How about asking like a second grader that can do geometry? How about that one?
Yeah.
Could you draw that ball? If I give you like a compass, remember the compass in school with the pencil and the little freaking sticky part? Could you
okay, so like if your entire theory hinges on a second grader explaining it,
Trevor,
maybe. Yeah, but
Trevor, you're not doing yourself any favors for a second, mate. India, if you want to ask an engineer, I'm here available.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Hey.
Okay.
Tell us.
You're an engineer.
What's this flat ball that you're going to try to do? Good luck. 70% of a ball that's flat. Are you the one with the missing IQ points or what there, mate?
So, are you the one who said you have an engineering degree, right?
Yes, I'm an engineer. What do you want?
From where? Where'd you get your engineering degree from?
Well, it also come as a part of my trade because I had to do tech drawing as a background to help with my trade. So I also get an engineering ticket with it.
Not what I asked. In your life, that you're an engineer,
each country does things differently. Hey, dumbass, shut up and listen. Each country does stuff differently through their education. Every country's different. So just because in your country you have to go to university and get a degree doesn't mean you have to in mine. So with us, no, you don't have to have a degree in engineering.
So what are your credentials? What makes you an engineer?
It doesn't matter. Anyone with half a brain in their head knows that if you've
credentials are experience.
If you've got a shape
that's
and
not
70% of it is flat.
That's not good enough. That's just hearsay. What are your credentials, bud?
Hearsay.
If you've got a shape
matter of his
and
craft.
70% of it is flat and you're claiming it's a ball, you should go back to school and check your credentials.
I never claimed to be an engineer. You did. So
I'm not claiming to be the one that thinks a ball can be 70% flat. That's kindergarten shit, mate. You don't get to make it to engineering if you've got beliefs like that.
I never said the ball was flat.
Yeah,
Am I bricked?
Yeah, you bricked. Like he just told you, in his country, engineering don't have the same credentialing system.
Why are you asking about my dick, dog?
Why are you talking over me, dude? Like, why are you talking over me?
Because you talked about my dick. That's weird. Why are you asking about my dick?
I didn't say anything about your dick, you weirdo.
It's bricked. You asked. You literally said, "Are you
bricked, dude?" Like a cell phone that died, dude. You're bricked.
Oh, okay. So it might be a generational thing. Like you're like 9.
This is just him spinning out because he can't answer the question. On his ball, was supposed to be 70% flat. Good luck with that. Still,
try again. Yeah. See if you can. Maybe you can.
He's broken. He is broken. That one doesn't matter what you say to him, bro.
So when you have an electronic device, well, hold on, let me tell him this. When you have an electronic device, guys, you were talking the whole time. Were you talking the whole time while you're muted?
Yeah, he sure was,
Hey, bro.
Shift change, bro.
God, you guys are so old and cordy. It's funny sometimes.
No, go to the penalty box then.
Oh,
He was in the penalty box yelling at the glass.
It's cringe now. You're being cringe. Come on.
You should be staying
You're the one with
focused.
the PFP hockey player, bro.
Yeah. And?
All right. It sounds like you've been checked into the boards a bunch. Just get it together. You're better than this, Trevor.
Why are you being so weird, dude?
Yeah, you should know how your playing field works.
You're better than this,
look in the
Trevor.
chat, dude. Bricked is a word, dude. And I use it.
No. Okay, so you're I never said you were. I wasn't disagreeing with you. I was just trying to explain that usually bricked, in my generational context, means your dick is hard. Very real thing.
Oh my!
And you, what weird shit is that?
I don't
Okay,
make
hold
those-
on.
okay.
Free booty's in here, isn't he?
Thing.
Dude, you gotta stop hanging out in Turkish bathhouses.
It's a Gen Z. Just because you're like over the age of 40 doesn't mean any. You're fucking weirdo, dude.
Wait, just so you know, Trevor Card.
No, it's a
Trevor,
reference
just so
to
you
your
know, we
brain.
get quite a few Gen Zs through here. I have never heard any of them say that.
Well, yeah, because why would they come in here and ask if you're bricked up? Why would they just randomly ask about your dick?
No, he didn't say bricked up. He said bricked.
Yeah, bricked.
Start listening.
Similar.
Yeah, no, like your brain is a brick.
Yeah, so
Okay, cool. I get the reference now. Holy shit.
Look,
an ice block.
I understand. I work with software. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, when you have hardware and the software doesn't do anything, the hardware's
I'm aware.
bricked. Okay.
Yeah, I know.
It's
I understand the concept.
Basically. That's what your software is busted, and you're just a meat puppet babbling.
I mean, I could say the same thing about you.
I know you are, but what am I? Dude, are you really at that level?
Like, bro, you
Well,
asking the question and you're assuming him is bricked? No.
Well, yeah, because you guys aren't giving me actual answers. So, like, I don't know. I feel like I'm talking to children now, and you're all just running around throwing shit at each other.
Yeah, you're the one who thinks there's a 70% flat ball.
I never said the ball was flat.
Okay, if the water, 70% of the surface is water, it can't be a ball.
We observe it to be flat, relative.
No, it's talking about observing.
Okay.
Even if
but when your perspective changes and you go into space, it's no longer flat.
You know that.
No, dude.
Well, actually, I was wrong.
Know that.
Flat doesn't exist in like the vacuum of space because there is no up, down, left, or right. So nothing can be flat in space.
Oh my God.
Have you been in space?
My Lord.
I haven't. Why does that matter?
Because we have.
No, Ripcord, I really gotta say this.
Okay, people have been in space before.
You just claimed there's no flat in space. Modern cosmology claims space itself is flat. So what are you talking about?
Okay, maybe they're using. Maybe there's a. What's
Hey,
the word?
Trevor, what's your best evidence that the Earth is a ball?
Probably pictures from a shit ton of satellites, video evidence, picture evidence. The Mars rover, all of that good shit. You know,
dude, I've got a bridge in Brooklyn to sell you. Yeah, post your favorite picture, dude.
I'm all for conspiracies. I don't trust the government either. But like,
no, this isn't a conspiracy theory. This is a conspiracy identification.
It's a conspiracy.
No, it's a conspiracy identification, not a theory.
You think every country in the world is working together?
Oh my Lord! And you believe everything on TV is true?
No, that's not what. No.
Yeah.
I didn't. No, this is
all the countries around the world show the same shit on TV, bro. They all go to the moon.
That's relevant. What I'm saying is,
you brought it up.
Yeah, because I didn't bring up TV. So
no, it's not a conspiracy theory. It's a conspiracy identification. Your shouts to God are noted. Why are you doing this, Trevor?
What?
What the fuck is the point of this?
I kind of want to learn about you guys.
No, at this
You're writing a book?
It doesn't sound like.
No, it's just curiosity. I want to know what makes you guys tick and like why you believe what you believe.
Well, the hockey rink
Oh my god. Oh,
back into your playing field.
Yeah, that's reality, bro.
Okay, the hockey rink.
is
Let's see where this goes. Yeah.
It's already gone. It's already gone where it went. The ice is flat.
Okay.
All lake surfaces, when they freeze, are flat. You can't make a ball from that.
I mean, through the 1-to-1 ratio you provided, obviously you can't turn a rink into a ball.
Word salad me, bro. I mean,
it's not a word salad. You were
1-to-1 ratio.
Yeah, you were blatantly misrepresenting my claim and just using certain terminology.
We share the same realization.
You keep using the word ball.
Flat at its surface.
Why do you keep using the word ball? Explain that to me. Why is it always ball? Why is it never sphere? Why is it never spheric goal? Why is it never
sphere? Listen, buddy, in mathematical. Hold on, let me tell him. So in mathematics,
attempt to invalidate the claim,
bro. Listen, in mathematics, you can just check.
I wasn't asking you. I was asking the other guy.
I don't give a fuck. So
okay, cool. So I'm not going to take your answer. Seriously.
A sphere is the surface only. A ball is 3D. You understand that? Do you want me to post a citation?
Sure, why not? Let's keep it consistent.
Here we go.
So would you say a ball is perfectly round to your definition?
No, a ball is 3D. A sphere is the 2D version of a ball.
No, I know that's. But what I'm asking is, by your definition, would a ball always
my
be
definition?
Okay, what is the definition you're working with? Is what I mean. Would the ball be
the mathematical definition? A two-sphere is a sphere is the surface only. A ball is the three dimensions, including its depth.
I understand that. What I'm asking is, would you, I guess, concede, or if I explain a ball,
you would say since you don't want to read it, I'll read it to you, dude. You think I'm making this up? This is from mathematics.
No, I never said you're making it up.
Refers to the surface only.
I'm not listening.
The usual sphere is a two-dimensional surface. The colloquial practice of using the term sphere to refer to the interior of the sphere is therefore discouraged, with interior of the sphere or the solid sphere being more properly called a ball.
I'm trying to get on the same page as you, because if I explain
the citation,
I did. I'm trying to get on the same page as you about a ball being consistently, its roundness being consistent.
Okay,
no bumps,
why
completely
we keep
smooth.
calling it a ball, and I told you.
Yeah, I understand. I just want to make sure we're on the same page about would you consider a basketball, right? And there was a couple bumps on it or whatever. It wasn't perfectly round, it wasn't smooth all the way. You would still consider that a ball, right?
I still consider it a sphere because I'm not a pedantic asshole.
Ironic coming from you. Anywho.
Yeah, it's called a basketball.
Yeah, okay. Just no.
It's got dimples. It has ridges and has logos.
We're on the same page because
we don't believe these idealized shapes exist.
The Earth isn't a perfect circle.
We're well there. We're aware that these idealized forms, like spheres and flat and rectangle and all of these forms, they don't exist in nature. We can build things to approximate these forms, but they don't exist in nature. They're abstractions. So if I see a basketball, I'm going to call it a ball or a sphere because I'm not trying to be that's a perfect sphere. That's a qualifier. We know there's no perfect sphere.
So football would be a ball as well?
Yeah, but remember
ball as well because there's air inside of it.
They called it the blue marble, Trevor.
So the reason that you use this distinction is because there's a mathematical property, right? So the equation for a sphere is only the surface. So it's x squared plus y squared plus z squared. All those points are equidistant from the center, but it only considers those points. There's no points inside that. It's only the surface.
Okay.
Within the ball, you would just start adding like a radius value, right? Because that would encompass. So, say you had a radius, 1 sphere. Inside that, you could add half radius, quarter radius, 3/4 radius. You know what I mean? Then you'd be considering the inside.
Okay.
But we know they say that's a paroid, so we know that part.
But the globe Earth, I would just make sure we're on the same page. Like the globe Earth model is not like a perfectly round circle. Like it's a more of like, I don't want to say oval, but it's what's it called? Like elliptic.
They call
ellipsoid or something.
They call it an ellipsoid. Right? Well, yeah. Ellipsoid is one. They even say it's a pair. But the difference between the equatorial and polar radius that they say is only 11. It's insignificant. Don't matter at all. It's not even a measurable quantity, really.
Yeah. So back to the pictures you mentioned about being totally trustworthy.
I didn't say they're totally trustworthy. Earlier I did say like I look at them with like a grain of salt.
Do you trust them or do you take them into consideration?
Both.
And why?
It depends on who's making these claims. Like if some random fuck sends me a picture.
There's only one source. It's NASA.
No, there are other people that have gone out into space besides NASA. There are other space programs that exist.
Who, for example?
Just off the top of my head, not really like reliable sources, obviously, but just you are asking who, for example. So I'm giving you one. So before you get ready, Elon supposedly went up there with whatever he's got, like SpaceX. He's got shit going on up there. There was the Red Bull thing that happened. They were up into that. Neither one of them were NASA.
They weren't in space. They were nowhere near space.
Red Bull guy,
Neil
remember how high he.
And what about Russia?
Read Neil deGrasse Tyson's Twitter post on that. Or watch the video.
See, remember, like you did it, regardless.
Yeah, you did it, but you can't see the curve of the Earth from 128,000 feet.
I did it.
He wasn't in space.
I literally prefaced it with like, I'm not sure how like reliable these sources are, but I was just giving examples of other space programs that exist. And you
wasn't in
still were ready to freak. Exactly, you were still ready to freak out that it's not a reliable source.
It's not about being a reliable source.
It's in your life. Take a chill pill and listen.
No, you don't understand yourself. You don't understand your own argument. You're comparing something subjective.
I wasn't making an argument. Okay. I was listing sources, dog. Not even sources, just other space programs.
Sources are reliable. What is a reliable source?
Not a source. I'm not saying sources. Other space programs. I to provide examples of other.
Parachuting from high altitudes.
You don't understand. Listen, you don't even understand the nature of your own argument. Saying what's reliable. This is a reliable source. Here's lots of sources. Those are all subjective evaluations. Whether or not he went to space is
simply asked to provide 2 examples of space programs that aren't NASA. And
Felix Baumgartner is not a space program.
Okay, people that have been to space, same difference.
The guy with a balloon. A guy with a balloon is the same difference. He didn't go to space. He never said he went to space.
I don't think we're talking about the same guy.
Let's assume he doesn't know that.
I'm talking about the Red Bull thing. I think it was Red Bull. The dude that jumped, the free jumper.
Yes, the Red Bull jump. We're well familiar with it. We've been talking about it for half a decade.
What the hell does a free jumper mean? He had a parachute.
He was paraphrasing. We know what he means.
Thank you.
A free jumper is like.
I'm thinking of something else.
Free jumper. Critical question.
Yeah.
How does the truth of a claim? How does who said it determine the truth of that claim? I don't get that. Why is that a consideration?
They would have like credentials and like education and shit like that and experience.
Yeah,
no problem. I said 3 things.
Yeah, but how does that determine the truth of their claim?
Because it would if
let's say they say the sky is purple.
Okay.
Is it true because they have credentials?
No, but it would help the validity of your claim.
No, it doesn't say anything about it. It says
no,
nothing.
you have credentials. This is a false analogy because we know it to be false. Like, we know that the sky isn't purple. But if someone, your credentials don't make or break your claim, but they sure as fuck.
Do you not understand that the converse is also true?
Yeah, I literally just said they don't make or break your claim, but they help.
How do they help it?
Because it shows that like you have experience doing this, you've like studied it, you've
but that
put effort into doing it the right way.
Claim, it only says something about the claimant, and that doesn't determine the truth of the claim.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying I never said
the claim. Nothing.
I never said it was 100% accurate, but it helps.
Jesus Christ,
with the validity.
It doesn't help anything. It only helps.
It
only
does.
helps trick people. Because it's a logical fallacy. It's called an appeal to credentials fallacy. It's called an appeal to credentials fallacy.
I'm saying it helps. It doesn't completely make or break the claim.
But what does it help you?
Rationality?
It throws your left and right.
British guy, shut up. You got two people, right? One of them who's like been to college, done the done the work, done the research, been doing this forever, and you got person B who is just coming up, they're just pulling this out of their ass. And both of them come up to you with the same claim. But the guy on the right comes up to you first. The guy on the right that doesn't have any credentials, no experience, no research, just random fucking dude, comes up and tells you something. You're going to be like, well, where the fuck did you hear that? That's, like, I don't know who you are. I don't know, like, you're just pulling this out of your ass. But then when the second guy comes in and he's like, hey, man, I'm an expert in this field. I know what the fuck I'm talking about because of, like, A, B, and C credential. Then you're like, oh, shit, okay, you might be onto something.
No.
You take it as fact. So you're probably right. Let's look into this more.
I go,
you're way through it. That's how it works.
It doesn't matter who they are. It's an credential fallacy. You're literally arguing.
Do you drive a car? Do you drive a car?
Do you drive a car? Shut up, dude. Stop. You haven't been talking over me. You know you committed a logical fallacy. You're trying to convince everybody in this fucking chat to be irrational. You're irrational by definition.
You're irrational. Do you drive a car? I got it. Do you drive a car?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Oh, so you know where I'm going with this.
Yeah, your mechanic is some sort of deity.
Yeah, Trevor.
Some sort of...
No, you're going to make a false
deity
argument like you guys always do. Because you guys are spec.
No, okay. Humor me for a second.
Okay, make your logical fallacy and we'll laugh.
Well, then I'm not going to... No.
Yeah, don't bother. There's no way to...
Because you guys don't take shit seriously. You guys are just a bunch of dancing fucking monkeys. You can't be reasoned with. You people cannot be reasoned with. You're genuinely all brain dead.
But we're literally using reason.
You're not. You're not using reason.
Okay,
Trevor.
So we're not using. We're saying, hey, what you said is a logical fallacy, and then you're telling us you're not using reason. That's retarded.
Yeah, Trevor. If you were actually honest, okay, in your prior hypothetical scenario, okay, where you have person A, person B, both saying something, one guy happens to be credentialed and the other guy not. If you were intellectually honest in both scenarios, you ought to have asked them, how do you know this? Right? You wouldn't necessarily just take it on face
in the
value.
hypothetical.
Yeah, of course. It was implied. But you ought to have. No, because that's not what you said before.
Because it was implied in the hypothetical that their source is their credentials.
No, that's the whole point. That's the whole point, right? You're appealing to their credentials as opposed to
I'm still taking it with a grain of salt.
As opposed
it's not the end all be all. You're not listening.
No, dude, that's not what you said.
Actually, it's you that wasn't listening. You listened to what India said.
Fuck up, prison guy.
Trevor,
I don't want to hear any shit from the dude from the prison country. Jesus Christ, annoying.
Trevor, think about it, dude. The way you put
it, a kangaroo and lose, dipshit.
Trevor, the way you had put it in your hypothetical, okay, you entirely hand waved the first guy solely on the merit that he didn't have the credentials. At least that's how you phrased it.
Hey, man,
but only when the second guy came in did you actually state, oh, okay, well, what are your credentials? Oh, well, that seems interesting. Let's look into it. You ought to have said that in both scenarios.
Actually, Mick, what he should have done is the comparative between them. The guy with the credentials should have been telling a lie, and the guy with zero credentials should have been telling the truth, because that's what it was about.
A lie.
Okay.
So, who do you go with when it comes to the truth? The truth is the truth, regardless.
Yeah, of course. All I was just saying is, from what I understood him, how he put it, was the guy with the no credentials said X. The guy with credentials said X, but only when the guy with credentials came in and said X did he actually entertain what X was, solely because he had credentials.
Okay, this is
exactly what Indio put, and that's your problem, Trevor. Right? You're affirming. You're affirming. Are you not affirming my kind of like synopsis of what you said?
You're pretty close. That the other guy had more validity to his statement because I trusted him more.
Right. So here's the thing, right? In everyday reality, for practical purposes,
we do that all the time. Yes.
Exactly. But the reason that it's being pointed out in here as being fallacious is because in a logical sort of discussion, that kind of approach falls by the wayside. Because it is a form of logical fallacy that I would presume most of us who do that on a regular basis just do that out of practical purposes to save time. But it's not necessarily.
You can't keep claiming something is a fallacy as if it's some end all be all dude. No. I'm because you guys have this habit of fucking just calling everything that disagrees with you. Shut the fuck up.
No, I'm not shutting the fuck up. You're not going to mischaracterize what the fuck's happening. I posted in the chat. It was a logical fallacy. That's objectively true.
Yeah, anybody in the audience can go look up the logical fallacies, read how they work, and know that you're wrong.
Yeah, and stop.
And you using these techniques in your ordinary life is just telling us you act irrationally in your ordinary life. That's all you're telling us.
When you guys are done with that guy, there's somebody else who has.
Because you said I use a technique.
The technique for evaluating the truth. If you're using those techniques to evaluate truth in ordinary life, you're irrational.
So you're going to look at me and tell me you've never once done.
Listen, I didn't say I act rationally in all circumstances. I'm not Spock, brother. Do we have a next contestant?
Well, Val has a question. Yeah, are you, Val, able to come on the mic to ask your question?
I'll shut up so I don't have to scare you.
Same.
You're not that scary, Indio, just when they are unreasonable.
I guess I'm scary. Then I am scary because they're always unreasonable for some reason.
Yeah, that is true. I guess so. Yeah, that kind of follows, doesn't it? I guess Val doesn't want to come on the mic. I mean, I could ask their question. You could have Hockey Man take a break. We can go back to Hockey Man.
My mic is broke. His mic's broke.
The question, it's just one of the standard questions. Where is it? Yeah. Do you believe other planets are flat as well or no? I'll just quickly answer that question. You can go back to Hockey Man if you want. So Val, we don't usually make claims as to the shapes of the wandering stars that you see in the sky. If you were to get just kind of an ordinary type telescope, backyard telescope, and look at the wandering stars, which are also called planets, then you would not be able to call them any kind of shape in particular. You wouldn't be able to call them spherical. You wouldn't really be able to call them flat either, because you're only seeing one side of them. So usually when people ask that question, it's because they have a misconception of what we're talking about when we talk about flat Earth, because you might have seen a cartoon image of a kind of flattened out disk flying through space as if we accepted all the other parts of the heliocentric model, but then just flattened out Earth. So it's just a flat globe, like a flattened out globe that's just like an air, all the air has been taken out of it. But that's not what we are saying. That is not it. So those kind of equivalencies, I can't even talk. Saying the Earth is like the other planets is not what we say. We don't even make that comparison at all because they're not even in the same category at all. The wandering stars are in the sky, and we are here on the Earth, and the Earth is flat and stationary. We don't think it's flying through space. We don't think it's a disk. We don't think it's just kind of a flattened out thing. We think it's just the Earth where we live that's stationary, clearly not moving, and clearly has no curvature because the drop over distance has never been measured. Is that good enough for you, Val? Val thanked me. Wow. Polite Glober. Thanks for an actual direct answer, lol. I was just wondering. Great. Well, now you don't have to wonder anymore. All right. Anybody else? Or are we going back to Hockey Man? Anybody else have a question during this interlude? Were you guys in the middle of an actual topic with Hockey Man? Or what?
It sounded like it.
Silly
whack-a-mole,
creatures
man.
here.
That's all it was, is whack-a-mole. Everything a flat earther says is wrong, so I'm going to fucking challenge everything you say, ask you to produce evidence, produce nothing, talk shit about you while I'm doing it. Yeah. Big nothing burger. That's why I said move on.
Okay.
It's too bad. What about Segway?
Oh, yeah, Seg. He's a great guy. We've talked to him a lot. Do you have any new questions for us, Seg?
All right, back to Hockey Man.
Oh, Old House wants to talk to Hockey Man. All right, Trevor.
Yeah, he's teetering on the brink. He understands that the game he loves is played on a flat surface, but
that's right, Trevor. Is it? Yeah. Isn't your ice flat?
Yeah. Are frozen lakes flat?
We went over this. It's like the fourth time.
Okay. Well,
let me ask you: if you had a lake, a great big lake, and it froze, would we be able to detect the curvature of the Earth on that lake?
Depends how big the lake is.
Okay, let's say it's more than 10 miles.
I knew it.
Off the top of my head, I don't think that's big enough.
How much drop is in 10 miles?
Not sure.
How much curve is in 10 miles?
Off the top of my head, not sure.
66 feet. Can we measure that?
We do.
Yeah, that's right. The 66 feet of curve in 10 miles. Can we measure 66 feet?
I mean,
yeah, I think so.
Yeah, with enough tape measures, sure, yeah, or a laser or something, yeah, it's doable.
It doesn't even require any of that. It's not even that complicated, dude. You could almost eyeball it.
The tape measure only goes up to like 12 feet, so.
Well, I mean, tape measures go up to 100 feet, you know.
Well, mine only. Well, that's shit. That's damn. I guess it's like commercial level tape measures, because most of the ones I only buy from like Lowe's don't go up to 100 feet. I think they've gone up to 50 maybe at max, and those are expensive ones. So, well, okay, so there exist tape measures that go up to 66 feet. So yeah, we could measure it.
Yeah, we can measure it with tape measure. Measure it all sorts of ways.
Then you have water.
So what if I told you we've done this?
I wouldn't believe you.
At this point, every time you challenge whether I have the evidence for our claims, I produced it. You're going to say you don't believe us after my track record. Now I wonder how you judge what credible is.
You.
How do you judge credible? What's credible or not? Shouldn't it be like a track record of performance?
By credentials.
It helps. It definitely helps. You know, track record, credentials, all that good shit definitely helps. But just, the problem is the track record of like flat earthers in general. I don't trust any of you with like anything beyond third grade math. So that's why I need
third grade. That is ironic considering you didn't know how much curvature there was in 10 miles.
Well, yeah, because this is your wheelhouse, not mine. Obviously, you're
Got
gonna
him.
memorize
So
a
I'm
certain
I want you to
number.
do this calculation. Okay.
Okay.
So 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. How far is the
Slow
horizon
down.
away from a 1 foot height?
Slow down.
Okay,
You're
again.
mumbling and
1.22
walking way
miles
too fast.
times the square
0.22?
root of the observer's height in feet. How far away is the horizon if you're 1 foot high observer?
I assume you have the answer because I
can't do third grade math. I need the answer from you.
Okay, but you're
that's
just talking way
Philadelphia.
too
You just
fast.
crashed and burned hard on that, didn't you?
You're talking too fast, and I can't pick up what you're saying at all.
1.22 miles
Okay,
multiplied
1.22 miles multiplied.
by the square root of the observer's height in feet. And we want to know how far the horizon will be for a 1 foot observer. This is the globe mathematics.
No, wait a second. He's typing.
No, I'm just telling him a reference.
The square root of the observer's height.
Yeah, 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height. So the square root of 1, dude.
Talking about a 1 foot person?
1 foot camera height.
Oh, well, that's kind of an important thing.
No, that's like a Smurf.
I said observer, dude.
Yeah, observer is usually a person.
No, Smurfs aren't people.
No shit, bro.
Smurfs.
But he said 1 foot. I don't know any 1 foot
you
people.
can put a camera on a tripod, Einstein.
I use that because it's so simple of a calculation that you should have been able to do it in your fucking head.
Well, no, because we had the variable of like the observer. I don't know how tall the observer is.
Yeah, you do. I said 1 foot.
Well, now you told me.
No.
Just now.
No, he
earlier.
did previously.
No,
Good
you never
try.
said 1 foot.
Yeah, I did. Said 1.22
Yes, you
miles.
did. We have it recorded.
Height, but and the observer's 1 foot. That's what I said.
Maybe after the fact. Anywho.
No.
How far away?
Concentrate.
1.22 miles away is what you're saying?
I can't do third grade math, so you have to tell me what the answer is. We're relying on you, Glover, the magician. Rely on you.
Never claimed to be, like an expert.
Well, you're better than me because I'm a lowly flat earther, so you're obviously better than math. That's why you can't take flat earth seriously, because you're dumb at math, but you're smarter than flat earthers. So show us.
Come on, hockey guy.
Talking puke.
Take a chill pill. If I
would slap you in real life.
Yeah, that's just a full-on threat. And if you try anything,
No,
I will
I said
fucking
will.
retaliate
Come on,
tenfold.
hockey guy.
Don't even try shit with
Would
me.
not will, because you're a little puke.
Okay.
Feels different.
If you would, then I would retaliate tenfold.
Well, you sit there and say disparage us, right? You're trying to get away unscathed, then you're not.
Yeah, there's a difference between just like, poking jabs at you and calling you dumb versus like threatening violence. It's a whole different ballgame, bud.
No, bro.
We're derailing. Let's just move on. If I put everything incorrectly the way I heard you say it, it'd be 1.22.
Okay, 1.22 miles. Now I'm going to show you a picture from a 1 foot observer height where the horizon's 10 miles away. Falsifying the globe Earth.
$11.25
And by the way, every glober has to agree upon this.
That image, the black swan image, the horizon is past the farthest oil rig, and we know the furthest oil rig is 9.6 miles. Making this, if this was the actual radius of the globe you're on, the radius would be something like 275,000 miles with a 1.6 million mile circumference. Obviously, that's not the case, so the Earth is flat and not a ball.
Ah, shit. Whoopsie.
Wait, India,
a shortcut version.
What was the size of the radius you stated?
Something like 1.5, 1.4 million miles.
Really? Oh, shit.
Yeah, like 275,000 times 4 point, or pi 3.14.
Hang on. Because the way I calculated it when I did the what's it called?
QR times 3.14, right?
Hang on.
For the circumference.
Check this out. When I did if you check out the Walter Bislin calculator thing I did a while back of this Black Swan oil rig at 9.41 miles. Over here at 27 minutes past the hour. You see, in order to get the elevation of the entire oil rig in view from the 1 foot observer height, right, lifting it up, halfway, because without any refraction, this calculator states it would be about half cut off. On the second image, it says the apparent radius of 365,900 miles, but you said 1,000,000 something. I don't know.
I was saying the circumference, not the radius.
Yeah. Oh, I missed that. Okay. Shit. Then you're right.
It's okay.
I missed
like 1.6 million miles circumference, dude. It would take a real long time to fly to New York.
So, just for your understanding,
dude, hold on a second. It would take a long time to fly to New York within New York.
Okay, well, there you go, right? So, with a radius of 365,000 miles, 2 pi r would give you, roughly 6 times what I put. So, it's more like 2 million or something in my calculation. So you're underballing it according to this. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, just for your understanding, Trevor, if you look at the picture with the oil rigs, the left picture would be about the horizon line where everything would vanish under the 2 lights you see on the oil rig that are being lightened up. Basically, roughly about that. So technically, you would only see that. If it would be according to 1.22 miles times observer site, etc., according to curvature that you get. But we don't see that, so therefore, I guess you should think it over.
So suppose there's another picture of the same thing you sent me from like a different perspective, where you can very clearly see the bottom half of the oil rigs disappears behind the horizon.
Right. Well,
this is due to temperature differences.
Yeah. So, Trevor, do you mean to say that the radius of the Earth is expanding and contracting, or something?
I mean, I think it is in general, to some extent.
Physically speaking,
I think physically speaking, like the Earth's is changing its shape, manually. But I forget the. Where is it?
Wait a second.
I had the thing open earlier.
Look at your own picture and look at the picture Dre's posted under it.
Yeah, so, the Dre's posted, half of not half, but like a decent chunk is missing out on the bottom behind the horizon.
No, it doesn't.
And you think
it's in controlled? No, it's basically in controlled environment
by which changing its size.
By which the temperature has been the
actively.
Same, and
no, those are two different
distortion at all.
Yeah, that's kind of what you implied there a second ago. You said, generally speaking, I do think.
Because someone asked me a completely different, irrelevant question, and generally speaking, the Earth is changing shape.
Okay, let's stay grounded. Okay, we agree the Earth isn't changing its form on a minute-to-minute basis.
Well, according to I forget who, but suppose
I'm saying it's not ballooning. It's not ballooning out in.
I mean, technically speaking, we would have earthquakes by that standard, around about every second.
Yeah, it would be wild
earthquakes. Earthquakes exist, just not that often.
I'm not talking that. I'm just
be every second.
Trying to follow your account by your thought.
I'm not saying the Earth is constantly changing at a mile a minute or some crazy shit. Just in general,
what do you mean by generally speaking, the Earth is changing size?
I gotta find. I literally just had it open. Hold on.
But the thing is, Trevor, it's a bit of a trick question, right? Because you're supposed to say no, of course not, because no one ever told me that, right? NASA didn't say, one day it's 3,959 mile radius, and then the next day it's 3,952 mile radius, or 3,000, something bigger or lower. They don't say that, right? So what you should have said was something to the effect of, "Oh no, this is an optical effect." Right? Something going on with our view with respect to how the conditions.
Listen, bro. Whether something appears to be obstructed from view or not. Yeah, I know, but whether something appears to be obstructed from view or not, like cut off at the bottom, is really irrelevant regarding distance to the horizon.
It was the only proof you guys needed 10 seconds ago.
No.
You guys aren't consistent.
No. Distance to, listen, bro. Distance to the horizon is what matters, right?
Goalpost gone. Just thrown to the fucking atmosphere at this point.
No, you guys were just literally talking about distance to the horizon. So not changing the goalpost.
Yeah, literally been the argument since the start, buddy. This is all recorded, so no amount of delusional self-talk is going to change that.
It's
been the case from the
Clipcode here or someone.
We've
the difference between the asphalt and the train lines. Does someone has the Black Swan effect about that? Which is literally just 20 to 30 meters around, and you can see that like everything goes like when the camera goes to the ground, basically, and everything vanishes in the background.
You kids are hopeless.
No,
Trevor,
listen. If the curvature of the Earth is responsible for cutting your object off at the bottom, right, from view, then it will be at a specific distance. It's not going to. The Earth's not breathing. It's not changing its size, right? In your worldview.
Okay. I don't know how that's fucking relevant. The same two oil rigs in your Black Swan reference.
That's for distance markers. That's just a distance. They're just distance markers to establish that one is
the original claim is that one of the oil rigs should disappear behind the horizon line.
No.
What do you mean? Oh my god!
It's not. That would be a result. Listen, that would be a result. That would be a result. That would be a result, but the crux of the argument is the distance to the horizon.
Yeah, that's the argument. I'm the one who made the argument. I know what it was. It's the distance to the horizon. That's what it always is, because I said the formula I had you do was the distance to the horizon calculation. And when you did it, I said, good, I'm going to show you a picture of it, a horizon that's 10 miles away.
You dumbass.
Don't try to rewrite history, man.
Gone.
So, listen, because we've debunked the claimed geometry of the surface of the globe, right?
But get it out.
Oh, he's gone?
Whatever. Get it out anyway. Do it for the audience, man.
He left, bro. He needs milk.
He needs some milk.
Fuck, dude.
Right.
Dude,
because the claim has always been
talking shit about Australians, man. That's what set me off, man. That's bullshit. You guys are the nicest people in here, man. And it was like, fuck, dude, that's just uncalled for.
Yeah, I mean, we can't do anything about that, you know.
Very upsetting. Very upsetting.
He skated away. Yeah, so un-Canadian of him.
Oh, rude. That's nice.
Yeah, Plato, basically it was exactly that situation.
I'm insulted.
Maybe you're just giving us a false impression of Canadians.
Nah, he's from the east side. Okay.
That's what it is.
Wait. I screwed that up. He's from the west side.
Right. I mean, literally, that's why we produced that image, is because Globers claim that things are being obstructed from view by the physical geometric Earth curvature. So we present that to them, and then what's their rebuttal? To show us the same thing again that we are literally refuting with the Black Swan image? Like, it's just stupid.
Yep, but same math when...
But this...
when curvature basically happens, but it doesn't. And therefore, they don't comprehend and they go into incognition mode, basically.
I'm surprised he was here that long. I literally showered, refreshed myself, and he's still here spazzing. That's crazy.
Yeah, you should take an ice bath,
You guys should wash off that, whatever that was. Wash off the cap. Dandelion's here. Welcome, Dandelion.
Thank you, Creation Bear. Oh, I even get a round of applause. Very nice.
Oh, that sounded very smooth. Creation Bear.
Oh, thanks.
Yo, he's got his timing down to a T.
Everybody put a flower in the chat for Dandelion. Spam the chat with flowers.
Thank you. Ooh, you got a nice pink one there. I like that. Roses. Mario flower. Sunflower, those are the best. You can eat them. Seg, having to be a Glober. Being different than everyone else. Hibiscus. So you got to tell us what keeps you on your globe if you're going to keep posting science fiction fantasies in the chat there.
Platterfoot's
Oh, I like that one. I could use that to make some bread. That's nice.
Oh, in the kitchen? Nice.
Yep. And then what would I make with the bread, Creation Bear?
Nice. Very nice.
Oh, a lotus. I think that's a lotus.
Sandwiches.
He's afraid to say it. Somebody else said it for you.
Yeah.
I totally baited you, so it would be all right.
All right.
Platter says they say flower differently from flower. Wow. How do you say it, Platter?
That fleur.
Le Fleur. I'm Michael Jordan. Stop
Le Fleur, that sounds French.
Le Fleur.
Le Fleur? So wait, is SEG, is that a globetard, or should we get the pitchforks out?
No, Seg is very he's a very well-behaved globe believer. No pitchforks for Seg.
Beta!
Come on, Seg. Give us
That wasn't CB, that was me.
Oh, I think he's the only one. With C, we have, yeah, that's it. Looks like. SEG, SEG, SEG.
I feel like when you get back, Seg, when you get back from your sailing trip, I feel like you'll be a flat earther, right? Why don't you take a flat earth book with you and read it and then see what happens?
Is he taking a globe with him to sail?
That's the only way to navigate. You got to spin it around and stuff.
Well, we wouldn't want him to get lost. He needs that globe. You can't navigate on a flat Earth. You can only use the globe.
RG's here. Oh no, not RG's gone.
The next glober that rolls in here is about to get friggin' pummeled.
I mean, we shouldn't do that. We can take out the other guy's problems on the next guy. I say that now.
Yeah, Indio. You. That's all you ever do, one after another.
I was trying to bait him in, man. I'll be nice.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
This time.
You get the kind of gentler Indio.
We'll have Dandelion do the honey pot, and we'll just jump out of the trunk like, break yourself, fool!
Colonel Sab, Colonel Sab, Kitten Face.
Colonel Sab, welcome.
I need to count to 10 and meditate. That Australia stuff really made me pissed off, man.
Come on, guys. Anyone on the 39 watchers on YouTube, come on over here to Discord. Have your fill. Whatever you need. Give your questions.
There's gotta be some global lurkers on YouTube.
We got one. Colonel Sab is saying it's 100% a globe in the text, and he's in the VC.
We need you to speak, Colonel Saab, please. 100%.
I bet the 100%er is a 99%er.
He said
We can
breathing
usually
from the
see,
atmosphere.
yeah.
You see that
We can-
meme?
I gotta look.
Huh?
Well, as far as his
The
own
meme he posted,
existence.
the atmosphere. You ain't got no atmosphere, buddy.
Oh.
Seg's posting more globes. I'm not going to keep endorsing you as the best glober, Seg.
Check out the side chat. That's what's going on in Earth Awakenings right now.
What?
Oh my
spamming
gosh.
memes?
McToon is actually there.
Yeah, it's like an event with like
Who's McToon?
McToon, Geo.
That's
24-hour sun.
Who is Geo?
He's
Geo
the
Love.
owner of Earth Awakenings.
He was an old 24/7 mod, right?
Yeah, how much do you want to know, Creation Bear?
Is he a Globetard?
No.
No. You don't want to
I don't know
know
what
as
he
much
is.
as I know, yeah.
Why does he hang with those guys?
Gio, well, I can't explain. Can't be explained.
He was creating he used to be a mod on the old server and decided he was going to create a kinder, gentler, Flat Earth Discord, and didn't really go that way. Well, he ended up getting the worst of the worst. He got all our rejects. All the people we banned are there now, and he banned them. So it's a shit show.
So you started a cult?
Yeah, basically. The cult of anything goes. Who cares what you say?
Yeah, bro. Anything goes.
Well, I mean, what he complained about was RBC was toxic. We're always yelling at people, going crazy. Go over to their VC and take a listen. They're worse than we ever were.
Yeah, he listened to the Fleetwood Mac song, Go Your Own Way, and that's what he did. There you go. Now you got the whole story.
Maybe he's a submissive.
I'm not
type,
complaining
you know?
either. Just make sure this is not a complaint. I actually endorse it.
He wants the abuse coming to him from the Globers. He's a sub.
You got it.
He's a sub. Wow.
He was creating his own torture cell.
Yeah. So like when you have a picnic, right, and you don't want ants on your picnic, you like take a piece of watermelon, stick it off the blanket, right, and that's the bait for the ants, and that's what Geo is.
Got a lot of people in here tonight. A lot of people.
Oh, now you got me curious.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, did you say McToon was in there?
Don't do it, Geo.
You're going to go over there?
No, hell no. They'll just mute me.
They don't want that smoke.
You can't hold them to task over there. They'll just gish gab all over the place, and then you can't pin them down on anything because they'll just change the subject and use the same tactics they use here, but we can put an end to it. Can't put an end to it over there. Remember, they have a different purpose than us. We're trying to give information. They're trying to make sure no information is transferred. We have different agendas.
So, Saab, do you think that you've got proof of the globe with your Nikon P900 moonshots?
Nikon, please.
I actually found an old post with McToon. So a guy on the Carrying Islands, he took a photograph of a 24-foot sailboat from 100 feet that was 27 miles away. But to preface that, McToon was like, all the bullshit Gober talking points. We understand refraction perfectly. We can predict this. We can predict that. Blah, 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 blah. Like, okay, I'm going to give you a picture. You're going to tell me what the refraction is. He's like, okay, this is on X. I give him the picture. And he's like, between 7 and 43 miles.
What?
That's a prediction of how far the boat was away from the camera. I told him how high the camera was, kind of the camera was. He was like, it's between 7 and 43 miles.
Okay, just randomize.
Mic up, Colonel Saab. Come on, put your money where your mouth is. Let's see if you even understand what your memes are saying. Yeah, thought so.
We hear you breathing, bro. He left. Wow.
Another one pulls the shooter McGavin. Has the victory, steals the jacket, and runs away.
Yoink.
The game comes full circle. No pun intended.
How come it's always them declaring themselves the winner and nobody else declaring it for them? It's like nobody on the sidelines ever went, yeah, bro, you won.
Yeah, where's the humbleness, Like, where's the gratefulness that others speak of you instead of yourself, imploring the greatness that is yourself?
I think they're just trying to gaslight us.
No shit.
I think they're trying to save their own ego. That's what I think.
Yeah, pretty much.
Gaslight themselves.
Yeah, self-preservation.
What was the Saturday Night Live skit where the dude looked in the mirror and he said, "You're good enough"?
Oh yeah.
Mr. Handy or something like that, Jack Handy.
People like you.
Yeah, people. That's what they're doing to us. I win because I said so, right?
Stuart Smiley. I'm good enough. I'm smart enough, and people like me.
You got it, man. That's it.
Should we wait for a Glober, or should I be a Glober?
No.
Not too easy.
Yeah, I don't feel like it.
What's the third choice?
We could do an episode in Chill Chat.
Oh, your episode. Are you gonna have me as a guest star? Yeah. Are you gonna have me a guest star on there?
We can do CB's misogyny meeting over and Chill. But I'd rather talk to a Globetard. I got some notes though, just in case. I'll back up.
You can yeah, I mean, you could do something. You could be you could tell us how feminism ruined America.
Yeah, I'm
on the inside.
Cook
from a woman's point of view.
Yeah.
No, Daniel, not you.
Yeah, I could discuss that topic. Yeah, in depth.
Back to the kitchen.
Because you've seen it. You're old enough where you've seen a huge chunk of it, right? How it's morphed from like the 70s till now. It's changed quite a bit. Like especially like the family dynamics. You remember the old family dynamics when families were first start breaking up. Remember like Kramer versus Kramer?
Oh yeah, yeah.
That was like
yeah.
normalizing divorce, right?
Yeah,
She was a strong and walking away from her absentee husband, and all it did was work all the time. And then they made it out like he was like some abusive parent because the kid fell off the jungle gym. And then she comes back after frickin', running the roads for who knows how long, and like, I want my son back now that I got my back blown out by everyone in New York City. Like, dude, it's just such a fucking messed up movie. But it was mainstream. Didn't it win the Academy Award?
I think it did. Yeah, Dustin Hoffman was in that one.
No, Meryl Streep, right? Yeah, I thought it won the Academy Award.
Meryl Streep could have. Yeah.
I mean, that's messed up.
What I'm saying is that during that time period, I remember because I was a little kid, the movies and TV were normalizing divorce, right? Like, I remember like people around me, they didn't have divorced parents. Most kids didn't have divorced parents. It was unusual. And even as I got older, even when I was like in late teens, I wouldn't say, I'd say maybe 75% of kids might be from split families, but it still wasn't normalized. Now, it's like both your parents are at home. It's like a fucking shocking revelation that both their parents are living together in the same place.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I had one friend who's parents were divorced.
No surprise.
And it was like very like we were both. I don't know. It's kind of like a exchange program where we would see what it was like, because I would go over there and I would be shocked, like, oh, like nobody's here. The mom's at work, the dad's at work in a different house, and the kids just like did whatever they wanted. Nobody fed them. They just ate whatever. I was like, wow, this is interesting. But she loved coming to my house because then she got taken care of and cooked good meals, and the parents were there and stuff.
My house is your house.
But yeah, and then they were like pushing like this book. I'll show you an image of it. This book, Susan in the Driver's Seat. You see that, CB?
Yes.
Yeah. I actually had that little golden book because it was like, it's all about how, girls can drive too, not just boys. Because he had his little toy car, and she's like, I want to drive the car too. And everybody, it was like very controversial in the book, How could a girl
I know. We
drive
should
the car?
airdrop that book on the Saudi Arabia.
But now you guys would think that, like, you would think that was like a parody book or something, but it was totally, that was the thing.
I remember women didn't want to drive though.
Yeah, I know.
Like,
a lot of women did.
Like, I'm not. They like refused to get a license. The husband was like, "You got to get a license."
People of sane mind.
They completely changed. Like, I'm not getting a license. Like, they like enjoyed their chauffeur. Like,
yeah. Well, I know.
Cars were bigger too back then, so like handling a car was a little bit of a different enterprise because they were big ass boats.
Yeah, that is true. Yes.
And you had to know how to
Cadillacs.
fix a car. And fixing a car was a pain in the ass because the cars weigh 2,000 pounds. Yet if you got a flat tire, now you got to jack up a freaking 2-ton car and change a 100-pound tire. Like, it was a totally different enterprise like driving a car back then. There was no such thing as AAA. Like, well, I mean, maybe there was. I don't know if they had the roadside assistance, though.
Yeah, I mean, and they were so wider too.
Yeah, and then girls were at that time, like, even though the generation before was staying home, taking care of their children for the most part, that was like a vocation accepted. The next generation you were discouraged totally from doing that. Like, I remember, because, in elementary, they started asking you what you want to be. And I said, well, I want to be a mother, because, that's what my mother was. She just was a mother, and a wife. Took care of the house. I thought, well, that seems like a good thing to do. So that's what my mom did. She seemed to like it, and I liked having her there. And they would just like freak out, you can't get that career. You have to have a backup plan. You have to write something else in this paper. They would get angry. Yeah, if you said that. And now, of course, they probably would still get angry. They'd probably get even angrier.
Yeah, but if you told them you wanted a career, would they yell at you, gotta have a backup plan to a career. Like, would they have ever said that? Like, why do you need a backup plan in one situation, but you don't need a backup plan in the other?
I don't know. I remember I wrote it. Then I was like, okay, I'll be a librarian or a teacher then, because we had to choose two things, and they didn't want me to choose mother. I should have been a rebel. I was a rebel later, but not that point. I should have just been like, no, I'm totally writing this about being a mother. Totally a career.
It's not crazy that I get mad at you for what you should be.
They still teach home economics. Is that still a thing?
No, they have a thing. It's called life skills. That's what they teach now. Like my son just finished taking it in 7th grade. He learned how to cook, and then they threw in like financial literacy stuff like that. It was a pretty cool class. Yeah, they cooked stuff, but I think they got rid of it for a while. I don't think they sewed though. We used to have to sew.
Yeah. I remember the girls. They would sew. They would do like everything. Learn how to sew. I don't know if they went as far as like pickling and canning. But it went pretty detailed in what they had to learn.
Yeah, we had this old school lady. She was really old that taught us. She was really picky about the sewing. Like if your stitches weren't totally perfect, you had to take it all out. Yeah.
Damn. Okay, real quick, guys.
Oh my God, I'm gonna send you something, dude. A video I watched. That's great. It's an interview with a woman from 1820, but she was born in like 1827 or something. And she's talking about like the dresses she wore when she was like a 5-year-old kid in Los Angeles. And like her grandmother, she's saying, like she had the same dress. And like, you know what I mean? She didn't have like 32 dresses. She had one dress, but her grandmother, like as she grew, would make it larger and keep sewing more and more stuff on it. She said at some point she had so much like embroidery and little bells and nonsense sewed on it that she looked like a Christmas tree. I just thought it was funny that it's so different than now. It's amazing to me.
Yeah, I'd like
Hey,
to
we
see
have
it.
dogs or
Sounds good.
gods.
Oh, it's Dogs here. Hello, Dogs.
UAV entering the AO.
I can't chat too much. I'm about to get petrol.
Buttercup.
Oh, he's getting some petrol.
Petrol. Where's he from?
Well, diesel. Sorry, I'm getting diesel. I just don't know what Americans call it.
He calls it diesel.
Diesel.
Gas. Yeah, gasoline. Yeah. But if you've
Oh, that
got
requires a
diesel,
container.
then we call it diesel. It does require a container, doesn't it, Creation Bear?
It does. Thank you very much.
Virgin is in the house.
Why do we need a container again? I'm lost on it.
I don't know. You just put. Where are you gonna put the gas?
I don't know. On the ground.
You're taking it out of a container. You're taking it out of a container, which it was required to be there in the first place.
Yeah, that's all
By the
true.
way.
Very good. I'm glad you can see things with your eyes.
Well, so you asked why do you need a container? It's not just hovering by gravity, holding it at the petrol station.
Oh, does our model say that would happen?
You don't have a model, but you guys will
Wait,
say
why
that
don't we have a
gravity
model?
contains things.
Haven't we
This is gravity
completely
it up.
modeled out the
Says,
pressure bands of? Haven't we completely modeled out the pressure bands for the
We
atmosphere?
know.
Like we know the elevation of a pressure band, or what the elevation
we
of the pressure of a certain elevation should be.
No, we don't know that. We don't do that.
That's fine. So I can't look this up right now, right?
I got
I don't know who's we
I got
you're
a
referring
question.
to is.
I got a question.
Got some.
Yeah. So if gravity's holding gas down, why do we need carburetors? Couldn't it just use the gravity to pull the gas into the engine going down?
Where does it say that?
I have no idea what that question's about.
No.
So, all right, I'm going to explain something really quickly to everyone this VC. There's a tension between buoyancy and gravity. Gravity is part of buoyancy, but the tension in those two things gives us different pressure bands. And it's also why things aren't just pulled to, I don't know, the maximum density possible on the surface of the Earth, because gravity isn't strong enough to overcome the buoyancy.
Uh-oh.
No shit. I won't overcome between air and any liquid at all. You know, it's like two words press on each other.
What?
What?
I don't know what you were saying.
Sounds like gravity's not affecting anything.
Well, if it's not affecting anything, then why do we have a pressure differential with elevation?
That's a gas pressure. That's gas pressure gradient in a gas pressure system.
Yeah, that's what I just said. So why do we have that if gravity isn't affecting things?
You can't have that without a container.
It doesn't have anything to do with gravity. It has to do with being in a container.
We have it without a container. Why can't we have it without a container?
Because the gases will fuck off into the available volume. That's
not if there's gravity pulling them. Not if there's gravity accelerating them towards Earth.
No,
gravity doesn't.
The distance to Earth.
Gravity's not affecting gases.
Why are you assuming that?
Why would you assume that they do?
Not assuming.
Because we have a pressure differential, which means that there's a force that has inverse square to the distance of the object of mass.
No, that doesn't mean that.
Yeah, it's a consequence of that having happened. There being a force, not it just being equalized pressure within a container.
It means that it's within a gas pressure system in the first place. You don't have gravity. You don't have gas gradients without.
I'll be back in 10 minutes if you want to talk. I gotta get
without it being in a pressure system in the first place. You don't have gradients of gases without it being inside of a pressure, without a pressure system, a container. Doesn't exist. Gas pressure gradients do not exist in open containers, period.
You said that's because of gravity, bro. Hell no. Hell says no. Says no. Elijah put it out a long time ago. For both liquids and gases, you need a container. He agreed that the petrol requires a container. You can't just have like a gradient of fluid pressure, for example, like the ocean, without it being contained also. So that don't see how you can just get away with saying you don't need a container. Also, quick plug for anyone that doesn't have the Flat Earth tag. You can acquire that pretty easily. Just
You don't have the Flat Earth tag, Creation Bear. What kind of a product endorser are you?
I had this tag first, all right? I had it first.
He's trying to make up for it. He's like, I'll get you 5 Flat Earth tags if you let me have this one.
Oh, finally.
Tagged up. I'll get everyone
Explain
tagged
to me how
up.
to get it.
Okay, Ripcord, are you on computer or phone?
Computer.
Click on the FE tag. Like anyone's. Okay.
Like
open up the
where?
Click on the tag itself.
What tag?
Bro. You see how everyone has FE
after the name, right? You see F here with the water drop.
Okay. All right.
Click on that. Okay, and then click on it again on the screen that pops up. Click on that again. It says adopt tag, and click on that.
All right. Do you need to have nitro?
No. Let me know how that works. Oh, I was going to say, I thought you had it, but that's resolve. Also says who. Also Shlomo, Tristan, Reg Joe, Julius J, Grisp, Flatman Can. Dogs are gods. You get yours as well, Crit.
Let me check. Oh, yeah, I got it. Okay.
You got it. Hell yeah. Oh, he got it, chat.
Yeah.
Good job.
Quiet Noob says he can't decide which one. So yeah, Crit, Reg Joe, Julius J. You gotta change it. You gotta change it, Indio. I still think it should be.
You guys haven't come up with anything good yet.
You don't like? All right, bro.
No, what are their choices?
We took a vote.
Name again. You guys. What was the vote? What was it?
Well, it's not like we all took a vote, but I put a poll in the chat a couple times, and
flat. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, until we come up with a better one, dogs is back.
Yeah.
They need
Just
to add
change it.
letters.
Just change it to FE. Does it have to be 4 letters? Can it be 2?
No, dude, just say flat, bro. I think it's better than FE too, because flat is bold, it's loud, it's intimidating, it's in their face. Not everyone knows what FE means.
I'm back in
flat.
Back up.
Flat is a 4-letter word.
You know, you convinced me. Do you want to do it? Just gonna really piss off the Bevtards. Gonna piss off the Bevtards. Flat doesn't exist. Exist in my user tag, motherfucker.
It's a triggering word.
Yeah, come
I
on,
like it.
water. Like it's perfect, dude. Talked about
Flat
it
water,
the other day.
exactly. Yes. Do it. Do it. Do it.
And you're welcome.
What do you think the container is? What elevation do you think it sits at?
Doesn't matter. You're agreeing that it's there anyway, so.
It kind of does matter. So if the container is the edge of the universe, that would mean that there's no contradiction with what we see on Earth being a globe due to gravity, right?
I don't understand the question.
So there'd be no problem with the Earth having a gradient of pressure for its atmosphere without needing a container just around the Earth, and gravity being the cause of that if the edge of the container is the universe, right?
Okay, I got to interject for one moment. One moment,
I'm gonna stop the show for a
You
second.
have to adopt the tag again to.
You got to adopt the tag, chat. Yeah, so everybody click on Indio's tag. Click on the tag. You might click it again and adopt tag.
Oh, I
I'm gonna
feel
go
so
adopt it as well.
privileged. I get to be like one of the first people to have the new tag. I'm so excited.
Yeah. I'm gonna throw it on too.
Gosh, I'm not succeeding though.
We got flat, baby. Let's go.
How do you do it on the phone? How do you do it on
the
the
phone? It's
phone?
even easier. It's even easier on the phone. Just click on it.
I thought
click on the tag itself.
Like click on Indio first, tap and hold. Okay,
No,
it pops
click
up.
on the tag. Click on the tag.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me grab my phone.
It says
Just click on
member.
the tag.
I just get a little drop down thing. I did.
It should say adopt tag.
No. Wait. I have to go. Where's the tag outside of Indio's little profile thing?
Oh yeah, it worked for me. Yeah, like I had to do that adopt tag. Then I went out of here and it had taken me to my profile.
You gotta click on the actual tag on your phone, bro. Like you gotta click the tag itself. You gotta. I know your fingers are fat, but like.
Yeah, but on Indio, like the only place I see the tag is either when I open Indio's little profile, pop up thing, or on his name. And in both cases,
on his name.
In both cases, I get a little drop down saying member of 247 FE Discord message, little pop down.
Oh damn, bro! I don't know.
You're an iPhone user. You're an iPhone.
Are you on Android? Oh, brokey.
Yeah.
All right, Indio got it. Flat Lloyd got it. Ripcord got it. Dandelion got it.
Oh. Okay. Well, you're all iPhone users. You.
Well, let's see. Fairly simple.
We interrupt the program.
Sorry, Dougie. We'll get back to you in a second.
Did you call him Doggy or Dougie?
I mean, Dougie is a song. My Dougie? I'm fresh.
I like Doggy. I think that's what we should call him. Would you like to be called
That's what I said.
Doggy? Oh, okay. Yeah, I like it. I think that's good. Yeah, I'm gonna call him that. You like it, dogs?
I have
Doggy?
no preference. I don't really
Oh,
care.
he has no. Then I'll
long as I-
definitely do it. Yeah. Okay.
Just long as I know you're actually referring to me, I'm fine with it.
Okay. Well, I'm going to call you Doggy, and so is Creation Bear from now on.
Yeah, don't feel bad, dude. They call me Milk. They call me Milk. Okay, don't feel bad.
I don't feel bad. It's a Discord username. I don't care. I don't need respect for my username.
I'm kidding.
We called
Chill
Donald
out.
Donnie. He got so mad, dude. He got
Oh my
so mad.
God,
He's so
that guy.
sensitive.
Doggy has
Okay,
a
that's
stiff
because
upper lip. I think, I think Doggy has a stiff upper lip, right, Dog? E.
Yeah. I scream on Discord, but none of this actually affects me. It's just like a fun game.
Let's cap. So, guys, go ahead and adopt the tag Sunny, T-Dub, Resolve, Platter, Milk, Jedi.
Yeah,
Heretic,
it wouldn't let
everybody.
me. So hold on.
Huh?
Wouldn't let me. It took me to my profile, and there's no place
Oh,
in there
wait.
that said adopt
Indio.
tag.
What did you do, Indio?
I'm gonna fix it. I'll go on to the main server.
Yeah,
That's how it
you went to the right spot. Just go all the way down and then click on that little pool window and select the server you want to adopt the tag of, which is, of course, the best.
If you go to 24/7, how about this? Go to 24/7, the top. It says 24/7 Discord. Click the drop down. It says server tag. Click on that. Adopt tag. Boom, right there. That's it.
I think you could be a tech support phone rep, Creation Bear. I think you'd be good at that.
I'm low key. Hey, I'm a millennial. I know how to work technology. a
Yeah,
little
and
bit.
then just practice saying, plug it in or unplug it, and then plug it back in. Can you say that? Unplug it and then plug it back
So,
in.
sir, I'm gonna need you to go ahead and plug it back in.
That was good. Yeah, you put the I'm gonna need you to. That was good. That was good. See, I think that's a great
I
career
think I got
path
it.
for you.
Yeah, I just had to go to the main server.
On your phone?
No, I'm on a PC, but I'm on a Linux machine, so maybe that has something to do with it. I don't know.
That's because I'm,
Yeah,
I'm on my
it's okay.
phone. I'll do it later.
We got a bunch of boomers in here, bro.
Boomer detected. Shut up. I'm 2 months older than you.
We got Jedi figured it out. Shout out to Jedi. Shout out to Effie Batman. Shout out to Sunny. Guys, go to 24/7 Discord, the server. Click the drop down menu from the top. Server tag's right at the top there. Adopt tag. And we are in the clear, baby. It looks good. I'm liking it.
Dogs, are you gonna go get yours?
Yeah. Get your tag.
I was banned from that server a long time ago.
Oh shit!
Nice.
Poor Doggy.
Well, the same mods who are here, so yeah, you'll never get back in, obviously. It's not your fault.
Yeah, that's fine. If you guys give me a reason why you banned me, that's fine.
Well, we let you here, so why wouldn't we just let you back there if you want?
You probably would let me back there, yeah. But there's a difference between this server and that server.
It's the same people, dude.
So the difference is that this is owned by someone else, but the people who are in 24/7 as mods also own that server. But it's fine. You guys probably will let me back on.
We get to do whatever
I'm
we
upset
want
about
here,
it.
you know. Like the server owners don't matter.
There are still bans expire and stuff like that.
See how inclusive
But anyway,
we are.
none of that really matters. Like, you guys aren't. You're not going to stop me coming back on 24/7 server, I don't think.
Hey, don't tempt us with a good time.
Yeah, we'll let you get banned from there again. It's no problem.
Okay, so Grisp. Shout out to Grisp. Shout out to Ranger. Looks like more people are figuring it out. Good job, guys.
Have you figured out the universe is the container and why that doesn't solve all of your problems?
The Earth is the universe, essentially.
That's a fun claim.
I mean, it's not like there's an Earth in the universe.
What?
Well, your universe essentially is the outer space, right?
No.
What?
No. Do you
How
not know
not?
what the universe is? Do you not know how that works?
Is that not outer space in your worldview?
No, the universe is all the
What?
planets, all the stars, all the black holes, all the
Yeah.
features in the expanding
Commonly known
space-time
as outer
fabric that we all resolve
space.
in.
Outer space.
Oh, I'm glad you interrupted with your extremely British accent for that. Good job.
You're commonly known as outer space. It's like you're just defining the very thing that he fucking said.
No, it's not outer space. We are part of the universe. We are inside of the universe.
That's why. Oh my god.
That's what he just fucking said. What?
No, he said the opposite.
You think the Earth is
You said
inside
it's
of
not
the
like the
universe.
Earth is inside the universe. That's what you said to me.
Yeah, but you just said it was.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, exactly. So I'm disagreeing with what you said. You said it's not like the Earth is inside the universe. If you were trying to be sarcastic,
So I'm referring to our worldview, doggy. Flat Earthers.
Okay, well,
don't think of the Earth as a place or a thing inside of a place. It's not flat Earth floating around a solar system.
yes, but you guys try to say the globe can't exist because we have air pressure which needs a container, and I'm saying in our model that container is the universe, the edge of the universe.
No way. There's no way. That's
why not?
Possible.
Why not?
Because the gas is here. It's not there.
It's everywhere. It's just at different pressures. Yes.
It's the case. And gas would take
In our
the shape
world-
of that container.
In our worldview, we say there's different pressures everywhere, right? Space has 10 to the negative 17 or 4, whatever it is, whatever number tall, which is a positive pressure. On Earth, we have, like, what is it on the surface of Earth? 14 psi or something?
7.
That's a positive pressure. And there's a gradient that exists between an object of mass and an area of space that is inversely proportional to the distance that object of mass. So that's our model. All the air pressure is within the container. It's just the pressure changes depending on if there's an object of mass nearby.
No, if that was true, if there was a vacuum, as they say, there would be no air on the Earth. Period.
There is no vacuum.
Yeah, facts. I know. Because we're inside of a container.
It's positive pressure gradient.
No, to have a gradient, you still need a container. To have gas pressure, period, whether it's gradiated or not, it still requires a container also.
Does the top of a mountain have gas pressure?
That's just referring to the gradient, which requires a container.
Yeah, which is the universe.
No. In no worldview is that true.
It's true in our worldview, yes.
Even if you did have a volume of whatever size, and you're claiming that there's some magic that goes on within this volume and causes the pressure. You said that gravity word a few times. It's a nice story. It's fucking bollocks. You need to show that gravity causes pressure.
Except ours isn't magic. Yours is magic because we have a pressure
to show
gradient.
that gravity
Jedi, can you
causes
please not interrupt
pressure.
me?
So no, I'll do what I want. You need to show that gravity
I've been
causes
super
pressure.
polite so far, Jedi.
I don't give
Can
a
you
fuck.
please not scream at me?
I don't give a shit. You need to show that gravity causes pressure.
I'm trying to be super polite right now, okay?
That's lovely. You still need to show that gravity causes pressure.
So, to show gravity causes pressure, all you have to do is show the pressure gradient. Because
no, that's
if
you
it was some other cause,
bollocks. That's you
why'd you
asserting
interrupt
that
me
that's
again?
caused by gravity. That's not you
What are you
demonstrating
so scared
that.
of?
I'm not scared of you.
Well, then
I'm
why are you
pointing out
interrupting
your
what I'm
fallacious
saying so that I
bullshit.
can't finish? What are you scared of hearing? What are you scared of your friends hearing?
I'm scared of hearing your bullshit, is what I'm scared of hearing. It's bullshit.
There we go. Thank you for admitting.
Pointing at the gradient
It's been years of you interrupting people because you're scared of listening to what
Do I need
they're
to
saying.
mute you? You pointing at a pressure gradient and saying that that's cause of gravity isn't proving that it was caused by gravity.
It is, yes. It is proving.
No, you've just pointed at it and said that's caused by gravity. That is.
Yes, because it can't be caused by the other thing, which is
What other things? What, like temperature? Temperature doesn't change pressure.
Temperature can't cause the gradient.
Sorry, you can't have a temperature gradient and a pressure gradient exist within the same volume.
You can have that, but temperature cannot cause the gradient.
So, can you show that gravity causes pressure?
Listen
Don't just
to
point
what I'm
at
saying,
pressure and say
please.
gravity's causing it, you prick.
Jedi, temperature can't
Dogs
cause
are
the pressure
fucking
gradient on
idiots.
Earth.
Can you
Jedi,
show, not
temperature-
just point and
Jedi-
declare, that gravity causes pressure, please?
Jedi, temperature can't cause pressure gradient on Earth. A container can't cause a pressure gradient on Earth. Neither of these things can do it because when you
Can
actually
you
look
scientifically
at the temperature
demonstrate your claim? Or are you just going to talk, prick?
When you
don't give me the scientific experiment,
when you have
when
an
you
area
just
that's
make up
very
stories,
cold on the surface of the Earth,
That's
that
a lovely
is at the
story,
same
scientific
elevation, and an
validation,
area
dumb
that's
fuck.
very hot.
I'm just going to mute you. Scientific validation. Don't just point and declare.
You're so frightened of having me speak that you're going to mute me and
I
scream at me.
just want you to speak on what I'm asking you, not more stories.
I am speaking
You're not
about what
giving me
you're asking.
scientific validation, dumb fuck.
I didn't say that's how you show it.
That's what I'm asking for.
I'm giving you a logical argument right now, Jedi.
I don't want a logical argument. I want you to show me the science.
Why does that matter? Why does what you want
Because at the moment you're just pointing and declaring things based on your
That's not an
fallacious
answer.
logic.
Why does it having to be scientific matter?
Because it's a claim of cause and effect in the physical and natural world.
Which you can show through logic. It doesn't always have to be science.
Which you should be able to empirically show through experimentation, being as you'll say that this is physically happening. This is physically causing this phenomena to happen. In this instance,
Why can't I
gas
do that
pressure.
with logic? Why can't I do that with logic?
That's just you running away from your fucking claim. You just want to point
My
and
claim was I can do it
declare and make
logically.
us listen to your bullshit. Fuck you.
My claim was I can do it logically. My claim was I could do it logically. I'm doing it logically.
What, you went to the top of a mountain and pointed at the gas pressure and said that can only be caused by gravity, that can?
You'd know my
Nice
argument
logic.
if you stopped interrupting me. Why are you interrupting
nice
me?
logic, dumb fuck.
That's not my logic. That's you strawmanning me.
Give
Are you
me
going to
the
let me finish what I'm
syllogism.
saying so you don't straw
Give me the syllogism.
Okay. Great. So, pressure gradient has multiple different causes. All other causes cannot cause the pressure gradient we see on Earth. Therefore, the only cause left is a accelerative force or pseudo force that causes the atmosphere to move towards the Earth inversely proportional to the distance to the Earth.
Did you give me a logical syllogism now that you finished with that bullshit?
I'm not going to give you a formal one, no. But that was my argument.
Fuck off, dude. So it's not going to be logical then. It's just going to be you saying, this can't happen in my imagination. These things don't affect gas pressure, but my magical force that I can't demonstrate, just point and declare will. Fuck off.
Which premise were you confused by, the temperature one or the container one? Because if you have the Arctic and if you have the Sahara, they're going to have roughly equivalent pressure. But if you have Mount Everest and you have the Arctic, they're going to have vastly different pressure, even though their temperatures are fairly similar. If you have a container, the container will cause an equalization. The temperature can't account for that. There has to be a force that's inversely proportional to the distance to an object of mass, and that force has to attract all objects of mass in an inversely proportional way, including gas. That's all I need to show. I have just then demonstrated gravity to you logically. If you're just going to scream at me, you can do that. But that just shows that you guys are impossibly in your cult belief.
Okay, so you've just declared phenomena happening that we don't observe.
Which one? What phenomena?
Massive gases and the interaction between gas molecules to show an attraction.
So we observe that in the pressure gradient.
In actual fact, you haven't demonstrated anything. You've just said. It's not logical. You've just declared crap. You've said that this can't cause that.
But which phenomena Which phenomena was wrong?
Fuck off, dude. I did try. Piss off.
But which phenomena was wrong? What did I say that was incorrect? Do we not have a pressure gradient between Mount Everest and the surface of, like,
That's not proving what you're saying, though.
the ocean?
The gradient
So which
isn't helping
phenomena
your
did I
case.
describe that? Which phenomena did I describe that was wrong, that we don't see?
No, the gradient's not in contention.
Yes,
But it
it
also
is,
doesn't-
because you're saying
No, it's
you're
not.
saying that there's a container.
Not in between each layer. I don't know if that's what you're thinking. There doesn't need to be a container
So
like, what is that, Russian egg dolls or whatever? We're not saying there has to be a container between each individual layer. We're saying that to have gas pressure in the first place, you have to have a container. And gravity
Yeah,
can't
I agree
do
with that. And the container's the universe.
No, it's not. That's stupid. That's really retarded.
That's your only answer to this. It's really retarded. It's stupid. It's
You
like
go into outer
you just don't
space,
believe it because you don't
supposedly,
believe
then
it. You've got
you
no
have to
reason.
have a container with gas pressure to breathe.
No, you don't.
Oh, what? What?
You need the container around the universe, yeah, but if you have breathable gas pressure, that
No,
doesn't need a
did you
container
guys just hear
between
what he
you and
said?
space.
If you as an individual human being, if outer space is real, you're saying you can just go into outer space, no spacesuit, no nothing, and you can breathe. That's what you just basically just said. Because I said you need
That's
a
not what I
container
basically just said.
with gas.
Why are
Okay,
you straw
hold
manning
on.
me as well?
Hold on a second, because this is live recording. We have to mute you for a second. I just said if you go into outer space, you need a container with gas pressure to breathe. You said that's not true. Therefore, you're saying you can go into outer space without a container, spacesuit, whatever, and breathe. Hello? So if that's the case, if you need a container around your own body to breathe when you go into outer space, supposedly, how the hell is the Earth not requiring the same container? Go ahead. And
Okay,
you did
so
say you don't need a container to breathe in outer space. You did say that, by the way.
are you ready to listen, or are you going to keep interrupting?
Well, we heard you when you said that you don't need a container to
So
breathe in outer space.
you don't need a container. If there's an object of mass nearby, there can be an atmosphere around that object of mass, and
Okay,
that
give
can
us
be
one
the way to
example where
breathe in outer
you're as
space.
an astronaut can go into outer space and breathe without a helmet, without a spacesuit, just because there's a big body of nearby you, not including the Earth.
You could go to another exoplanet that may have an atmosphere. We've seen a few that could potentially hold oxygen-rich
Name
atmospheres.
one.
I can't off the top of my head. They're given numerical and alphabetical designations.
Is it true that you need a
I don't
spacesuit
recall.
to be in outer space as a human being?
No, you can be in a capsule.
Okay. And why can you leave the capsule without a spacesuit?
In a smaller capsule, maybe, but if you're saying just without using
No. Can you
anything
just forget the
except for a
capsule, forget the
spacesuit,
spacesuit? Can you
need
just go
something.
out there raw dog it?
And not survive? No.
Why? Wait, why?
Because there's extremely low gas pressure out in space.
Oh, and so what if you had a container like a spacesuit or a capsule, then you could breathe?
Not necessarily, no. You'd need oxygen in there as well. You'd need to increase the pressure.
Yeah. Well, so if you had the capsule, which would then hold in the gas pressure, then you could breathe.
Yeah. So what's your point
Okay.
about this?
So you don't
Because
see
have
the
a
problem here.
pressure
It's the
gradient.
container that holds the gas pressure, even in outer space. That's true.
Would there be a gradient in that container in that
Doesn't
spacecraft?
matter. You have to have the gas pressure be contained, period, by a physical barrier.
Yeah,
That's
the edge of
it.
the universe.
Even
The
in
edge
your
of the
own worldview. No. See,
The edge of the
when
universe.
yeah, okay, then just go out there and raw dog it. Since there's a container holding the gas
Why?
pressure,
We don't say
just
you'd
go
be able
raw
to do
dog
that
it in
just
outer
because there's a
space.
container on the edge of the universe.
So
We don't
why
say
wouldn't
the
you be
pressure
able to
equalizes.
breathe? Why wouldn't you be able to breathe?
Because the pressure doesn't equalize all throughout the universe.
What do you mean? No, why can't
So
you
we have
breathe?
because the pressure doesn't equalize all around the universe. So when you're in space, you're not near an
No,
object of mass.
I get
We're
it.
not
I get it.
close
It's
enough.
equalizer.
Excuse me, just
Why
wait a
can't you
second.
breathe
Let me
though?
finish what I'm saying, please. Just let me
We
finish
already know
what I'm
it's not
saying.
equalized across the whole thing.
Just let me finish what I'm saying, please. So because
No, I'll just interrupt here. So basically, we pointed out how you have to have a spacesuit, a capsule to hold in gas pressure. That would also be true for the Earth. He's saying that the universe is the container. Well, then just go out there since it's contained. It's got the gas pressure. I don't think so, dogs.
I didn't hear what you were saying, Creation Bear. I just stopped listening when you
Facts.
mute me.
No, I mean you said it already. It's fine. You have to have a container for gas pressure. Capsule, spacesuit, smaller capsule. You've given us like 3 examples where you have a container with gas pressure to be able to even survive. To have gas
Am I
pressure.
allowed to talk
So
now?
that
Am I
would
allowed
also
to
be
talk
true
now?
for the Earth.
No, still not. Still scared.
I'm not scared. We're literally cooking you right now, live in 4K.
So am I allowed to talk?
You're talking right now.
Okay, so if the Earth had a container around it that wasn't the universe, it was much closer, a difference between where it is in space, that container would cause an equalization of pressure with some very small variation due to heat. But that heat variation, excuse me, I'm not done talking. That heat variation.
No, I don't agree with this, that it would just equalize. Just like you said in your worldview, it's not equalizing. Why in our worldview must it equalize?
Why are you so scared of letting me finish? Why'd you have to mute me?
You have a double standard here. You said in your
Why'd you have to mute me though, Creation
it
Bear?
doesn't.
Why'd you have to?
In your worldview, it doesn't equalize.
Why'd you have to
When I asked
mute
you
me,
why couldn't-
Creation Bear?
When I asked why you couldn't breathe in outer space, you said, "Well, it doesn't equalize."
Why'd you have to mute
But
me?
for some reason, when it comes to the Earth, you're saying it must equalize.
Why'd you have to
I
mute
don't
me?
agree.
I wasn't done what I was saying.
I don't agree.
So I'm not saying because of some reason. I'm saying because the Earth is an object of mass. Is it true that containers have equal pressure? Yes or no?
Not necessarily in every single example.
Can you describe one that doesn't have equal pressure?
I've heard there's a couple examples, like a propane tank, maybe, or a kettle
Can
of
you
some sort.
show that? Is that in any of the ideal gas laws?
Let's point out your double standard, though. You're saying in your worldview, the universe, it's not equalizing. But why must ours equalize?
Because there's no object of mass within the container. You would have a pressure gradient similar to the atmosphere on Earth, but that pressure gradient would just be whatever the pressure is on Earth ramped up to the difference between it and the container. So it validates us, but within that container, you have an equalization that you do not have on Earth, which should be just a giant container. There's definitely something causing a gradient that can't be explained with a container.
I would say the Earth is part of that container, but again, to have the gas pressure in the first place, even to then be gradiated, still requires a container. Saying that there's a
Which is
gradient
the universe, right?
remove the idea. No, doesn't remove. Well, if the Earth is the universe, then yeah, sure, whatever.
The Earth isn't the universe. The universe is much further away from you.
That was the first thing I said when we joined in this call. That the Earth.
The Earth isn't the universe. The Earth isn't the universe, Creation Bear.
Well, flat Earth, my 2 cents. Yeah, the Earth basically is the universe.
Are you not capable of following this conversation? Because the whole thing is you saying the globe Earth isn't possible. Are you? Yeah, but you don't seem capable of following.
And then we said, well, the universe for you is outer space.
So, no, it's not. The universe is the Earth and outer space. It's everything contained within the boundaries of the ever-expanding universe bubble. So, Creation Bear, are you struggling to follow the conversation?
So that's what I'm saying is Earth is everything.
Hello, can you hear me when I talk?
Yeah, I'm responding. You're saying that the universe is everything. I'm saying Earth is everything for flat earthers.
Why does that matter to my argument? So I'm giving you the argument.
Therefore, the Earth is the universe
is the container,
and the gas pressure doesn't equalize.
We're just interrupting now. Is that what's happening? Well,
I'm literally just responding. Like, I don't know what's your problem.
Just listen to what I'm trying to say, and then you can talk. That's the way adults have conversations. Great. So
I think I'm cooking you. Actually.
We say. So your argument is gas pressure need a container. My argument is container is the universe. That's why we have gas.
Yeah, the Earth is the universe,
as well as gas pressure here. And I'm saying that if it was just container doing it, or heat and container, you'd have it equalized, except for some differences due to heat, which we do not have it due to heat.
I don't agree with that.
So it can't be your hypothesis. It has to be my hypothesis because mine's the only one that accounts for all the variables, correct?
The universe's form of containment is fields and fields alone. There's your answer. Your 10-year debate is solved. Fields, not Tupperware containers, not glass spheres. Fields. That's the container. You have really subtle fields and you have hard fields.
To disagree with me, Creation.
Move forward now.
This guy's a concaver, but no, dogs. The Earth is the universe, and so it's not that it doesn't need to equalize inside of the container. We also have a dynamic.
Yeah, great claim. Well. People disagree with you because they say they've left the Earth. So why are you saying you're correct?
People can say anything. People say they saw Bigfoot. That doesn't just people saying things doesn't mean anything.
Why can we shoot radio waves at the moon, but it doesn't work when we shoot it when there's no moon in the sky.
What does it have to do with gas pressure requiring a container?
Because it means that there's something much further away than the moon, which means that the universe can't be the Earth. The Earth can't be the universe. There has to be a universe with the Earth inside of it.
No, I don't agree. I don't agree that the Earth is inside of a universe.
Yeah, I know you don't agree, but that's your cult belief. There's no logic behind it.
No, we've taken
no
the idea
phenomena
of
that you
the outer space / universe away with the gas pressure argument requiring a container, which is the only thing that can ever be demonstrated.
No. It's you haven't demonstrated it. I've given you the container.
No, it's every single example that involves gas pressure requires a container, period. There is not a single example that you can have where you're involving gas pressure and then no container. That can't be done. We're not even going to ask you to show us because we know it's not possible. So, yeah, it has been demonstrated, and that's the only thing you can demonstrate.
Every single demonstration of gas pressure within a container is equalized pressure. We have a gradient, so that
I don't
can't
think
be
that's
the cause.
true.
We have falsified that as the cause.
Chat, are we agreeing with this here?
I mean,
there's no possible examples. There's no possible examples where you have a gas pressure gradient inside of a container. There's not a single example.
That's the only place you can have that is within a container. You don't have gradients.
Yeah, the container's the universe. Just pay attention to the things I'm
The
saying.
Earth is the universe. But dogs. We've already addressed this. The Earth is the universe, which is the container.
Can you have very low pressure next to very high pressure without a container?
No.
No.
Say that louder, please, Creation Bear. I didn't hear you.
We both said no.
Oh, okay. No, okay. Why do we have that on Earth?
Because it's a contained system, obviously.
No. I'm talking about within the container on Earth. Why do we have that?
Yeah, we have a gradient within a contained system.
We live in a dynamic system. So you're saying the pressure on the Sahara Desert fluctuates as wildly as like the difference between where I'm standing now and Mount Everest.
But look, chat, I want to point out that talking about a gradient.
Oh, he's talking to chat because he's cooked.
Not really. You keep bringing up a gradient as if that's some sort of evidence for not needing a container. I'd like to give an analogy to show why this is ridiculous.
It falsifies the
I've used this analogy before. No, it doesn't. Because it's not a contention.
Does, yeah.
It's not a contention. Both parties agree that there's a gradient. So you saying, but look, there's a gradient, that doesn't prove anything. We both agree there's a gradient. We're saying to have a gradient, you need a container. You're saying, well, gradient, therefore no container. Not true. It's not a contention. So you can't use the thing that's not even being contended with as the proof for your claim. So
what law of physics says that you should have a gradient within a container?
Let me give you an example, though, dogs. I've used this before.
What law of physics says you should have a gradient within a container?
Dogs, hold on a second. Let me give you an example. Let's use a banana as an example. The banana, in the relation to the gas pressure in this example, we have the peel itself would be the container. The gas pressure would be the actual part of the banana that you eat. And then what we're going to do is we're going to slice up the banana. Okay, I'll go through this example. Say someone like Dogs comes to me and says, I think it's possible to have a banana without a peel that grows in nature, essentially. You can go out, there's a peelless banana that exists. And I say, no, I don't think so. To have a banana, it's going to require a peel. It's going to come from a peel. Can't have one without it. And so he's going to come to me with basically a bunch of sliced up banana and say, well, look, here's slices of it. Therefore, you don't need the peel. This is kind of the same thing. Just because you've sliced
How is that analogous? What are the slices?
Just because you sliced it up doesn't mean you don't need the container or the peel, for example. So I think it's a perfect analogy. You could use steak as well, but I think that's a really good analogy. To have banana or slices of the banana, it's going to have to come from a peel. So the same thing applies to the gas pressure. To have the gas pressure, it's going to have to come from a container, regardless of whether you slice it up or not. It's a perfect analogy.
If you have a container and that container has a pressure of 16 psi and you open a valve, what will happen to the air in that container?
Can you address that example?
An argument from analogy isn't an actual argument. I need a phenomenon.
I'm just trying to help you out here.
What I'm saying and validate what you're saying.
I'm just trying to help show you that saying, well, look, there's a gradient doesn't defeat the overall point.
It does, yes.
Can you address
so
that?
if you have
No, it doesn't. Just like with the example, saying like you have a bag of banana slices, and you're like, well, therefore you don't need a peel. And that's not true.
That's not analogous.
It's a perfect analogy, and the fact you're not addressing it. It's a perfect analogy.
Okay, what part of the analogy has to do with the pressure gradient?
I'll give you another. I'll show you again.
No.
The
Answer my
container,
question, please.
The
What
container
part
is
of
the
the analogy
peel.
has?
The gas pressure
What
is the
part of the
banana, and then you've sliced up the banana, just like we have slices.
Where's the pressure gradient in this analogy?
Of the great. I've told you already before hearing.
The slices.
Yes, the slices would be the gradient essentially, and
Are they all different densities?
Doesn't matter. You're basically taking the part of.
Of course, it matters.
The part that you eat, and slicing it up and saying, well, therefore you don't need a peel. That we all know that's not true.
Does banana flow like a liquid or a gas?
You're not gonna, bro. You're missing the entire point.
No. I'm pointing out your analogy is dog shit.
It's not. It's actually perfect. It's a perfect analogy.
Okay, well then, does banana flow like a liquid or a gas? No. Does banana have
doesn't matter. You're basically saying. You're basically saying.
You're just saying that I've sliced up things into like different constituent parts. It has nothing to do with pressure, and somehow that's analogous. It's stupid.
No, it's perfect.
It makes no sense.
It's perfect. No, it's perfect. Actually, it's perfect. You're hurting. One more time, and we'll drop it. The peel would be the container, which we know is required to have the internal parts, the gas pressure or the banana. Coming to me with slices of the internal parts and saying, therefore you don't need the container or the peel, it's false. Period. This is so simple.
Trying to say that an analogy has no appeal. Get it?
Yeah, nice. I see what you did there. It's honestly, it's a perfect analogy. I've used it before, but so this is when they come to you and say, well, look, gradient. Yeah, we're well aware there's a gradient. We're well aware you can have banana slices, but that doesn't mean that you don't need a peel. That doesn't mean that you don't need a container. That does not defeat that argument or that point overall. It's a perfect analogy. I'll make a poll in the chat and see if the chat agrees. Okay. Polls up, guys, if you want to cast a vote. Globetards voting away. So, Tony, you want to talk about why it's a bad example, or what do you think?
No, I like the wordplay that it has no appeal. There's a joke. That's it.
All right.
That's all I have for it.
Guys, go vote in the chat, please. Thank you. So just one more time. There's no defeater for this gas pressure argument. It cannot be done. They'll never be able to demonstrate gas pressure without a container. There's really no need to even ask for an example. We know it can't be done. Now, saying that there's a gradient does not defeat this, as we've just went over. That's not even in contention. Flat earthers also agree there's a gradient. So saying, yeah, there's a gradient. Yeah, we know.
No. As I was saying before, if you have a container of, we'll go with 20 psi on the Earth, sitting in front of you right now, like even your car tire, right? If you open that container, the gas will flow from the higher pressure to the lower pressure, and it will equalize. Why doesn't that happen between the surface of the Earth, near the ocean, and higher elevation? Well, that's because we're not inside of a container. The entire universe is inside a container. But the reason we have gas pressure is because of an accelerative force caused by objects of mass inversely proportional to that object of mass. Now, I've just falsified why it can't be a container using gas pressure, using a phenomena we see every single day and using what we know to be true of the surface of the Earth and then higher up in elevation on mountaintops. Can't be temperature
I've already
as your
addressed this
excuse.
before you've said it.
So what do you have to explain this?
I've already addressed it way before you said it. You're just using the gradient as your evidence, which is not in contention. And when you say
and you can't
the universe
dismiss
is
it
the
with a shitty
container,
analogy.
we agree that the Earth. I'm agreeing with you. The universe is the container. The Earth is the container. The Earth is the universe. So that was my first premise. So you don't really have a point there. When you say there's forces that are pulling the gravity, or I'm guessing you're saying gravity that's pulling the gases. Well, you'd have to show that. You haven't demonstrated this to be true. When you actually go to if you're going to try to demonstrate gas pressure, it's going to involve a container every single time. And then you can't use the claim as the proof. The claim on the table is that the air that we breathe outside, which is in a gradient, is being contained by gravity. So we'd have to see an example of this being true. You can't use the thing that you're trying to prove as the proof.
I've excluded all other logical possibilities. All we're left with is mass attracting mass. That's it.
That's not even the current rhetoric. So you're
Why does that matter?
with that
Of
one.
course, you would say that, you big bad.
Why does that matter? Can you explain?
I mean, that's not even. That's been superseded and replaced, as you already well know.
What is the outcome of bending and warping of space-time in relativity?
But either way, you don't have a demonstration of gas pressure being contained without a.
What is the outcome of bending and warping of space-time in relativity?
Those are both trash ideas. You still would have to demonstrate.
What is the outcome
gravity.
of bending and warping space-time?
I don't care, because both of those ideas are backing up the idea that you can have gas pressure without a container.
Do you know, though, what it is, what the outcome of that theory is?
I literally don't care, because it doesn't back up what you're saying about gas pressure.
So you don't know. So do you want me to explain it to you?
No, what we just need is you in the chat demonstrating gas pressure.
Are you so scared of having an honest conversation? What are you frightened of?
Dude, we just need the facts. We just need the demonstration.
Is this like
We've already told you. We've just told you what we need. So if you could put it in the chat, we'd like to take a look. But we already know this cannot be done. So you're going to need a container for gas pressure, period. There's no way around it. So if you want to put it in the chat, we'll get back to you. We also have Noah. We have May Wen. We have a couple other people that just joined as well. Twonger wants to know about the container. So yeah, Dogs, go ahead and put the demonstration in the chat and we'll get back to you. Even NASA in the chat, shout out to Sunny, is showing you have to have a gas pressure. You have to have a container for gas pressure. It's even in the definition. So you're cooked. So we have Maywen as well. Welcome, Maywen. He said, wondering what the container is. What is the container? Well, we could teach you about an antecedent relationship. To even have gas pressure, you need a container. Asking about the container isn't really that important. It's no different than, needing to know the details of your parents when we know you have parents to exist. Your existence requires you having parents. Asking, well, I need to know the details and the facts and their name, where they live, what they look like, etc. None of those are important at all. You don't need to know any of those things to know that you exist because of their existence. And that also would apply to gas pressure and the container. The existence of gas pressure means there's an existence of a container as well. So, sorry, the details about the container don't really matter, ultimately.
It's like the Glovers are going, but what if my mom had 2 left feet?
Yeah. Well, I need to know the name of your mom. Not really. So anytime someone asks about the container, that doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We know it's there. So, and Dogs is never going to put an example in the chat. And actually, if he does try to make an attempt to show that you don't need a container for gas pressure, I guarantee you it's going to involve multiple containers. Now, here's the other thing. Maywin is saying, I don't see a container, so it doesn't exist. Now, let's check this double standard. They don't see gravity, yet it's a core belief. They don't see curvature, yet it's a core belief. They don't require to see gravity. They don't require to see curvature. But for some reason, when you talk about a container, they need to see it for it to exist. Don't believe them, chat. They've never seen curvature, never, not once, never will. They've never seen gravity, never will. But those beliefs are default beliefs. They're not going away for those folks. He literally said it in the chat. I don't see curvature. I don't see container, so it doesn't exist.
Yep. So Maywin's in here saying, well, since I can't tell if my mom was a brunette or if she dyed her hair, then I don't have parents.
His dad might have been his mum.
Oh, shit. Yeah, Maywin's afraid to come off mute. I don't understand. But, I mean, dude, you don't see curvature. You've never seen curvature in your life. And you're still a globetard. Right? So this idea that you must see it to believe it, you don't even abide by that in your own worldview. And we're also waiting for Dogs. See, no. We don't need to see a container. Just like I don't need to see your parents. Also, we just went over this example. I know that you have parents. I don't need to know their name, if they're even alive, their existence is required for your existence. If you want to talk about curvature, we measure the ground to be flat, so it doesn't matter. I'm talking about your worldview, your logic, your double standards when you say, I must see this to believe it. Well, you don't see curvature, therefore what? You don't believe it? No, you do believe in curvature. So this is your logic, and you need to choose that. Right? So thanks for letting me cook, chat. Does anybody else want to chime in? We have Maywin that's probably not going to chime in.
Why will Maywin not chime?
Yeah, I can only talk for like 5 minutes. Because it's like 1 a.m. Yeah, I have one question. Can you explain your gas pressure like proof or argument?
Yeah, to have gas pressure, you require a container.
Yeah.
And every example you point to that involves gas pressure is also going to require a container. So then you can extrapolate this out to the Earth. The gas pressure we breathe also requires a container.
Does this like hinge on you not? Does this hinge on like gravity not existing?
Well, even if I gave you gravity, then we would need to see an example where we have gravity-containing gases. Now, the thing in question is the Earth and the sky, the air that we breathe. The claim is that it's being contained by gravity. So if I were to have you prove or demonstrate that claim, you can't use the claim as the proof. But when we ask people to prove it with gravity, they simply use the claim that's in question. That's Like the reason why we're even asking them to prove it, they're just saying, no, it's just true. I promise. So it cannot be demonstrated. Watch this.
Okay.
If I ask you for an example where you can give me gas pressure being contained by gravity, the only thing you're going to possibly be able to say is, well, the atmosphere, or what is it, Jupiter, right? Those are the things in question. We're saying, well, we need to see an example because that's the claim that we don't think is true, unless we see an example of it being true. So you can't use the thing you're trying to prove as the proof. Jupiter being contained by gravity as a big gas ball, that's in question. The Earth that has gas pressure and no container, but gravity holds it, that's in question. So when we ask people to prove it, they go, well, the air, the sky, the Earth, Jupiter. They can't prove it. They can't back it up.
So like you're saying we can't use other planets to prove this?
Well, that's again. I don't know how. I just said it very plainly. That is the thing in question. And I just want to highlight for the audience. What's not in question is the gradient. It's not. Both parties agree there's a gradient. So when they say, "Well, gradient, therefore I'm correct," no. But no, Jupiter being a gas ball with gravity holding it is the claim. We're saying, okay, if that's true, I'd like to see an example of that being true.
The Earth was a claim.
You can't. Well, I just told you that it's the Earth and all these examples, the Earth, Jupiter, all these gaseous planets.
Well, no. The Earth is a claim. Jupiter is an example.
No. Oh my God. No.
Yeah.
That is the claim. That is the claim that gravity holds gases. That their claim is that that's happening with Jupiter, it's happening with the Earth, it's happening with all these other gaseous planets. That is the claim on the table.
I see what you mean.
You can't use the thing that's being claimed as the proof of that claim being true.
Okay.
It's every single time we ask, the best thing that they can do is point right back at the claim. I've never seen anyone tackle this gas pressure argument in good faith and then actually back it up. What they tend to do is they use the claim, or they involve multiple containers in their example. They'll take an open container like a fish bowl and then take another container with gas in it and then pour it out from one container into the other and say, well, look, see, you don't need a container. Every example involves a container, period.
Okay. Can you talk about your pressure gradient thing? I'll talk to you, or I'd love to discuss like the first point another time, but I don't have a lot of time to talk. So.
Yeah, the gradient. Well, again, I've given the banana example.
Okay.
Like,
I want to.
You have the peel, you have the banana, and then slices. So if someone brings you a bunch of slices and they say, "Look, therefore you don't need a peel," that you'd look at them with like they had three heads. So that's how I feel when someone comes to me and they say, "Well, look, there's a gradient." It's like that doesn't mean that you don't need a container.
What if you slice it with the peel on? I don't really get this analogy.
Well, that's not really what we're talking about. That's why the analogy is good, because basically they're saying that you can have a banana in nature, like that's growing naturally, without a peel, like a peelless banana that exists. We're saying no, the peel is required to have a banana. You're never going to find a banana that is peelless. Every single one has a peel. So we're saying the peel is the container. Every single gas pressure example involves a container, aka the peel. So, and the banana part would be the gas pressure, the part that you breathe or you eat.
Yeah.
So slicing it up is not proving that you don't need a peel, bro.
I don't think that's like a great analogy, in my opinion.
It's a perfect analogy. I don't know how you don't see this.
I don't think it is.
It's a perfect analogy. It really is, honestly. Because they're saying that you don't need a container. They're saying you don't need a container at all. Look, here's the proof. There's slices of the air. Well, I'm saying, no, you have to have a container to then even to begin to slice it up into little, like a gradient, essentially.
Okay, so
if you're saying leave the peel on and slice it up, it still has the peel on it. That's proving my point that it has a peel, has a container, bro. So like, it's a perfect analogy. Honestly, it really is. I don't know how you don't see this. It's perfect.
Okay, so like the banana peel aside, like I just want to clear up some confusion. Like, gas pressure gradients are supposed to be like continuous. So you can't really like slice it. Like you can't say this is like 1 atm then 2 atm. It's going to be like a continuous, continuous gradient. So you're going to have like infinitesimally. Like, do you understand? Like, do you kind of like understand that it's not like a slice? It's like a gradient, right?
I know it's a gradient. Yeah, bro, I can understand. But they're saying like there's 14.7 psi, and then he's like, "We'll go to the top of the mountain," and it's completely different, right? It's a much less. So.
Right, but along that way,
it doesn't have to be like a perfect transition, like when you take a knife and slice through it. Like that, regardless of that, it doesn't really matter. We understand that there's a gradient, so using the gradient is not really providing an example where you have gas pressure without a container.
Well, I mean, can you kind of explain like why like there would be a pressure difference?
Well, it's Earth is very big, and we live in a dynamic system with like different temperatures and heat, and there's like a lot of things going on here. There's gas being produced, and there's a cycle, etc. So there's like tons of stuff happening. It's not just like a can or like a tire. It's much big. It's much bigger and more dynamic than like a simple like.
Right. So that might make an argument for why like gas pressures like vary randomly, but we can see there's like there's like clear like relations with like gas pressure and height or distance from sea level, for example. Like I don't think flat Earth can even like explain that. It might be able to explain like variations, but not like a predictable variation. Do you know what I mean?
You're saying we can't explain a gradient?
Like I'm saying like you can't really explain why like at the top of this mountain like we can predict it to be like 12 psi versus like at the bottom it's going to be like 14 usually, right? And like at the top it's always going to be less, essentially. Like you can't really explain that, you know.
But again, it's not in contention. We're not arguing that you can't have a gradient. So when you're saying, well, look, there's a gradient. Yeah, we know. Like you couldn't have that gradient or gas pressure to begin with without a container. That's what we're saying. So what would be needed is for Globe Earthers to show us gas pressure without a container, for that even to then go on to say, well, look, like you can have it without one. We need to see an example of that in the first place.
Right, and
when you got the container is the gradient is not that.
Okay, so like that's where like the Jupiter example would come in, but then again you like
that's the claim.
Like circular, you think it's circular reasoning, so
that's the claim though.
Right. I mean I would say it's not, but I guess it's like it's fine. Whatever.
No, it's not an example. It's not an example. It's not a demonstration where you're taking gas pressure being contained by gravity. The claim is that the Earth and the gas planets are examples of gas pressure being contained by gravity. That is the claim on the table.
Do you think
that's why we're even asking for an example or proof of that claim? So using the claim as the proof is not, it's not going to work.
Okay, do you know if Jupiter is circular?
What does it have to do with anything?
I mean spherical. Sorry. I just think like it's in like I think it's good that you acknowledge that these planets exist and we can like measure them. So I was just gonna ask you, like, do you know if do you know if the planets exist? I guess. Like, do you believe it?
We all observe the same thing. You and I go outside, shoulder to shoulder, and we look up and we see quote unquote planets. And the only problem is that like there's a story attached to what they are, and I think those stories are just stories.
Okay, so are those planets spherical?
I don't know, dude. It doesn't even matter. Like they could be. I don't know. I don't even know what they are.
Oh, okay.
Well, what is that? Are we moving on from the gas pressure argument, or what? You're just curious what
it was just like one last thing before I leave. I'm just saying like I was just wondering if you think planets are spherical.
Well, sorry, Flat, I'm gonna delete your thing. Before you go, I have like a little questionnaire for you.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah.
I'll just put it in the chat real fast. Well, don't spoil it, chat. So, like, I mean, if you're pretty good at telling that things are spheres, there's a questionnaire in the chat here that says, are these all spheres? A, B, one of them is a sphere, C, some of them are spheres, or D, none of them are spheres.
Right, so that's pretty different from like what we can observe, you know.
But you're okay. Let's just go through it. Let's just go through it since we're able to like look at something and tell whether it's a sphere or not. Let's go through this. So, what do you think? A, B, C, or D?
I don't know.
Let's go through it. Okay. Before you go, this won't take very long. Just.
I mean, I understand this is kind of like a loaded point, and I know what you're gonna do.
It's not loaded on my. It's your point that you can look up and see whether something's a sphere. So, what do you think?
Yeah, I guess I'll play along. Yeah, sure. All right. What's the answer? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, is it all of them, one of them, some of them, or none of them?
What do you call them? Like semicircles count, like semispheres, I guess. Like where it's
a sphere, a sphere. That would be that would be like a half, sphere.
Right, because this is 2D.
Is Jupiter?
That's kind of like
Jupiter a sphere?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so is one of these a sphere? None of them, all of them, or some of them?
I mean, I think they all look like a sphere in some capacity. Yeah.
Okay, there is a correct answer, bro. So it's either A, B, C, or D. Let's go.
The pressure's on. Let's see. I'm gonna go with a D.
So no, it's not none of them. It's either all of them, one of them, or some of them.
Okay, then I'll go with B.
One of them, correct. Okay, so now the question is, which one is the sphere?
I'm gonna go with C.
Like the third one from the left.
Yeah.
Okay, let's take a look at the answer. Posting it now.
This is fun.
So it's flipped, by the way, it's flipped. So his answer was the second one from the left in the GIF. So the first one, on it. Second one, piece of paper. The third one, hemisphere.
Oh, hemisphere, that's what it's called. Yeah, I mean, this is...
I mean, it's not a big deal, but it's just like, I don't think we can just look at something and be like, yep, that one's a sphere, 100%.
Yeah, but that's not what they're doing, though. You understand?
What are they doing?
Right, so we've actually sent, like, satellites there and rovers to, like, for example, Mars.
There we go.
So that's a little different. And like, this kind of like, it's a pretty like false analogy to like the telescopic powers that we have, and also observing like all kinds of like planetary attributes like orbits and
assumptions.
But I suggest you look into like, how did we discover like other planets are spherical, and then like trying to deconstruct that, right? Because like we didn't just discover they're spherical because they appear round in the sky, right?
That's fine. Look, I'll give you that Jupiter's a sphere. I don't care really, but that doesn't mean that you can have gas pressure without a container.
Okay, well, do you think all the other planets are spheres in the solar system?
Well, I actually don't think the Earth is in the solar system.
Okay, so do you think like Jupiter, Uranus, and Neptune, and etc. are spheres?
They could be, but it doesn't necessarily change the nature of the ground or the Earth.
Okay. So it's interesting.
I don't think anyone knows what planets are, what the moon is, what the sun is. I don't think anyone even knows what they are.
That's a bold claim.
Well, I think it's a bold claim to say that you know what they are.
That's fair.
But even still, it doesn't change the Earth and its like behavior. This is something we're here. We can test the Earth itself. We're on it.
Right, but we can also test. We can also test like Mars, right? We've sent stuff over.
I don't think so. I don't believe that.
Oh, why not?
Well, I mean, they said they launched a car into space also. I don't believe that either. So, like, this goes right back to the gas pressure argument that requires a container. There's no one's leaving the Earth. You cannot leave this place or inside of a container. So there's no like going to Mars. To me, going to Mars is like going to a rainbow. It's not a place or a location or something you can land on. It's not a physical thing that is a place or location. In my view.
Okay.
When you look up in the sky, you see light, basically. I mean, I've sat and contemplated under the stars, under the planets at night and looking up, and you just see like twinkling light move across the sky. You're not actually seeing a dirt rock ball go across the sky, necessarily. So,
I mean, it's different when you use telescopes. You know.
But you're just enhancing your view. You're not actually... The telescope doesn't have an earpiece that whispers in your ear like, this is what this is. You know what I'm saying? You're just looking at it. It doesn't tell you what it is.
You get a way better view.
Okay. Still.
Right. So a star to you may be, a couple pixels in your limited resolution, in the limited resolution of your eyes. But using like the Hubble Space Telescope, we can actually get like pretty clear resolution of some stars, and then we can have like a really good idea of what they actually look like.
That's fine, but the thing is, like the Globers have stories attached to their observations. We observe the same thing. We're not denying our observation. We're denying the stories attached. Like, I don't even go with the idea that the sun is lighting up all these things. Like, oh, it's the sun that makes the moon light up. It's the sun that makes Mars light up, etc. I look up at the moon and I see the moon lighting up. Basically, I see the Mars lighting up, and that's not necessarily explained in your like quote model. So, I mean, I don't know. It doesn't matter what the planets are, what the moon is, what the stars are. I think they're unknown. It matters what the Earth is, and that's something that we focus on. Like, we measure the Earth, measures flat, gas pressure requires a container. I'm good with that. I'm fine with that alone. I don't need to know what Mars is necessarily. It doesn't change the Earth at all. Even if Mars just happens to be a rock ball in the sky, fine, cool. That doesn't change anything about the Earth.
Here's a thought experiment. So, if you give me that all of the planets are spherical, don't you think it's a little?
I know where you're going with this. I know where you're going with this.
That Earth is not, right?
But here's the problem. Flat Earth is not like... So what most people think of when they think of flat Earth is they take a solar system with all the planets and they go, well, how come the Earth is the one flat one?
Yeah.
That's not our worldview. That's not our worldview at all. Actually, I don't think the Earth... First of all, the Earth's not a planet. So, and there's really no reason to compare the Earth to planets, quote unquote, because there's no resemblance. You look in the sky, you see twinkling light move across the sky. The Earth isn't a twinkling light, nor is it moving. So, and there's lots of trees and lakes and people and things here, and those things you don't see that up there. So there's really no reason to start to compare the Earth to those quote planets. So Earth isn't even a planet. So it's not like, what about those other things? Earth isn't like those things to begin with. So, the kids say, like, we're built different.
That's a pretty bold claim. Like just because like you see these other planets and you don't see, lakes and people on them, and then you can just say that, oh, these planets share no similarity. But I'd like to.
There really is no similarity though. But go ahead.
Okay, so like, what if we observe like everything else in the universe to be spherical? And usually, most things are, because by like the idea of like spherical things, by the idea of gravity, these things would tend to become spherical as gravity compresses and pulls on molecules. But if you granted me that everything else in the universe, or I guess everything else in the universe is spherical, would you still have like an inkling of doubt that the Earth would be flat? Would you be like, this is a little suspect? Like everything else is a sphere, and the Earth is the one thing that's not.
Well, you basically already asked that. We kind of addressed that, but we're way ahead of you with the gas pressure argument. We're not in the solar system. We're not in the universe. We're inside of a container, and what those other things are, I think they're unknown. And as I said, there's no reason to compare the Earth to those things anyway. So,
what evidence do you have that we're in a container?
We just went over this, Jack. You just joined in?
Yeah, I just joined.
While you're catching up,
a picture of the container or something?
I'll go over that in a second. But while you're catching up, see if you can find an example of gas pressure without a container and put it in the chat. And when you realize you can't do that, then maybe you'll realize why we're saying there's a container.
I kind of have a question for you, because this line of logic I've heard from a bunch of you guys.
That example.
Well, no, I'm not. You just asked me to do it. I don't have to do it.
All right, yeah, you do. So we were in the middle of something anyway. So this guy said he's got to go soon. So
yeah, I have to go now, but it's been fun.
Yeah.
Just
all right. Well, it was good discussion.
Yeah.
Shout out to you, bro. Come back anytime. Holy man, you guys are letting me cook. Nobody's jumping in. All right, shit. All right, fair enough.
Oh yeah, I've been enjoying listening. I mean, gosh,
you're doing a good job.
It's been a while. It's been a while since I cooked, bro. Hello.
Yes, win for CB. WCB.
Let's go. Should we can talk to Jack. I mean, I still want to see that example though, buddy.
Okay, so yeah, my question is, so if I ask about like the movements of the sun or anything like that, I get this argument that says, what does anything happening in the sky have to do with what's happening here on Earth, right? Yeah. So you hear what I'm getting at? Like, don't get sidetracked. So
yeah, I heard you say the sun moves.
You guys, if I say, hey, there's a 24-hour sun, that would be evidence of around Earth. You would say what?
24. So does the sun set on flat Earth?
No, my question would be, what would you say in response to that argument? Would you say nothing that happens in the sky has anything to do with the shape of the Earth here?
I mean, but does the sun set on flat Earth?
Yeah, exactly. You're right. It has nothing
to do
with the
sun set on flat Earth? I don't know. We're not on a flat Earth, so I wouldn't know.
No. On a flat Earth, would the sun set like underneath the Earth?
I don't know. It would depend on the model that you have of a flat Earth. You'd have to show me a model.
What if I told you the sun does not set on flat Earth?
Okay. You'd have to like elaborate on your model.
So what other question would then arise to you?
So, seeing the sun above the Earth entirely, how's that going against flat Earth if the sun doesn't go down?
Okay, so my question is a lot of times I hear that argument from flat earthers, just like, oh, okay, what does the movement of the stars, if I mention how, in the southern hemisphere versus the northern hemisphere, stars move in different directions, you can see different constellations. I always hear, what does the movement of the stars have anything to do with what's happening here on Earth? I hear that argument all the time. So I'm just curious as to why that logic is okay to dismiss, like the movement of the stars.
I'll show you.
That logic doesn't seem to fit when you guys use this argument. I'm not done. Let me just finish.
You're done. So even if the sun, the stars go in reverse, or they start shooting away, or they just start doing some other random thing than what we observe, that doesn't change what the ground is doing. The Earth is as it is and always will be. The stars could go in reverse. They could start doing backflips. They could explode and go away forever. The Earth is
Why did
not
you
like
mute
those things in
him?
the first place. Why did you mute? Because he's yapping, and it doesn't. He's already basically self-cooked himself. Like, it doesn't matter what they do. They could do anything. The Earth is going to be the way it is forever. It's not going to change because of some pattern of the stars. They could do anything.
Okay.
Do you agree or disagree?
He cooked you actually, and you muted him.
How? How? He didn't cook. He just said, "Well, how is it that? Why do you say that the star is moving?" Which is our point. For you guys, it's supposed to be the Earth moving. So saying that they move is kind of like W for us. So self-cook there. How does that? Why do you guys say that it doesn't have anything to do with the Earth? Well, why would it? If the stars all of a sudden just start going in the opposite direction, is the Earth going to just like change and morph into something else? No.
He was asking you about the sun moon.
I just answered it.
Instead of concern trolling, if you have a question, why don't you just ask it, Ali?
Yes, it was nice question.
I answered it.
Explain me the sun movement based on the flat Earth model.
The sun's moved. The sun moves. Done.
Okay, where it goes?
Not below the Earth.
So what is the sun now? What is the sun now based on your flat Earth?
It's above the Earth.
What is it now? Yeah.
It's above the Earth moving.
Yeah, he just said it, so.
Is it above you, your land? Where do you live by any chance?
No, it's nighttime right now. I'm in California. It's dark.
If it is not above California, what is it now?
I don't know. Probably above somebody else. Is it nighttime where you're at?
I mean, it's above me right now, so it's Germany time.
Question. Yes. Someone is talking. I asked Creation Beer, where is the sun?
Well,
now?
this helps my point though, Ali. He's in another country that's like farther away from me, and the sun's over him, and it's not over me. So the Earth is really big, and the sun doesn't light up the whole Earth, and it moves around. It lights up different parts of the Earth. It's not that hard to understand.
Yes.
Yeah, it's lighting up the UK as well at the minute.
Yeah, WUK.
Nice.
So, I mean, that doesn't seem that crazy to me. What sounds crazy is saying that what you see when you see the sun moving, it's actually not moving. And then, number two, when it's nighttime, the sun is under the ground. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. What we're saying is not crazy. Again, I'll highlight one more time. Flat earthers are saying you see the sun move across the sky and it lights up different parts of the Earth. Cool. Easy. Done. Globe earthers are saying, well, I see it moving across the sky, but it's really not moving across the sky. We're spinning around on the ground. I'm in a building that's moving around. And then the sun at night, if I were to take my finger and point to where the sun is, it's under the ground. That does not sound like more legit and more like out of those two positions. You guys sound crazy, not us. I see Matthew's here to
I don't think so.
We'll let Ali cook, bro. We'll get to you in a bit. And I know you don't think so because that's your worldview. But if we just had to highlight those two ideas side by side, you guys sound crazy saying the sun is under the ground.
Agreed.
Yeah.
They really thought they cooked.
Yeah, it's an extraordinary claim to say anything's happening besides what we observe, which is the sun moving across the sky. That's what's happening.
We see the sunset.
That doesn't mean it's under the ground, Matthew. What the hell?
That doesn't mean it
dude?
sets.
No. Just like dude, you've been
So seeing
this
the
is not your
sunset
turn
doesn't
right
mean
now.
it's
Matthew, it's
okay,
not
I'll
your
leave
turn
it.
right now, dude. Yeah, thank you. Thank God. The sensitive man.
You know, they pass 10th grade
Nice.
biology and all of a sudden they think they know everything.
We see
I like
other
the
things, quote
tiny
unquote,
violin.
that that violin's always so beautiful. It's
You
we
know,
see
even though we know much little, we know much more than you, because your stuff is imaginary.
like, okay, the sun going down is no different than the boats, quote unquote, going down. Or in the chat, these poles, quote unquote, going down. They're not going down. They're still above you. It's just a matter of perspective. I forgot Jack was on probably. So simple
So
stuff.
do you have any pictures of that container?
Well, we went over this earlier. Your like weird requirements to see or feel or know things
It's
about
called
the container
empiricism.
is it? Just control yourself. You don't have the same standard when it comes to things like curvature, and we know this.
Or you're
You
not
have.
consistent in your.
I'm in the middle. So you're not consistent when you say, I must see this to know it's true. You don't see curvature, you don't see gravity, but that's a core belief. That's a default position you're not going to change. But we present a container to you, and I must see it. I need to see it. No, you don't. Just like your parents, we talked about this earlier. You have a mom and dad, Jack. I know that. Everyone in this panel knows that's true.
Why did you mute
Now,
him again?
if Ali, relax.
You're a fascist.
Yes, facts. I'm also a misogynist and sexist and racist.
Yeah.
Can confirm.
So we don't need to know any facts about your parents, Jack, or Ali. We know they exist. We don't need to know their names, where they live, what they like to eat, nothing. In fact, rest in peace, if it's true, they could be past. They could be gone. They could be dead. But their existence is required for your existence. So when you say, well, I need to know certain things, all you need to know is that it must exist for you to be breathing right now. For you to exist, basically, to go full circle. Another example. Here's another example, right? We just used your parents and you to show you what an antecedent relationship is. You exist because your parents exist. You can't have one without the other. So another example would be steak. I had a steak tonight. I couldn't have had that steak. Yeah.
Was it rare? Was it medium rare?
Super rare. Yeah, I've eaten it rare. Not gonna lie.
Rare.
Very rare. So for me to have my rare steak tonight, it had to have come from a cow. Period. I don't need to know what color it was, what farm it came from. I don't need to know how many whiskers it had, what tag it had on its ear. None of that. I don't need to know any details whatsoever. I don't need to see it, smell it, touch it, nothing. For that steak to be on my plate tonight, it 100,000% came from a cow. So when Jack comes in and says, I need to see the container, no, you don't. Just like you don't need to see my parents to know they exist, just like you don't need to see a cow to know that the steak that you had came from a cow.
A creation beer.
Yes.
You are a disgrace.
I'm what?
You are
I'm a disgrace?
Yes. Yes.
Well, what did
Wow,
I say that you disagree with?
he's really after you tonight, Creation Bear.
That's fine. Well, what did I say that you disagree with?
Dandelion, I am talking to you. I'm not talking to you. So basically,
Oh, I'm the disgrace. Oh, good. That makes more sense.
Wait, but Ali, just tell me what I said that you disagree
He
with.
asked you about the sun movement, and you end up talking about your meat.
No.
What the fuck, Mister Disagree?
No, Ali, tell me what I said that you disagree with.
He asked you about the sun movement, and
No, he didn't. He asked about the container. He wants to know about what it looks like or how I can touch it and all these things.
Basically,
you didn't hear him?
So basically, you are disagrees to the flat Earth community.
How? What did I say that you disagree with?
About the process. He asked you about the sun movement. You muted him.
No, he asked
and
about the
somehow-
container.
Listen, don't interrupt. He asked you about the sun movement. You muted him, and you end up talking about your meat.
Gosh, are you like is he like the mystery shopper? You know, like the mystery shopper that comes in to
The
see if
secret
you're
shopper.
doing a good job or not? Yeah.
Girl, shut the fuck up, girl. I'm talking to him.
Oh gosh, Ali,
Whoa, bro.
wow.
That's
I mean it.
misogyny, bro.
He's quite hostile, isn't he?
Wait, Ali, he asked about what the container looks like or how to touch it or taste it or whatever. You didn't hear that?
I didn't focus about what they.
Well, then you're a disgrace because you're interrupting right now and you don't even know what you're talking about.
I agree. You're a disgraceful audience member there, Ali. You're a disgrace to an audience.
I muted here.
No. You cannot mute her.
I have to.
No, well then we have to mute you. All right, well then we have to mute you because she's a moderator. You can't mute mods. And he's gone. Welcome.
Good riddance. We didn't need him.
Bye. I don't know why he was interrupting anyway. Just wasn't really adding anything.
Serious concern trolling there. I don't know why he's so concerned.
All right, let's see if Jack wants to respond. So Jack, go ahead.
Huh? Go ahead with what? You keep muting me every 2 seconds. What do you want me to respond to?
Well, I gave you we just taught you what an antecedent relationship.
No, you just yapped for 10 minutes after you muted me and like
okay. Why don't you
nonsensical
tell us
bullshit.
then? Why don't you tell us what an antecedent relationship is?
No, what I was explaining to you was it's interesting how you guys will say like you can look up at the sky and that means nothing and tells us nothing about the earth.
We already went over that.
Whatever happens in the sky applies like different rules, but then you'll try to apply the rules that you witness here as far as gas containment on the surface of the earth. You try to apply that to what's happening in the sky. And I just find that logic to be like nonsensical to say that things that happen on the earth are unique and separate from the sky and then say we know there's a container because of what we observe here on the surface. That makes no sense to me.
All right, Yappuccino, tell us what an antecedent relationship is, please.
No, stop obfuscating and trying to change the subject.
It's not obfuscating. You literally...
Because gas is matter and light is not. It's energy.
I don't... It does, dude, because you asked to like taste, touch, smell.
Have you ever seen light be generated from nothing?
Actually, according to quantum mechanics, yes.
Oh, you're a quantum scientist now? You understand how quantum mechanics are? Can you run me through quantum mechanics where light is generated from nothing?
Yeah, the vacuum energy. So
there is a vacuum now. I thought you guys didn't believe in the vacuum.
It's called vacuum energy, nitwit.
Okay, so where is the vacuum that light is being generated from?
Dude, it's not
magically.
It's called... Dude, you're making a word context fallacy.
No, you're not addressing the point.
Okay,
you just said that light can be generated from nothing.
On Simple Jack, your fucking username checks out big time. You're simple as fuck. Okay, so...
Okay, really here we go with the ad hom.
You're doing
you can't stay on topic.
No, it's not an ad hom. Doesn't prove my point. I'm not trying to use insulting you to prove a point. Just insulting you.
Yeah, you are. You're trying to erode my credibility by saying
you have no credibility. It's
Neither do you. I'm waiting for you to explain how light is being generated out of nothing.
The word context fallacy. Have you ever heard of virtual photons?
Okay, how are virtual photons created? Explain that.
Okay, because of quantum mechanics, there's a non-zero probability that a particle can be generated out of the quantum vacuum. It isn't a vacuum in the sense of matter per unit volume vacuum. It's a probability amplitude that applies over all space.
Is quantum mechanics proven, or is that a
hold
theory?
on. You understand a single word I said?
Is quantum mechanics proven,
You
or is it a
understand a
theory?
single? Yes, it is.
Oh, it's
You
proven.
asked me a question, so
Just
I
like gravity,
fucking
but
answered
you
it.
don't believe in
You
gravity.
asked me a question. What's it?
Interesting.
Is gravity a belief, dude?
No, gravity is just as much a theory as quantum mechanics.
No.
So you just
quantum-
pick and choose
dude,
which ones
quantum
you
mechanics
want to
isn't
believe
a
in.
theory. It's
What is
quantum
it?
mechanics, not
What is it?
quantum theory.
What is quantum mechanics?
I just described it to you. Well, I described
It's
this
not a
portion
theory?
of it. Listen, quantum mechanics is a
Are you
mathematical
saying quantum
formula.
mechanics is not a theory?
You ask
Stay
me
on
a
topic,
question
buddy.
and then you don't let me answer. Why is that?
That's what you guys
This is
do.
why you get muted, because you just try to mute people by talking over them.
Indio, stop
You're
trying
the
to pivot.
muter, dude.
Stay on
You're the one
topic.
doing the muting.
Stop,
You're doing it right.
Stop pivoting. Stay on topic.
No one is pivoting. I am on topic. You're fucking dense, dude.
No, you're pivoting and you're trying to have a meta
Where did I pivot
conversation.
from?
Stay on
Where did I
topic.
pivot from?
You're pivoting constantly. You're going
Yeah,
ad
where did I
hom,
pivot
insulting. You're
Where did I
changing.
pivot
You're
from?
asking me
I'm gonna
to
ask you again,
answer
where
what an
did I pivot from?
antecedent is. You're
Where did I
talking about
pivot-
quantum
I didn't even say
mechanics.
anything about
You're all over the
antecedent.
place.
You're making shit up, loser.
Look here with another ad hom. Here we go.
No, you're
Are you
making shit
insecure or
up.
something?
Yeah, no one's insecure. You're making shit up. You're a loser,
I mean,
dude.
people that have to insult in a normal debate
No, you're
sound
just a
insecure.
loser. I'm learning everybody to stay away
Here
from
we
you
go.
because you're
Yeah,
a
you
fucking
sound
loser.
insecure.
You're contamination. You're a contamination on the human species, dude. So
Oh,
really
wow, you
simply,
are
I'm gonna
super
explain.
insecure.
Quantum mechanics is a mathematical formalism to describe
What makes
the
me
behavior
a
of
stain
particles.
on the human species? Can you explain that?
So, look, brother, are you going to listen or not? This is your
You're
last
not my
chance.
brother.
Okay, you're getting banned now because I've had enough. You don't learn, dude. You're fucking. The definition of insanity is repeating the same thing over and over again, thinking you're getting a result. The same thing happens to you every time when you try this manure. Okay, goodbye. Dude, I want to be the insufferable one. He's insufferable.
You said you want to be the insufferable one.
Yeah, man, to Glover's. But man, I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to answer it for you. Hey, CB, what's your name? Your name is Creation Bear.
Penguins is back. We have SYX, Roomham, 729.
You notice how he didn't address the fact I addressed his argument? He never even touched yours. He doesn't know what antecedent is either.
No, I really wanted for him to address that. I thought that would be helpful because they always want to do this. They're like, "Oh, where's the container? Let me touch it. What is it made of?" And it's like they're starting to apply a standard that they don't apply in their own worldview. They don't do it with gravity. They don't do it with curvature. But for some reason, you present a container. They're like, "No, I need to know. I need to see it." Like, no, I don't think you actually deep down believe that.
Okay, right? They can just
Huh?
accept dark matter. They can accept dark matter because somebody said it.
Yeah, dark matter. That's another good example. Thank you, Hank. Yeah, exactly. They accept all these other things without seeing it, tasting it, touching it. But then you present a container like, no, that can't be true unless I see it, taste it, touch it. It's like, no, bro, you don't even move like that in your own worldview. So I'm not going to sit here and let you apply a standard, a bunch of rigor to my worldview that you don't apply to your own. So then you
Gotta
teach
ask
me
them,
the end.
what are they skeptical about their own model? Trips them apart every time.
It's a good question. Kind of want to fire up the misogyny meeting, but we'll give it another shot. I've been cooking, bro. You guys let me cook solo. Been a while.
I know you've been doing great.
Oh, thank you, Dandelion. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. Yeah, that was good because they're always like, "Oh yeah, we saw curvature when we looked at a boat, or we inferred this from that thing, or here's this graph that explains all about the globe." You know, they're always everything they do is abstract.
Penguin, do you want to chime in? We see you off mute. We hear you breathing, bro.
How did you hear me? I put you on mute. Did you think a mute button was gonna stop me from hearing you? Yes. No. You got a mic.
Go ahead, Penguin. You've been here for a while, dude.
Was someone talking?
No one was talking.
Bro, you know what Simple Jack did?
Okay.
He went over into
I
the
was
politics
listening, but
Discord. Now he's harassing them.
Who's he harassing?
Oh, he went over to the politics and religion Discord. Now he's harassing them.
Oh, he's over there. Okay.
Oh, nice. Flat Earth dude will take him.
I can't stand flat earthers, so I'm gonna run around and bother them all day.
They're obsessed. Like penguins, you're kind of obsessed too, huh, buddy? You're here a lot. You're here more than me.
Yeah, you could change your name to I Like Flat Earthers. Don't you think that would be fun?
True.
They got to contain the narrative. They're hyper obsessed with narrative control.
Aren't they? Dude, it's like OCD, borderline OCD behavior.
Oh yeah, T-Dub, I totally want the diorama, even if Rumham doesn't want it. T-Dub's offering a diorama. Diorama. They're so fun, dioramas.
Rumham, come off mute. Come on down.
He's got the soundboard.
He said, I can't see the whole Earth. Yeah, newsflash, no one can. Even if the Earth is a globe, you can't. So I don't know why you would think that you should be able to or need to see the whole Earth, dude. And therefore, if you can't see the whole Earth, why would we be able to make a mini model of it? Come on, man. Why don't you make a whole, why don't you make a model of the universe, which you can't see the whole of either? And I can show you why we know the whole thing is flat. I would present to you a dichotomy. And God, this always gets a little vulgar, but I think it's a good example. You gotta come off mute, and I'll give my very vulgar example.
Rumham, step up to hear the vulgarity.
You think that bait would have brought the degenerate in them out?
I know.
I thought so,
It's not that bad, but it's just a little vulgar. But I think it helps drive the point home. So, Rumham, you're up.
Perverted or something. You're not racy enough.
Yeah, hey, you know me. He said, "I'll engage if it's a one-on-one." Oh, go pick somebody. Pick somebody. It's all good. You can have anybody you want.
He's setting the rules, is he?
Yeah, they always want to do this. Pick anybody. Literally just pick. It's either T-Dub, me, Hank, Dandelion. Who do you want?
We'll give you an easy one. Take the redneck. Choose Hank.
Yeah, choose Larry. He's definitely the lowest. Yeah. You got it, bro. Go
What? What were you gonna say?
So wait.
You're not going to let him choose India? You didn't even make that one of his choices.
Yeah,
You don't think you would?
hanging fruit.
Line and wait.
Come on. I mean, you sure you don't want me?
Come on, man. Can't just one of the calmest, most reasonable, well-spoken people in here. Like, why not choose him?
Oh, I feel so
Oh,
great. I got picked first for the
you freaking
team.
simp.
You, dude. You. All right. Well, hey, you want to play a game?
Hello. Do you want to play a game?
Let's go, bro. Come on.
We'll see if winning this prize is worth it. I mean, him picking you, that's a win, but you getting him, I don't know about.
All right, Rumham, let's go for it. What are we discussing? Are we discussing T-Dub's diorama? I got my shoebox. Got my string. What's happening, Rumham?
He said, I'll only respond to my opponent's questions. All right, you got to come off mute. We're not doing TTS, bro. So pop off mute. And
I have to ask questions of him? Okay, let's hear it.
No, he's saying that if anyone asks him questions, he's not going to answer it. It's all right. We'll just we'll DM her all the questions that we want, and she'll ask them for us. It's fine.
Okay. Yeah. So, Rumham, what keeps you on the globe?
A sunset.
The sunset keeps you on the globe. So,
Yeah.
why is that? Why does the sunset make you think you live on a globe? Can you tell me why?
Because if the Earth was flat, then the sun would appear to go farther and farther away, would not disappear on the horizon.
No, I don't think that's the case. I mean that you must have some kind of certain idea about the flat earth in mind, but it's not necessarily the case that if the earth was flat that the sun would do these certain things. I mean, it's totally possible that the sun would go outside your field of vision on a flat earth. That's what we observe happening. So, I mean, it'd be better, like, if I were trying to decide if the earth was a globe or not, I would be more worried about the actual ground itself, the earth, instead of the things in the sky, because many models can be made that can account for what we see in the sky. The globe is not the exclusive model that would allow these things to happen in the sky. In fact, some of the excuses they come up with for why the sun, the moon, the stars are doing various things according to the globe, they don't really hold together and they don't really make sense. So why do you think that you couldn't have a sunset on a flat earth?
Can I ask a question? And I won't even I'll hear you out and I'll let the conversation continue.
He wants a one-on-one, bro. Back off.
No, I just had a quick question. I won't even talk for past question. You can answer or leave it.
No, it's okay.
Fine.
You can ask a question.
So it's okay
Well,
if Bro was chime in. All right.
Rumham's going to phone a friend.
All right, 2v2. We'll do a 2v2 then. Let's go.
No, I just have one question. I'm not even gonna and it's not gotcha. It's not I just want to know your thought process. It's why wouldn't we look outwards since we're not in a closed system? Why are we not looking at things that are interacting with the Earth as well to determine these things? That's it. Thank you.
We are in a
Anybody
close
answer that? Answer that.
Yeah, go ahead, Adil.
Yeah, so
Oh, sure.
because no matter what conclusion you reach, it'll
No,
be an
Andy,
inference.
you can't talk. It's a 2v2 between.
Hey, now you're muted, dude. Fuck off. Good try though. I'm not playing that. Not playing that, dude. You really gonna try that? Think we're dumb or something? Gonna fall for that silly shit? Yeah, I don't think so. So I'm gonna tell you, give you the answer. So because if you actually want to know for certain, looking at the sky can't tell you with certainty what the ground is, no matter what. It's just a matter of logic, right? You can't prove a thing by looking at something that's not the thing. You have to look at the thing itself. Right? So you can make inferences about the sky, but they're just inferences. The theory-laden inferences. That's all they are. It uses inductive logic. It can't prove things. If P then Q, Q therefore P, all of it. If fucking star does X, right? On a globe, star does X. Star does X, therefore Earth's a globe. Inference.
All right, I'll get back to 1v1 now.
Yeah, we're trying to prove things, not maybe it's this. Maybe is not cutting it.
Maybe these people need to get a clue, like literally the board game, so that they can understand how deduction works. Because if you start out by saying that it was the chef in the garden with a hammer, you're probably not going to win.
You're so right. Yes, we eliminate, the false conjectures and the wrong possibilities. Great example. Yeah, maybe they haven't played that game enough. Good advice, Larry.
Callers need to get a clue. Write that down.
Okay, now we'll revert back to the 2v2. Even though we try to look for a variance in our zoning laws. No.
It's just a 1v1. I just had that one question. I wasn't gonna debate it because I wanted to respect the 1v1 that he asked for. I didn't want to.
Well, run him once and one-on-one, so we're going back to that.
aren't really good.
Okay, Ramham. So, do you have another question?
One second.
Okay. Or you could concede that sunsets work on a flat Earth.
But why does the sun set on flat Earth?
Because I told you it goes outside of your field of vision. Indio put a little visual there. Do you like that one at 15 minutes after the hour? Did you see that one?
So if it goes out of your field of vision, why does it disappear from the bottom up instead of disappearing all at once?
Because that's the nature of how your vision works. That's what this little demonstration is showing you there. See how the candle's moving backward? But then it's disappearing from bottom up from your field of vision from the front. Because
Well,
that's how
different? That's different because the candle is melting. The sun doesn't behave like a candle.
No, that's not the candle. It's not showing the candle melting. See the second picture, underneath it where it's showing the candle being pulled backward, it's disappearing from the bottom up. It's because of your vision, the way your vision works.
I don't even know what the second picture is.
Well, it's pretty self-explanatory to me. The second picture is the overall setup that you're seeing. The top picture is what you're seeing from the front. And then the bottom picture is what's actually happening to the candle, that it's moving backward.
That's how candles work. When they melt, they move backwards.
No, the candle is not melting. The candle is being moved backwards. There's no melting involved here. Oh, Larry put it back in there so you can see it again.
So what is the frame between the camera and the candle?
It's a lens, a magnifying lens, because the way that light passes through the atmosphere, it doesn't travel in straight lines. So it spreads out in all directions, diverges from the center. And this all started for me with Chicago. They can see Chicago from Michigan, so I've heard, and so I've seen footage of. And this is interesting because a year later, after the mainstream media said that it was a mirage, they had a specialist come and they said that the atmosphere is acting like a lens. So if there's atmospheric magnification, then the sky's the limit for the top of the building. But the ground is the limit for the bottom of the building. That's why the candle is disappearing from the bottom up.
Then wouldn't the atmospheric magnification explain things like black swan?
No.
Well, I don't think so, because you're saying that it's looming, right? Is that what you're saying? Because it's obviously not flat in your opinion, right?
Yeah.
Right. So it's looming, but still the horizon isn't where it's supposed to be. That's the crux of the argument. Where's the horizon at? Nowhere's near where it's supposed to be.
Yeah, have you seen the black swan argument before, Rumham?
Yeah.
Okay. So you understand that it has to do with the location of the horizon?
Yeah, but you know the globe argument.
You mean baseless assertion fallacy?
The horizon's behind the oil rigs. It should be, in this particular image, I just put in there 58 minutes after the hour with the observer height of 8 feet. The maximum distance of the horizon is 3.46 miles, but the horizon's far behind the second platform. So, yeah, that's the problem. The location of the so-called geometric horizon, if it existed, which would be the leading edge of your sphere, but it's not there.
That's why you guys make up excuses about refraction, because all you have is an explanation and no demonstration. You can't demonstrate the horizon being where it's supposed to be. So you come up with an explanation as to why not.
Okay,
You're basically saying my dog ate my homework.
okay, I sent an image of how light refraction works. In the chat. Could you explain to me how that's wrong?
Well, it's a cartoon.
No, but how is it wrong?
Well, it's not reality. It's just a drawing of something that somebody imagined and went, "Oh, this is happening." So there's no verification for it. It's just, yeah, it's just crap.
So that's a burden
Okay,
proof
so
reversal
if
fallacy. What you
somebody,
just
if
said
someone,
is the thing that I'm
if you're,
claiming, you got to prove it wrong when the burden of proof is on the person he
so
who
if
claimed.
you're like,
Why are you
teaching
interrupting
math,
while I'm calling out your fallacy?
you're not
Why would you
invited
do
to the
that?
conversation. But
Excuse me?
He's the one
okay,
you've been
so
talking to, dude. I'm the interrupter.
You're the one he was talking
okay,
to.
So
so
you're not invited
if
to
someone teaches
interrupt me
you
when I
basic,
call you out for your fallacy.
if someone teaches you basic mathematics, like the Pythagorean theorem, are you going to say that's not real life?
Bro, what are you talking about? I just called you out for a fallacy, right? Would you like to explain why it's not a fallacy? I just said
No
you
one.
did the burden of proof reversal. You said we have to prove you wrong.
You guys did the same thing with a black swan, though.
Bro, do you understand that if I say fairy corn unidust makes gravity work, like prove me wrong? That doesn't make sense, right? You do realize that?
No, but you guys made a claim with a black swan, and you guys
There's
didn't
no
prove
but.
it.
No but. It's a maxim of law. It goes back to ancient Roman law.
Okay, Larry, what claim is being made with the black swan?
He who claims has the burden of proof.
No, you made a claim when you posted the black swan.
It's an argument, right?
Okay, what's the argument?
It's very simple. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q. So we're talking about the geometric horizon. But in this image here, taken from a video, it's not Q with a horizon distance greater than 9.41 miles. Therefore not P, the Earth is not a sphere. It's an argument. It's not a claim. So would you like to address the argument without making
I'm
fallacies?
contending with the premise that implies that the geometric horizon is the furthest you should be able to see on a globe with atmosphere. And that the
Someone
black
trying to
swan
talk?
is also an example.
Which
The
globes
black
did
swan
you
is
test that on, bro? Hey, which globes did you ever test that on? Go ahead.
the one we're on.
How do you know that that's what we're on?
Yes, I'm the one we're on. Horse shit.
Yeah.
Did he ask why?
That sounds like some circular ass
Making
reasoning, dude. The one we're on. How do you know that that's what we're on? You know that's the whole thing in contention, right?
The flat plane or the globe. We're talking about the horizon. I contend with this premise that the geometric horizon should be the furthest you should be able to see on a globe.
So
It's not true.
when you can't progress down the line of questioning, you're just going to respawn and restate the same bullshit that you opened up with.
Question though, what is it that's blocking the sun and the boats? Is it this geometric limit?
There's something blocking it, exactly.
The geometric horizon, then?
No. Whoever said that?
What? You don't get to just
Why do you think
you don't get to rewrite history, dude.
the geometric would be the geometric horizon?
Because you're saying that's the proof of the globe because the globe is blocking the boat, right? Now you're saying that that horizon is not the globe and it's something else.
Yeah, that's our point. You don't get to rewrite history. You're saying
No,
that
it is the globe. It's not the geometric horizon, though. The globe
that is
is
the
what
geometric horizon. The physical curve of the Earth is what's claimed.
No, it's
AKA.
not a straight. It's not a straight line of sight to the horizon with atmosphere. It's not how that works.
What globes did you test that on?
You can test it with atmosphere. We know how refraction
No,
works.
what globe did you
No,
test
you
this
don't.
phenomenon?
You don't have a fucking clue, bro.
Well, no, what globe you tested this phenomenon? Because you're telling me what would happen on a globe. So what globes have you seen this tested on?
We've made observations about the horizon, and they line up with the globe.
What
There's
globe?
strong evidence for the globe model.
The globe. Where's that? What globe? The globe model. This is just an idea, a concept, some imaginary horse shit.
It is a system made
Yeah, we know it's a system.
or explain reality.
It's a one world religion system.
It's not a religion.
Yeah, it is.
It is.
Did you see it on TV or do you experience the globe when you go outside?
It's a hair system. You're coping.
Experience a globe. We all experience a globe. You got just in
You
denial.
experience a spinning ball.
There's nothing to deny.
Or someone lied to you and you really bought it. Which would be,
There's nothing to deny.
Projection.
Yeah, you deny things sink over the horizon.
You just said that-
You just denied it.
You just denied it. Exactly. You just denied that.
You just denied it. You said that that's not the globe and it is the globe at the same time. Is it the globe or is it an image of the globe?
You know what a model is? Do you know what a model is?
Why are you asking me a question? I just asked you a question.
You know, I'm just real quick. I want to put a pin on this thing that I was trying to get you to answer. Yeah, you obviously didn't test any of this on any globes. It's just hallucinatory horse shit, dude. Thanks.
What kind of test would you need to do?
A one on a globe, so you could go, okay, I'm on a globe, and here's what's happening on the globe.
We're going through that. You just keep repeating.
No, we're not. You haven't told me how you know that you've tested anything on a globe. No.
What have I said about the horizon?
You don't know that it's taking place on a globe, any phenomena at all.
You just
We
said it's
know
not
it would
the
be consistent with
limitation.
the flat plane. We can use the observations to
It's not
cross one
consistent.
out.
The black swan proves it's not consistent.
The observations will align with one of the models, and the globe model is the one.
You're just making that up, dude. You're
The black
making
swan
that up.
doesn't align with a fucking globe model, dude. That's the whole point of it. Are you insane?
So the black swan aligns with the globe model.
What does the black swan? Yeah, it
aligns
does.
with
And refraction.
Oh yeah, okay.
It's a great example.
So show us the globe
The
model
image
that.
becomes much
Okay,
more
so
like
show-
wobbly, distorted. There's clearly turbulence.
Yeah,
on
but
the
that
back.
doesn't. But the horizon's not distorted, and that's the thing in question. No one cares about the oil rigs. We only care about horizons.
Yeah, the black swan's kind of bullshit because it's like, what the fuck is that picture even? It's so distorted.
That's your critique.
The
What the fuck
horizon's
is
not
that picture?
distorted at all.
It actually,
horizon
is,
is
it
very
actually is
clear.
really low quality. No, it
No,
is.
the black,
it is actually really
the Black Swan is so
It's just
distorted.
It's just like the back oil rig. It has a lot less resolution. You can resolve a lot less because of refraction. That's what refraction.
Because of refraction.
On a globe.
Okay.
Oh, there's
So the
still
image that
a horizon.
Dandelion, so the image that Dandelion posted is not the original Black Swan image. Where's the distortion in that? I'll post the actually higher quality, but not necessarily higher quality, but larger.
I'm looking at the chat. I'm talking about the original Black Swan. Are you guys talking about a cherry pick?
Who cares? He's got another one. It's what the fuck, dude. Just deal with what he's showing you.
If you're able to
I mean, I
talk about it without looking at it, what is the argument?
I don't want to see.
Dude, what do you mean cherry picking though? What do you mean cherry picking?
I'm referencing the original.
What do you mean cherry picking?
Like parts of it.
What do you mean
Because
cherry
on
picking?
Because on the original Black Swan video, there are 2 days that he shows.
No,
One
it's
of
one.
them, you can see the oil rig in the back a lot more, and that's when it's all low resolution.
Okay, cool. So actually, you're cherry picking. You're
Another one that doesn't know what the fucking
so
argument is.
So I'm gonna demonstrate that you. No, you're cherry picking, bro. You're
Look at the distortion.
Penguin.
Already
You're
posted
cherry
it.
picking because he's taken 13 videos of that location and only one where the rig appears to be cut up. So you're cherry picking.
No, at 9.4 miles, it's distorted.
And that's a tough
What does
cherry
that even
pick, too,
mean?
because you don't have
9.4
any
miles is distorted. Is that even English?
It means that like it looks hella refracted at 9.4 miles.
So
I don't even understand what you're saying.
all the examples. It doesn't matter how many times it's blurry or how many times it's clear. You can clearly see on the clear day and the blurry on the non-clear day.
The one that's posted in the chat is not blurry.
And you see the other. I'm not referencing whatever the fuck is in
So you can see. So you can see further.
You can see further on the day when it's less clear. Is that Penguin?
Yeah.
Yeah. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. Are you saying you can see further on the day when it's less clear?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying? Oh my god. He said yes. He said yes. Go ahead, guys.
The denser the medium and the more variables there are, like heat and temperature variances, the further you'll be able to see light travel.
So the worse the conditions, the further you can see.
Yeah. Hey. How about this one? Is
the
there
worst
more?
conditions, like
Hey, can I ask
if
you a
I were to
question?
like be out there, but they're better
Can I ask
conditions
you a
for
question?
light to bend. Yes, they're
Yeah.
good
Can I ask you a
conditions.
question? Sure. Is there more refraction the lower you will go, like the closer you are to the surface?
Is there more refraction the closer?
Yeah,
you
like
are
the
to
lower you go, like less refraction up high, more refraction down low.
I don't know. It depends
You
on
don't know.
a lot of different. Sometimes refraction goes.
Dude, sometimes you went from refraction genius to nothing in 1 second.
A refraction genius. I know enough about it to know
You
that
don't
the
know
Black Swan is
anything, dude. You're just talking on your ass, dude. You literally know nothing.
Yeah, right.
You don't.
Well, if you know much, tell
Okay,
us.
why don't you post a model that you're using to make predictions? Why don't you post a model that you're using to make predictions? You post the model that you're using to make your refraction model.
It doesn't even matter how far you can. It doesn't even matter how far you can see, right? The fact that things disappear below the horizon, bottom up, is proof of a curve.
No, well, if the horizon that's blocking things disappearing bottom up is 10 times farther than what the geometric ball edge, it can't be going behind the geometric ball edge.
Listen, you're gonna be.
Listen, address what I said, dude. How come you guys never address what's said? You want to fucking go on your own narrative bullshit, like Larry was saying. You're all about narrative control. The horizon's supposed to be a mile away. Now, say this Black Swan. Say there was a ship. Yeah, say there was a ship out there. Penguin, say there was a ship out there at the horizon at the 10 miles, and it started disappearing. Ah, you ran away, little bitch. These guys are bitches, dude. Yep. Every time they're about to get cornered, they fucking bolt.
Damn, he just instant transmission out of here?
Brave Sir Rowan ran away.
Larry exposed it when he said it's about narrative control. That was totally narrative control. End the conversation before you lose narrative control.
What's funny, they've seen the argument so many times, apparently, but they don't know what the argument is. I mean, Rumham, you brought up that it's blurry.
It's classic. When it's less clear, you can see further.
I was going to try to get him to say, the lower you go, the see, but he fucking bailed on that shit.
I really need Radwin's
Right.
Clown Swan.
There might be a sweet spot, you know, somewhere where you're seeing just right?
Yeah, there's a sweet spot, right? You're like the max refraction height fucking combination. That's the height where you can see your own ass, Tito. If you go higher on a globe, you can see farther. If you go lower on a globe, you can see farther. Like, fucking, these guys are clowns.
So, misogyny meeting or
Define misogyny.
Um, uh, you're toxic.
Let's get Rumham to tell us more about how it goes all blurry or something towards night. What did he say?
yeah, he said 9.41 is blurry or something like that.
You shouldn't even see that far. The fact that you do and that you're caveating that with your cope is already too much for your globe.
Yeah, Rumham, do you understand that concept? It's a matter of the object being there and then the horizon being behind it. Doesn't really matter what the object looks like. Do you understand that concept? Rumham 729.
Oh my god, Clipcord. What is that clip, dude? Holy. Also, Hank, you should grab this server tag as well. We got a new server tag.
How do I do that?
Okay, go to 24/7 Discord. Are you on the phone or computer?
Computer.
Go to Discord 24/7. Click on the server icon, and then the drop-down bar at the
one
top.
here?
No, the our home base
Our home
server.
server. Oh.
Yeah. Click on the top drop-down bar.
Yep.
The second option should say server tag. Like that. And adopt tag.
So what did
There we
that
go, baby. There you go. You got it. Hell yeah, brother. Nice. Nice and intimidating.
Oh yeah.
Let's see. Who else needs it? Car Flatulu? Elbow? And Crit. And also we need to get the Helio bot to do it too. Kingsley, Julius. You guys see what Clipcord posted in the chat? It's like, what is that?
Yo, Ronham, check out that video, bro. You know, Ronham, you should join our Discord and just go to the information section. It's categorized in alphabetical order. In there we have evidence. So that one of the things you did is you conflated claims with evidence. If you make a claim that you then provide evidence, we didn't make a claim about a black swan. The black swan is the evidence, dude.
Oh, also that Ali guy spazzed out my DMs, guys. Hilarious.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Jeez.
He said, "You're a weak kid. There's nothing to talk about after you've muted me. That's a crime. He got cooked when he asked you where the sun goes and you couldn't answer it. You're a Zionist and you're lame. Just accept it."
You're just a Zionist.
What the fuck?
You know what he meant to say.
Maybe. I'm definitely not a Zionist.
You're not the J word either.
Nah, L. I put L them boys.
Yeah, he's kind of obsessed with you there, Creation Bear. You better watch
Why are
out.
you so obsessed with me? Boy, I wanna know.
Oh, I did find a new friend for you, Creation Bear. His name is Dump Truck Daddy. Have you met him
Whoa.
yet?
No.
He would totally come to your misogyny meeting, and he wants to have men's night. He was complaining about ladies' night.
Men's
He wants to
night?
know when men's night is. I told him to get together with you. You guys can plan your men's night.
Men's night. That's every night. What do you mean?
I told him that. I did tell him that.
Nice.
CB, when are you planning for that?
I mean, tonight could be a good night. I got time. Today I got time, cuz.
Today I got time, cuz.
If Rumham doesn't speak up in the next 10 minutes, I'll probably just fire it up.
Invite Dump Truck Daddy.
I'm Michael Jordan. Stop it. Get some help.
Happy Men's Night says Quiet Noobs in the chat. That's
Objects,
funny.
when they get further, do not move visually down.
Objects when they get further do
That's a
not
failure.
move visually down. That literally happens with boats in the sun. And actually, these poles right here, look at this. Here you go, bud. Nice try, though.
So these guys just completely ignore the reality of perspective, I guess, and then just they turn that into a globe in their heads.
There's no perspective in outer space, buddy. I think that's the problem. Why they ignore it.
Yep, they'd rather be traveling through a vast vacuum with nowhere to go.
Yeah, everything's just a little dot. There's no perspective, right? It's just all a
That's
bunch of dots around you. You're just like surrounded by a giant light bright.
Rumham, where's our one-on-one? Why aren't you answering my question about the horizon and the blurriness? I don't think he's going to come through for us, guys. I guess that was all he had in him. The little bit we got. Oh, now he's gone. Oh, well.
Oh, he left?
Yeah.
Yikes.
Shit's weak.
All right. Shit, sweet. Yeah, facts. All right. Well, I think you know what time it is.
Oh my gosh, Creation Bear, did you see his question there? If I walk away, will I slowly disappear bottom up? He's like in the Back to the Future where they have the little photo and they start disappearing because their parents are not going to get together. Did you ever see that movie, Creation Bear, Back to the Future?
No.
Oh, T-Dub understood. It was that T-Dub's laugh.
Yeah.
I thought
Wait,
so.
you haven't? You got to see it.
I think you'd be entertained by it. It's a funny movie. It's got a lot of funny parts.
See that good title or a good.
Shout out to Drace for the weasel words.
Weasel words. I like that.
You know how they pretend to argue against the gas pressure holding down the oceans? Yeah, you never see the word run. You never see the world as a globe, Runham. That's right.
He left the call, so he's not listening.
Oh, what a bitch.
I know. Shit's weak. I'll go ahead and
Pretending to argue. Can you imagine that?
I'm creating the event right now.
The event of the season?
Maybe. Actually, this might be a good one. We'll see.
Yeah, Runham, I think that was your first mistake. You said I tagged one person in. Yeah, it's called the broken window syndrome. You have a nice neighborhood, and then one little window gets broken. Suddenly it's like, guess it's no big deal. Might as well break a few more windows. So, yeah, if you'd held tight to the rules from the start, Runham might have gone better for you, but probably not. Greg is here, another cat, gray and white. Welcome, Greg.
Hello.
How's it going?
I'm all right. You?
Oh, I'm doing pretty well, thank you. Had a good day.
That's
We had a
good.
giant, like a thunderstorm here. Did you have a thunderstorm where you are?
No, the weather's been really good recently. So, but yeah, that sucks. That's not good. That is a thunderstorm.
Creation
Is this the first time you've joined the Flat Earth channel?
Yeah, I've seen it a few times, and I've been like, interesting. Not really thought much about it, but yeah.
Yeah, so you haven't heard the arguments about the Flat Earth and why we're not on a globe?
I've heard some of the arguments.
What did you hear?
That it's just flat. I'm gonna be honest, that's pretty much it. Yeah.
Yeah, so did you hear anything about long distance observations, laser tests, about the expected drop over distance that we don't see? Did you hear anything about how water lies flat and over 70% of the earth is water? Did you hear any of those things?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, you just heard 4 of them. Would you like to hear more about one of those things?
They kind of washed. I'm gonna be honest. I'm kind of mentally out of it right now. So they kind of washed over me for a second there.
Okay, well, let's talk about the water then, since you said it was washing over you. So water, you observe water as laying flat in a container, right? Like if you have your glass of water on the counter, the flat counter, it lies level in that container, right? Same with your bathtub, same with your swimming pool, same with a lake when it's still, same with the ocean. Have you been to the ocean?
Yeah, I live on the coast.
Nice. All right. So you've seen lots of flat water. And like when you look out there, what does the horizon look like?
Well, it does look like it ends at some point. I mean, I'm not seeing all the way over to America. I'm not seeing all the way over to Svalbard. Even the region where I'm from, I'm not going to dox myself, but there's like this chain of islands, and you can't see the islands at the end, despite the fact that they have massive mountains on them.
So it's like, unless you're starting to fly, that's when you start to see them kind of jump over the horizon. So
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, yeah, you don't want to say exactly what the islands were, but if you look at how far away the islands are, it's totally possible that they would be proof of flat Earth. Lots of islands are, because the horizon should be much closer than you might think if you lived on a globe. So if you lived on the sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles, like we're told, then the calculation for the horizon distance is 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So, I mean, if you were right eye level on the beach, if you had a camera on the beach, which we have many observations showing that, then the horizon would only be 1.22 miles, not very far at all. We routinely see things further than that. So, yeah, that's the basic argument. I mean, that's the argument about the horizon. We kind of got to that one because we were talking about what you do and do not see when you look out at the ocean. But the one about the water, so we don't forget about that one, the idea is that you've got water covering over 70% of the Earth's surface, and water is lying flat in its container. So at what point does this water supposedly start to curve? And the answer is it doesn't ever curve. It just keeps going. And so even though you say, oh, there's things I'm not seeing, I mean, those things you're not seeing, it's not because of Earth curve, it's because of limitations of your vision. And if you had binoculars, a telescope, a zoom camera, things that seem to have disappeared from your vision, you could bring them back into your vision. Have you ever done that?
I've done that a few times. I mean, I grew up rurally, so but not necessarily try to see things that you can't see on ground level. You could say. I mentioned you can see them if you go by plane, and if you go into the same area, or if you fly over it by plane, but you go into the same area by boat, you can still see those islands if you're in the plane, but not in the boat. And so I'm kind of curious on that.
Well, it depends on how far they are. Yeah, I mean, you have limitations of vision due to perspective that, that's why I was saying you're not seeing them, but they're still there. They're not hiding behind the Earth curve. So because we're given these exact dimensions for the sphere, that horizon, which would be like where the Earth curve would be obstructing your vision if we lived on a globe, we call it the geometric horizon if it existed, which it actually does not, because it's never observed that things are disappearing behind this alleged curve. They're just going outside of your range of vision.
Yeah. I don't think I understand what you mean. Could you rephrase it?
Yeah. I'll show you an image in the chat here. Are you able to look at the
Yeah.
chat? Yep.
Sorry, I'm
okay. So, yeah, that's okay. A lot of people that come in here are, I mean, probably more people than we know, because a lot of people seem to feel like they have to say that as a disclaimer. So there's probably like 10 times more than that who just don't even feel like saying it. So, yeah, we're not going to give you a, blood test or anything. It's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
So anyway, there's this YouTube channel, BMLSB69, and this person's done a whole bunch of observations of these oil rigs off the coast in California. And so this is what we're talking about. The expected maximum distance of the geometric horizon with that observer height of 8 feet in this particular observation is 3.46 miles. And yet we see the horizon behind the most distant oil rig. So the horizon is more than 10 miles. So, I mean, that is the argument. I mean, our argument is a geometric argument. It's a mathematical argument. It's disproving this conjecture about the Earth, that if the Earth were a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then the optics would be, the horizon would be a maximum of just 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer height. And so it's not the case, because we're routinely seeing that the horizon's further than that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, you don't have to know. I mean, this is the first time you're hearing this, so I wouldn't expect you to like know right away, especially since you're high, you know. You could just think about it. But you know, and you could like open up some of these videos and maybe look at them again tomorrow. There's also laser tests. Those are pretty cool. Like when I first came into Flat Earth, they were really excited about laser tests because people had really only just started doing them. Now they've done a ton of them. I mean, the thing about the laser test is you have this actual laser that you can see, and it's going across the water and it's hitting a target on the other side, and it just wouldn't do that if we lived on this sphere.
Maybe. Yeah, no, I don't know. My only experience with, I guess you could say, the globe or the disc. I don't know what you guys would call it, but
Not a disc. Oh yeah, don't let me forget to address that. But keep going with your sentence. I don't want to interrupt your sentence.
Oh yeah, sure. But like my only experience with it is like mostly just bot accounts. We had someone in a room where I was in who just entered and they just started screaming like the Earth is flat over and over again. I was like, okay, Jesus, that's my only like first. Other than this, that's my only first-hand experience. So, yeah.
You know what controlled opposition is?
Yeah, I'm familiar with it.
Oh, sorry about that. I won't do it again. No, I'm kidding.
Oh yeah, P-Dub. Yeah, he goes around and does that once in a while. Yeah. No, but yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people who are like hysterical about it, or like Larry said, like, yeah, controlled opposition, putting out false information, like the disc. So let me get to the disc. But yeah, since I guess you're over there in Europe somewhere, and we were talking about islands, so they're at 34 minutes after the hour. This is a page from a book I have that I took a picture of. This is the Isle of Man that you can see from Russell Beach in England. And you can see it 63 miles away. The maximum elevation's 2,037 feet. So but if the Earth were a globe, the topmost peak of the Isle of Man would be 129 feet below the horizon. So, I mean, that's just an example, like your islands that you're talking about. I mean, do you know how far they are off the shore?
No idea, but I'll check. Don't like Google Earth have that like measurement tool?
Yeah, you can totally find out from Google Earth. Yeah, that's right.
Give me a second. There we go, measurement. There, and the islands are about 91 kilometers away. So almost 100 kilometers away.
And you're saying you cannot see them from the shore, right?
Yeah. Could be the weather, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that's a long way. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. There are a few islands that, like, for example, to the north, which you can see. There's
How far
one
are
that's
those?
50 kilometers away. Some that are like 20. Yeah, I'm looking at it now. 20, yeah, 50. Yeah, some of them you can see. One that's just 15 kilometers. That one's beautiful when it's sundown. I've driven along that area and it's absolutely gorgeous. But yeah.
Nice. Yeah, 50 kilometers, 31 miles. Yeah, you should not be seeing that island on a globe. You shouldn't be seeing
Yeah,
that.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of greening out right now, so I think I'm probably gonna head out. Hey, it was nice talking to
Yeah.
you guys.
Or you can just listen if you want. I won't pressure you, but yeah, come back anytime. Oh, he's already gone. No, he's still there. Yeah. All right, Greg. It was nice talking to you.
Yeah. All right. Goodbye.
Was that from you, Creation Bear?
Yeah.
I got applause 2 times in one night. You're really trying to butter me up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I might be working. I might be melting a little bit towards you. I mean, I don't have an icy demeanor towards you as I once had. You have to admit that.
Let's go.
Yeah. Only a
No, no,
tiny
no,
bit,
no.
though. Yeah, there's still a giant ice cube. Yeah, only a tiny bit is melted on the edge.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Sign is here. We've talked to Sign before.
Oh,
How
have
are you,
we?
Sign? Yeah, well, I have. Yeah, he looks familiar. Maybe he doesn't want to talk to us.
shooter.
Welcome, mated Tetrix. Human just popped in. Beep boop.
Human.
Human? Are you human or are you a brain in a jar? Yep. That's a shame.
Knew it.
When you were talking about Isle of Man, I thought you might have been talking about the Black Tower image, which is quite common that Globers drop. Oh my god, we could see Black Tower and it's taller than this. They don't take into consideration perspective. But if anyone does drop that, yeah, Isle of Man to where that photograph was taken with the Black Tower is 100 k's.
Forgot about that.
Yeah, I've probably seen it. It sounds familiar, but I can't bring it to my mind right now what you're talking about.
It's been a while since that argument's come up.
Yeah, I haven't seen it for a while, but that's what I thought when I dropped in. It was like Isle of Man. It's like, hello, I haven't heard this for a while. Oh, good.
So no Globers want to come in here to defend gravity? Come on.
That's some bait right there.
How did what was his name with the teenage Trevor? I think it was Trevor something. How did he go earlier on? About 3 and a bit hours ago.
The hockey man.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Oh yeah.
That says enough.
Well, oh yeah, Matrix. Good thing you weren't here when you started insulting your entire continent there of Australia. It was really
Yeah, Australians have got an IQ of 2.
Oh, you were here for that. Okay, so you wanted to know what happened after that, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, I don't know. I tried to remember how it ended. I know he went back and forth with Indio. Indio told him. I mean, Indio was kind of up in arms about that Australian comment, so he really went after him. So yeah, I think he was just fell prey to Indio's.
What he doesn't realise is I thought it was funny because everyone knows Australians get 30 IQ points just because we sound like this. So when he said we've got 2, it's like, hang on a minute, I get 30 by default. So you can take your 2 and go for a walk.
Yeah, well, did you see what Over the Fences posted back then? She posted the map of average IQ in different countries. Yeah, Australia was higher than the U.S.
Oh wow.
Yeah, she put. I don't know. It's probably lost in the chat now, but she had it up there.
That's why there's so many flat earthers over here.
True. A lot of views.
Like, seriously, if anyone's driven across this little brown patch of land and they still come out of it and think that it's a ball, just seriously, go and find another gene pool to be a part of. Bring the jar. Who's that? Clip cord.
Mic test 1 2.
I see what you did there.
Quiet.
We good?
Yeah, you can go a bit louder. Or have I got you down for some
Turn it
reason?
up.
Nope, you're...
He needs some milk.
Damn it.
It sounds
How's that, Mick? Come on!
clear. It's just a little low.
How about now? We're good?
There it
That's
is.
better.
There.
He put his man pants on. Good boy. Come on.
I just slid a die.
What's happening in your part of the pond, Mick?
Sorry, was that for me?
Yes.
Not much, man. Same old for me. You know, I'm just hanging out. It cooled off. It was really crazy hot the last few days there. Up here, we got like a heat wave of some sort.
Heat
Now
wave.
we're back.
I think it's
Because
funny
up here, dude, when it's hot, it gets humid as fuck. Right? There's like a blanket of wetness, you know? So it's not the same as just, oh, it's hot, you know, take it. Nah. Doesn't work like that up here. So
what's your definition of a heat wave? 20, 25?
heat wave, we were at 30. No, we were at 35 degrees. And then with humidity, it was upwards of 40 something Celsius.
Humidity doesn't.
With humidity,
Temperature go up just
you
makes
know.
it feel nasty.
It was pretty
But,
brutal.
use a
It's
crack
not.
at 35.
It's very
That's not
unorthodox
bad.
up here. So,
I just find it
By
funny
the
when
way,
people in
is it
in
just me,
places
or
where it
is that-
snows.
I was just gonna say Matrix.
Yeah, they've had a heat wave.
Is it just
One
me,
of us is
or
lagging.
is Matrix very low?
Do you have them turned up or down?
I've got him on max.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Just check. I haven't bumped any of my dials because we had all these set up properly. No, I
Oh,
haven't.
it does sound low.
Yeah.
It is a little bit. It got turned down. Red
that's
Wine
better.
helped me tune this thing in a bit. So
Crank it
doesn't, no,
Crank that Soldier Boy.
it's been
You.
dialed back, so you don't get ear damage.
Does this mic work?
There you go.
Well,
It
then
works.
Fuck that mic.
No, it was actually been deliberately dialed back. I've got a very loud voice, so
I guess you started yelling recently.
no, I don't have to yell. That's the problem.
What?
This level I'm talking to you guys now, this is sitting, actually, stuff it. Where's my sound meter? I'll tell you how loud it is. Right, come here, stick.
They have a sound meter. That's
Put it
cool.
on. Yeah, that's right. Okay, there you go. 88.8 decibels. As I said that.
Wow,
it's nothing.
That's kind of loud
That's
though, right?
1 foot. Yeah, that is, you should be wearing hearing protection around me. Oh, 89.6.
I think that you might have like I guess that's the reading you get on some sort of device or virtual device.
No,
before it goes
that is a
into this
ProTech QM 1589 sound level meter.
Because for me, I had to fiddle around with the Discord settings, audio settings. They have some suppression and cancellation and all that stuff built
All
in.
off. That's all turned off.
You're kidding.
I'm on full manual. No, I'm on
What
full.
the
There you go.
fuck?
91.
That makes no sense, dude. Because you're coming in like a whisper compared to CB.
I've got it turned down, like seriously down, where it should be. Like I can turn the
Damn.
gain up a tiny little bit, And yeah.
What if you
doesn't take
crank
much,
it?
and then just-
What happens if you crank it like max?
My ears.
If I max no, I don't think I should do that.
That's a bit better. Yeah. Leave it right there where it was.
Yeah, you
Right,
had it,
leave
dude.
it as it is now.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, that's good.
Okay,
See, okay,
I
I'm
can
not
leave
crazy.
it there. I won't touch anything. No,
Thank
it was
God.
quiet. Don't worry. It was something that my problem is I can't hear. Like I can hear my own voice naturally, but I don't get any feedback from my voice through my headphones. So
Right.
I can't dial in what I sound like. So I can only
Yeah,
go off
me-
what you guys tell me.
Yeah, I have a little on my mixer. I have a meter, like the little green, yellow, and red lights there. I
Yes,
have that.
I got one of them.
I have that for myself, but I don't hear it. I don't know what it sounds like.
Yep. What are we up to? 97.4. There you go. And
Are
you
you sure
reckon my
there's
voice
no,
isn't
like-
loud?
Tell me, are you sure there's no decimal before that?
Nope. Just to give you an idea, next to my computer, without me doing anything, ambient noise in my room for the volume of my computer is like 40 something decibels.
Okay, because I don't hear any of that. So you must have echo cancellation off or on.
I don't know. It's probably got something on, but
Otherwise, we would hear a fan.
I'm surprised you don't hear it. But to give you an idea, on my mixer, if I snap my fingers, the bottom
Beautiful.
green light flickers. That's it.
Clean.
Yeah.
That was clean. Yeah.
But outside of that, I've just got an exceptionally loud voice. I actually think that the diaphragm in my microphone is playing up because, like, seriously, when I first got the mixer, I basically had the gain on like about 5% and everything else average, and everyone said I was loud. Then all of a sudden one day, it's just getting, everyone goes, I can't hear you. I maxed everything out, and people were still bitching that I was quiet. And I'm like, hang on a minute. I know I've got a loud voice. I've used mixers and stuff before. I don't need that much gain.
Okay.
But anyways,
I discovered on my thing. I discovered on my thing about 5-10 minutes ago that for this microphone that I'm using now, I was surprised, but it actually changed it. My mixer has a phantom power, right next to 40 voltage or something, and it
that
changed
doesn't
everything.
do
Like,
anything to certain mics.
this one, surprisingly, it does.
Condenser.
It's no, I don't think
you're-
so, man. It's a bass microphone.
Well, if you've got a condenser mic, then your phantom voltage needs to be on for it to operate, and you'll
Yeah.
probably find it works quite well.
Yeah, but this one will work anyway. It's just adding that phantom power. Actually, it boosts it.
Well, on mine it does nothing, so it only works
Okay.
on condenser mics. Yeah.
Maybe it's a form of condenser mic, but for a low range. I don't know. I'm not too much into that.
No, this one's not. It's hopeless.
Okay. Damn,
But
we
that's
lost
one of the
Dandelion.
things I was looking at next pay. So, so there you go. I just reset the microphone, and what are we up to? 93.2. And you haven't heard me yell or scream or do anything stupid.
That's probably
yeah, I do have a very loud voice. Trust me, it's crazy loud.
Yeah. How close are you to the microphone?
At the moment, I'm sitting just over a foot away from it, probably 15 inches, and I've got the decibel meter sitting right next to the microphone, as in that's me hitting it with it. So
yeah, if I can tap mine, you hear that?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, it goes all the way up to yellow, red when I do that. So
no, if I tap it, there we go. I get bottom set of lights. I don't get anything higher than that. So
good. Okay.
It's just very interesting. So
yeah, microphone stuff is fun. I played around with it earlier on in my music career, but not too deep.
Well, the reason I did it was because I was getting this electrical buzz. Remember, you mightn't have signed up. When you first signed up, I was getting an electrical buzz right at the start. And it was doing my head in. I could hear it through my headphones, and other people could hear it. So I thought, you know what, I've got to fix this. And that's what that was about. So, anyhow.
Well, we're good now, so.
All right. So microphone don't touch. Good.
Cool. Sounding good.
All right. Let's do our normal Australian check. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Marvelous effort that. all the Aussies will know exactly what that's about.
Get all your diction going, you know. Check your A's, E's, I's, O's, and U's, you know. Where them globies at? You scared him off, man.
Twonga, you still a Globie?
Of course he is. He's still sitting on that innumerable list of proofs that he has yet to iterate through. Going on like a month and a half now.
Well, that's gotta suck. I thought he was one of the ones that had to provide, like Indio or Heretic or one of the other guys, that he had to provide them with some kind of evidence for something, and he still hasn't done it. It mightn't be him. I might be thinking of someone else. It'll come to me.
Who haven't we asked for that kind of...
Yeah, true. Yeah. I know a couple of them have actually been asked very politely, don't come back until you do provide evidence of your claim, or to back your claim.
Yo, CB, are you starting that that thing there? Thingy thing? Whatever?
Depends. Maybe not tonight. Just...
All right.
It's getting late. It depends on a couple things.
I mean, how broad did you expect to make it?
Pretty broad. No pun intended.
Pretty
broad. I created the event, but it's getting late. I might go to sleep soon.
I mean, it might be perfect time, right? Because our time, you're on the West Coast, right? So you're, what is it, like almost 12 or something for you?
Yeah.
I mean, where are we now? And we're in the politics channel. Okay. I was thinking, if we're in the British channel or the English channel, you know, everyone might be up.
In the English channel, I see what you did there.
What?
There's another thing. That's like an actual place, right? The English channel.
The hub there, whatever. Well, not that hub, but the English one.
Oh, yeah?
He's going for a swim. He wants to go for a swim.
Tabarnak. All right, man. It's your call.
I don't have a whole lot of gas in the tank, but let's see.
It's cool. I mean, lay it out on Twonger, maybe. That might be a good use of whatever's left.
Twonger, what did you do?
You know?
Yeah, Mr. Wong Twong. Wrong Twong.
Or Mongo Twongo.
That's good. Yeah, I kind of want India to be there too. India there and Dandelion would be good. So maybe I'll pull the trigger.
Dude, man? You gotta come on.
He's probably asleep.
Fucking Mongo.
Good show today, though, guys. Great show, and I'm digging the new tag as well. Shout out to Indio for hooking that up.
Yeah, it looks good, man.
Yes, sir. It's nice and big and bold and intimidating.
And it's legible.
Yeah.
You know? Before it was like fear, like the fuck.
It wasn't bad though. I kind of liked it.
It was okay, but you know, it you had to be in the club to know what it meant, you know, as
Right.
opposed to like, you know.
So now we're just gonna spread the word. Car needs it, and low wrecked, and crit.
Not everybody has it yet.
Nah. Once we changed it, it removed it from everybody, so you have to go grab it again.
T-Dub's missing it.
T-Dub?
No.
No, you got it.
Oh, he has it. Okay, never mind. I'm just on my screen, it just shows the names until they click on the individual. Not even. Oh, it's on the side. Okay, there we go.
I'm trying to decide what I want to do, if I'm going to go to sleep or not. That is the question. But here's the event. If you go over there and hit interested, that's what I would recommend. If you go over to 24/7 and click interested on that event, it should notify you when it goes live, in case you're not around.
Where's it posted?
In home base.
Oh.
There's 31 people interested. That's kind of snap. It doesn't matter how that happened, but if you click interested, it'll let you know when it goes live. But what do you guys think of that image? I thought that was a funny image. I was trying to find a good header for that. I think that's pretty funny.
You have to misspell misogyny. You have to deliberately misspell it.
It is misspelled.
No, isn't it misogyny? Like with an A?
Oh, well, yeah, misogyny. Yeah. I guess you could do that. I've always spelled it like miso.
Oh, okay. Misogyny.
Isn't that so funny?
Misogyny.
I don't even know where that sound effect came from, but it, obviously Fresh and Fit uses it. I stole it from there, but it's so funny. I love it. Battle of the Sexes Unfiltered. Hard truths about men, women, and everything in between.
Yeah, did you try the clown car clips yet?
Oh yeah, let me
Are they too long?
Let me see if I
They're
add
5
it.
seconds.
Wait. How are you? Who's playing that? Is that Matrix?
That's
Come on,
Yeah, it's
man.
me.
You playing catch up or what?
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say that's actually me playing, but I guess there's 2 senses to that term.
So Matrix, you added it already?
You got it.
Say again, sorry?
Wait, where did you get those sound clips from?
I gave them to him because you
Okay.
weren't responding. So I'm like, "Fuck this guy. I'll go to Matrix."
Oh, that's funny. Wait, Matrix, can you send me the server that's in? Or am I already in it?
Hold on. Let's have a look on. So did I put it in? It's that one. Soundboard.
Also, I have some new servers also. Probably should
I was surprised they sound quite clear coming through. Like I have my speaker set up, surround sound shit. Even through Discord, it's quite leveled. I see
what you did.
I wasn't expecting that.
I'm gonna invite you to this one as well. Made it Matrix.
Oh, here we go.
Should I speed them up to like take less time?
No, they've just got to be under 5 seconds.
Okay.
Sometimes, and look, sounds are one of those weird things. A lot of the time, a very generic one, like Stop the Cat, it's simple and it can be used across a lot of different scenarios where there's other sound effects that are awesome but hyper specific. You have to be bang on when you hit it. It has to be for that one occasion. We've got something like 800 sound effects between the pair of us, if not more. 90% of them have to be used in hyper-specific situations. There's quite a few of them that you can just smash them out everywhere, but if you flog it too hard, everyone gets the shits with it because we may as well not be here talking. We could just use the soundboard. If you don't hit it hard enough, people complain. You're damned if you do, damned if you don't with it. I've found it's easier just to use it, like one hit here, one hit there, something funny. And I try not to use it when the likes of Indio or AV or any of the higher end guys are having a yarn. So, just a little tick here and there is great, just to add a bit of humour. But, you can overdrive it, and that's what I don't want to do with it. So, that's me. But,
It must take a while to like find the right one too, right? So like the moment where it's like, oh shit, this one would be good.
It's all searching. No? It's all searching.
No, people will say something, and all of a sudden you'll think to yourself, that line out of such and such a movie, that would have been funny as shit right there, and off you'll go searching for it and drag it back in, dump it in line, and add it to the pile.
Hey Matrix, have you noticed on mobile? Do you ever do it from mobile, or you're always on the computer?
The only time I use the mobile is at work, and I've tried using the soundboard, but by the time I get the soundboard on, it's like 3 minutes later.
Yes.
I'm just not quick enough on the phone, so it's slow as. I've only used the phone a couple of times. I'm just happy to be able to turn it on. I'm just a PC guy, but yeah.
Yeah, the only benefit to the mobile is that when you search something, it stays like, so if you search it and then you like close the board or whatever and then open it back up, it stays on that search, which is kind of an interesting, I don't know if that's a glitch but it's
Like
kind of
But it's saying
kind of
that
nice.
iPhone
Is it like
and Android do
pin?
different stuff.
Oh,
Or is it
really?
like it pins it to the tops or something?
So like the secret is the search, like you really have to search. You can't just sit and scroll and look for something. You have to know what to search. It's all like key terms and key phrases. So
Yeah.
if I search like cap, there's like a couple different of those. But on mobile, it'll just stay searched when you.
So like after you pick one, let's say you use it once, you exit the board, and then you're like, oh, I want to use cap again. You go back into the board. Do you still have to actually type in cap and then it'll be at the top, or is
On
it pinned
computer.
as like one you've already used?
On computer, do you have favorites that you can pin at the top?
Okay.
Yeah. So I've got my little default sounds at the top. Actually, I'll show you. I'll screenshot those.
Yes. My favourites list is 3 pages long.
My favorite page is long too.
What?
Yeah, my favorite page is pretty long. That's just the top.
Yeah. You know, it's like they say, oh, just bookmark this page, bookmark this other page. It's like, oh, well, now you already create a whole new book with all those bookmarks. You know.
There's so many good sound effects. I mean, Matrix, you've hit the nail on the head. You're really good at this. Like, he's right that 90% of them are very hyper specific, and the rest of them are like. But what's so crazy is like, oh man, it used to be so different.
Yeah, you guys' timing is perfect on everything. I'm just sitting back listening, and all I hear is just a little pop sound here and there, and it like I'm dead half the time, you know, because it's just spot on. You guys have like trigger fingers like nobody else, you know.
Yeah. After a while, you get used to the phrases, and you know what to search, or you know what's crazy? You get predictive with it. You're like, you know where people are going, and then that's how you speed up.
Half the time, I'm not expecting anything, you know. Someone says something dumb, I'm like, okay. And then all I hear in the background is, beta! I'm like, oh, shit.
You got to be careful with it too. Some of the melts that come through, you hit that soundboard and you'll lose them. They will flip the shit out and march out.
Yeah,
That's like
that's like what 1 out of 10 is like. Oh, the soundboard. Oh no.
Back in home base, we get quite a few that'll trip. Yep, and they used to trigger real bad. And we've had a couple of them have a cry, turn the soundboard on. And they're sitting there whinging about it. And it's like, yeah, we've got you, boy.
Yeah.
That's brutal.
Some of them like it. They find it funny. Or they'll admit, like, oh man, that caught me off guard. That was hilarious.
Yeah. Well, they know they're being kind of like, you know, poked at, you know, and that's never fun, you know. But it's like, you know, you gotta pick your battles, pick your words properly, you know, and you know, you'll avoid it. But yeah, it's perfect. I think it's perfect as is.
Good stuff. There's so many I can't even use. But Miggy,
I just wish a few of them would actually sound level a bit better, like the volume level would stabilize along them. You've got to go through and manual them. So if someone sends you a sound that's really loud, you can turn it right down. If someone sends one that's quiet, you can't do anything with it. So, yeah, it's really frustrating. That's the one thing that annoys me about it. You'll hit the sound bar. Next thing you get one that'll blow everyone's ears off, and it's like, oh dear, sorry, it wasn't supposed to be.
Even if it's really good, if it's too loud, it's definitely like off-putting for sure. I pretty much turn them down automatically. Some of them, I got them like really, really low.
So, but yeah, it's crazy how many sounds we have, bro. It's wild, and it's still growing. I just added a new one recently. Miggy, dude, I swear, Miggy is so awesome, bro. I'm a big fan. Like, he gets all my jokes usually, and he'll like just like reverberate the culture. I can see it. I respect it. I like it. And he's been like, "Oh, so CB, is he tweaking?" I'm like, "Yeah, he is tweaking. You're right." And so there's
what the fuck does that even mean? Tweaking.
Tweaking
sounds like a drug addiction or something.
Yeah, pretty much. If someone's in here, like they're tweaking, bro. They're just like off their kilter, you know?
Is that what that is? Like the guy's kind of tripping out or something.
Yeah, bro, you're tweaking, dude. Like you're glitching out. Like you're all fucked up.
Okay.
So yeah, Wiz
Unhinged.
Khalifa. Unhinged, yeah.
Okay.
So Mickey's like, no tweakers. He's been saying it so much now. He cracks me up.
Everybody knows you never go full retard.
Yeah. He always picks up on like the culture. That's why I joke around about being like the cultural development department, because but Miggy's one person that always picks up on that stuff, and then Indio too. He like picks up on it, and I notice other guys in here now. Okay, dude, think about last year. Was anybody saying cooked? I don't think anybody was saying that in here, bro.
I think very rarely.
Now everybody's saying cooked. Yo, you got cooked,
actually,
dude.
A quick question, CB. You're Gen Z, yeah?
I'm like 1 year away from being Gen Z.
No way. Dude, we're like 3 years. It's 96 and
You FR Easter Island head.
The reason I'm asking is there was somebody in earlier on today when Indio said that he was bricked.
Oh yeah,
he probably thought he was horny. He probably thought he was horny, right?
Yeah,
I died. Oh
yeah,
my god,
the
that
kids
was
think that means like you got a hard on.
And I've never heard the phrase "you're bricked" to be associated with that. Like
No.
seriously,
I think it's
my
supposed to
whole
say
life,
bricked up.
if anyone says you're bricked, that means you're broken.
Yeah. No, yeah. For us, it's like you have a cell phone. It doesn't work anymore. It doesn't boot. It's a bricked phone. You know. I had a sense when he said that. I was like, nah, this guy must have just pulled that out of his ass to have something to try and play the victim card with. You know.
No, they actually say bricked up as to say on hello. I got a hard.
Yes, because that's what he said too.
Yeah, bricked up. It's like because bricks are hard. Like I don't know. It's so weird.
Oh, that is weird. Okay.
I don't use that one a lot. Yeah, I'm bricked up right now. But it's like that's what that means.
Yeah, like you're gonna announce it to the world. You know.
Yeah, it's weird to say that.
Even with your boys, like
I know, yo, man, I'm bricked up. Like, okay, this is fucking weird. But anyway, yeah. So I noticed like the culture shifted a little bit. We got Sonny saying, "Oh, you're cooked," and like,
fucking Sonny, man.
Yeah, Cap. Oh, like, oh, that's Cap. And so,
yeah, Cap.
I love stuff like that.
Indio's saying that's Cap now. I'm like, oh shit.
Let's go. Let's go. I mean, I don't want to take credit, but I feel like I've thrown it in the mix.
That's your
quite a
turn,
bit.
dude. Yeah, own it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
So Miggy's been saying tweaking lately, and like, so Wiz Khalifa has a song where he's like, "The tweak is heavy," right? So I'm like, and I added it to the soundboard. I had to add it. This is it right here.
The tweak is heavy.
The tweak is heavy. But also, there's a second part of it too. Not if they're tweaking heavy, our click is ready.
My click is ready.
So I'm always.
That's like anyone who's just about ready to mute or ban somebody.
Yep.
You know,
the tweak is heavy. My click is ready. Good song.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Wait, Penguins is in the chat. What was this?
Oh.
Yeah, I got home from a drive. Had to take care of my cats.
Who that?
So you put
Not
this
that
in
I would have
ChatGPT?
wanted. Not that I would have wanted to continue that conversation. That was terrible. Yeah, man.
So you said, what is it that's blocking the sun and boats?
That was you.
Yeah.
Your speaker too. I didn't tell it to
Oh.
say anything. I just asked it to like analyze it in like a debate style.
But like, dude, you gotta realize
Really
that
favored me.
you were, well, of course, but it's you were trying to rewrite history, basically saying like, well, no, you know, like it's not just a geometric limitation. Bro, we've been doing this for so long that you might not remember, but when I first joined this whole discussion, it was about the horizon. Globe earthers were saying that it's geometric, it's the curve of the earth, it's the thing that boats go over and then gets blocked. Sun goes behind, blocked. It's the physical curve of the earth. And flat earthers were saying it's optical. So saying that like, oh, well, you're oversimplifying it when you say it's a geometric horizon, then that you're going against your own worldview, kind of, because that's what they were saying. It says ignores the apparent horizon. Now that's redundant. The horizon by definition is apparent, and that's our whole point, is that it's an optical thing, not a physical thing.
Yeah, I understand that's what you're arguing. But you can't just say that it's either the geometric horizon at the exact position that it should be, when there are so many variables in place.
No, but here's the thing. We're well aware of all the variables. We're eliminating one variable, the geometric, the physical variable. But see, now when we try to challenge you on this, you go, you don't invoke that geometric variable, you invoke the other variables, which is our entire point, that there's tons of variables that factor in for why the horizon does what it does. The only variable that we care about removing is the geometric one. And so we need you to stand on that and defend it, but you don't seem to want to. And that's our point, is like, that's the whole crux of the issue. We're trying to remove this geometric variable.
It sounds like you're trying to remove the expected distance of this geometric variable, because you're not contending with the actual part of the evidence that proves that there is a curve. Why are you so interested
Well, the
in distance?
expected distance would prove it.
No, it's that things disappear beyond
Yes.
the horizon of green.
At a given elevation, that geometric horizon should be at an expected distance, predicted distance, based on the 3959 radius.
Yeah,
If
no, I was
it's
going
different, you question the radius, or you question the other variables, which you can't back up. That's the problem.
Yeah, so if light can bend through a medium, and the variable is how the medium, the nature of the medium at a current day, that's not a different variable. You think the only variable is whether or not there's a curve?
No, I just told you. Did you not hear anything I said? I said there's tons of variables. The only variable that matters, though, is whether it's geometric. Or like we're
I
taking
disagree
out that
because I disagree because the atmosphere is another variable that could change the distance.
Hello.
Excellent.
You're
Okay,
not
hold on.
listening.
Let's do this the easy way, CB. We will grant you light bending. So now what you've got to do is prove to us light bending down, because that's what it's got to do in order for you to have what you have. So go and get a laser, get film or photo
the Black Swan. I can
evidence
just
of light bending down.
Okay, yeah, I can invoke the Black Swan. The Euler rigs don't move, but from the same position and same observer height, you can see the light bending further around the curve.
No, you can't. You can't prove that. You need something to prove that. There is nothing in that image that validates what you've just claimed.
I'm talking about the original video, not a single image. You know the
So
original
am I.
Black Swan.
There is nothing in that validates what you just said. Nothing backs it up.
That validates light bends.
Unless, I'll give you an example. Unless someone was doing a laser pointer test at the same time that video was filmed, and the laser was bending down, and you went, see, the laser's bending down, therefore the light is bending, and that explains that, you have got absolutely nothing to back up what you just said. And we all know that.
The bottom of the
It's
black
just hollow
oil.
words.
The bottom of the back oil rig is significantly blocked on some days.
Bottom of
in
the
atmosphere.
back oil rig. They're 9.1 miles away, bro.
That's a cool fun fact. Can I finish? So
We don't care about the oil rigs. Those oil rigs are for demarcation only. Do you understand that? Yes or no?
There's something.
Do you
I'm just gonna finish
understand
what I was
the
saying.
oil rigs are for demarcation only? Yes or no?
Demarcation isn't measured. Like, what do you mean by that?
Excellent. So you don't even know what the Black Swan is about.
Can you define demarcation? I know the talking points and what they try to prove.
I would love to hear that, but he's going to tell you what the demarcation lines like.
Yeah, I hope so. That's what I asked.
Well, when you look over the ocean, if you're just looking out over pure water, which I do quite often now, you're not really able to
You don't know what
gauge.
demarcation is, bro? It's like
That's a
just
bit of a
marking
silly term to
location,
try and contest, dude.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly. Just
yeah.
marking. It's marking.
Who said
an
I'm
area of
contesting
known
it?
Distance.
That's what it was. And can the guy who used it answer himself? Like, why
Well,
is
just
so many
really
people want to
simple.
talk?
Okay, we're going to do this the super easy way. Cambridge Dictionary online. Demarcation, a border or a rule that shows the limits of something or how things are divided. So, they showed the limits. We have the horizon beyond said limit, or actually the limit's 1.22 miles, but they are beyond that, and the horizon is beyond them again. We use them to demarcate that distance. Okay? That is it. Outside of that, those oil rigs could be orange traffic cones for all I care. I wish they were. It'd be so much easier.
Yeah, you can use them as distant objects. That's fine. I can use that too to prove the curvature.
That's what they are, all they are. So why is the horizon not in front of them?
Oh, there's a horizon in front of them. It's, you know.
No, there's not. Don't kid yourself.
Yeah, you know how tall those things are.
Yet again, the elevation of said oil rig means nothing. You're still harping on about the oil rigs themselves. They are demarcation only, my friend.
Elevation. I was talking about the how much you could see above the horizon.
The height of the rig doesn't
It
matter.
doesn't matter. You still haven't worked out
No one's
that the
contending the
horizon
height of the
should
rig.
be in
Are
front
you
of
listening to what I'm
them.
saying?
Do you not comprehend that?
Are you
The
listening to what I'm saying?
horizon should be in front of those oil rigs. So I don't care if those oil rigs are 2 inches tall, 2 feet tall, or 2 miles tall. The
Hey, buddy.
horizon should
Take a
be
chill
in
pill.
front of them.
Take a
Are
chill pill
you
and tell me
not
when I ever
comprehending
fucking
this?
invoked height.
You just
If
said
you're
that.
if you're just gonna make shit up about what I say, you're not worth talking to. Especially if
Do
you're
we have to go back to the recording?
You're like a little fucking chill.
Recording.
I was talking about how the bottom of the oil rig was blocked. That has nothing to do with the fucking height. It's the visible object,
I'm
the
gonna go
oil
back to
rig.
the live stream
Invoking
chat.
height at all.
What are you on about?
Blocked by what?
Penguin,
The water, the horizon.
they won't address it.
Bullshit. The horizon's in the background. We can all see that. So stop tripping.
I don't think he knows what horizon means. What does a horizon mean?
Good point.
The horizon is the line in which the sky meets the land or the earth.
No,
Okay, where is that in the
No,
image?
That's wrong. That's really wrong definition because it doesn't ever does that. It appears to meet.
Yeah. You forgot our qualifying.
Sure, if you want to nitpick.
Oh, you got.
No, it's not nitpicking. Something is actually reached. This when you say when the horizon meets the earth, that means it's actually meeting.
Yeah, when you see it meet the earth. When it's visually, yeah, sure.
Well, can you answer the questionnaire in the chat?
Yeah, so where do you see the sky appear to meet the ground in the Black Swan, bro?
There's multiple choice question in the chat.
Play the music, bro. Where's it at?
So A isn't even like a horizon line at all. Immediately. It's a completely
So what is
different.
A?
It's not it's on level. It's completely like bigger on the right
What
side
is
than
A?
the
Hey, I like stupid
I
penguins.
don't know. Could be.
Hello.
It could be anything. With
You're
the
there saying A is not something, so you've recognised that there's something there. So why are you sidestepping the truth?
So there's something there. Therefore, it's a horizon. That's not how it fucking
That is
works.
clearly the horizon. That's clearly the horizon.
The horizon doesn't get larger and swell as you turn to the right. It's not how
It's
it
not
fucking
larger
works.
and so it's a line
It
across
is.
the
If you
image.
can go to the original video and actually take a
He's
screenshot
just
yourself.
making.
And you
Actually,
can-
I like
you can
penguins.
actually
Stop.
kill.
Listen carefully. Penguins.
I don't want to talk to this guy. This guy's
If you
too
watch
hyper.
the original video, yeah, shut up and listen.
Wait,
I'm going to help you. Sign, silent. He
Yeah,
run away.
do that.
Fucking coward.
Well, Sign. Let's ask Sign. Where's the horizon? of the image?
I've argued this before. You guys are just like.
No,
you guys
just
won't
answer.
entertain anything I talk about.
We'll entertain it right now. Just where is
No,
it?
you won't. You 100% won't.
I think he gets automatic.
Where's the horizon in the image?
He's coping.
Yeah.
There's no cope like
Do you
he
agree
said.
with him or you disagree with him that it's
Yes, I
not
do
an
agree with
A?
him. And you guys
You
will
agreeing
not
that it's
talk about
not
the oil
A?
rigs because you know the oil rigs disprove what you guys are talking about.
No, dude. Oh my
That's not even
god.
the point of the
Elbow.
freaking.
You guys won't talk about the oil rigs. You call them
Sign.
demarcation lines. You will
Sign.
not talk about
But what is the argument about though? Can you tell us?
that there are parts missing from it.
No. What is the argument? It's we're presenting the argument. So can you tell us? You've seen it a lot. So can you at least know what the argument is?
From your guys' point of view or from mine?
No. The argument was created by flat earthers. So what is the argument?
That the horizon is behind the oil rigs.
I mean,
It's not an argument. That's more of a statement.
kind of. Yeah, it's also the observation as well. But so can I show you why it doesn't have anything to do with the oil rigs? I'd love to show that to you if you will.
I've heard it.
No, let me just show you. I can just very easily demonstrate why the oil rigs really have nothing to do with the argument. They're only there so we can gauge distance. If you just go out to the ocean and look over, and there's nothing there, there's no mountains, no boats, no anything. You don't have any way to tell exactly how far you're looking. The oil rigs are rooted into the ground, so they're not moving. We know how far away they are from the shore. So that way, if we see the horizon either before or after, we have some sort of way to gauge the distance to that horizon. So that's what's helpful with the rigs. Whether they're tall, bendy, wavy, anything, it really doesn't matter. We're trying to determine the distance to the horizon because the claim is that at a certain height off the ground, you're going to see the horizon appear at a certain distance. If you just go to Google right now and search, how far can I see? It'll come up right away and say 3 miles for a 6-foot observer. Perfect. This exactly ties into what the Earth curve calculators say. You put in there that you're 6 foot tall, it's going to say the horizon appears at 3 miles. You put in the horizon or your observer height at 1 foot, it's going to say 1.22 miles. This goes right with the argument. So now let me talk about the oil rigs here. I posted in the chat the white image right above the questionnaire. You can see there's a blue arrow, a red arrow, a green line, and then I drew a question mark behind the red arrow. I'm going to post one more image here about this too, and I'll turn it over to the boys. I'm sure they want to jump in on this. And also, chat, the last guy did say something about how tall they were as well. I'm surprised that he ran away from that so quickly. Now, you see the question mark here. The issue is that we're seeing the horizon behind where it's supposed to be. You see in the first image, the blue arrow goes up to a dotted line, and the dotted line would be your line of sight that goes to the horizon. D1 represents that distance from the observer to the horizon, which would be 1.22 miles. So after that, the dotted line is your line of sight, of course. So anything below that, you shouldn't be seeing because it's being blocked by the horizon. Now, the problem is we're actually seeing the green line behind the red arrow, which is where I drew the question mark. That little spot right there is what we're seeing in reality, which we should not be seeing. The horizon.
That's where the horizon is, or at least at minimum in reality. Now, you can see I took the red arrow and made it larger. Even if we could see the oil rig and it was like triple the height, quadruple the height, much taller, the issue still arises. The horizon is behind it. So when you guys talk about the oil rigs, it really is not, it has nothing to do with the argument whatsoever. It has everything to do with the horizon. That's what we're trying to debunk, basically, when they say the horizon's at 1.22 miles. You can show that that's not true. The oil rigs being bendy or wavy or tall or blocked at the bottom of it has zero to do with the argument. So I hope you can understand that. It's really not that difficult.
Is he still here?
Hopefully he's taking it in. Pops.
I'm not trying to argue. I understand
But
this your guys' view of
that
it.
wasn't even an argument, really. I just was trying to help you out. Like, did you?
Yeah, I
wanna
know, but
address
it's gonna-
anything?
All right, son. What did he say to you?
What?
Exactly.
say?
You
weren't paying attention?
You did not pay attention to not one word. So the answer for this guy in the question, multiple choice question, and want to be what did you call your show, man? I guess is D for him. I'm coping.
Yeah. What was the first thing you said, Sign? You said like, "Oh, you're not going to address anything. I promise." Was that some like weird projection? It seemed like you were projecting there.
Rejecting what?
Wow. I mean, just proving my point. Yeah, kind of proving the point there. The first thing you said when you jumped on the mic was something along the lines of like, "They're not going to address anything," or "You're not
No,
going
so
to."
I wasn't. I don't want to argue about it, and you're not gonna. You still won't address inconsistencies in the.
That's you.
You just
That's you. I literally
say
just
that they're-
pointed out.
See, this, I knew it turned into an argument.
Well, I wasn't
And you
even trying
won't
to
talk
argue.
about the oil rigs because there's inconsistency.
The issue
in
is,
them. So you
Sign,
just want to
But
dismiss.
Sign,
it.
bringing
I
up
just
problems.
I can't
hold
talk
on,
with
hold
this
on,
guy.
Matrix.
I can't
Sign,
talk with
I just
you're
I
bringing
just
up issues that aren't related to the argument.
See, so you guys won't address it. I was right. Simple.
No, Sign.
So I'm not
I
gonna
did
talk
address
about
it.
Sign,
No, I
Sign,
did address it.
The argument is A, B, C. You keep coming at us with X, Y, Z. It has no relevance to the argument. So unless it does, then we don't have to address it.
But we did
Okay,
address
then
it.
you guys
I
won't
just
address
walked
it.
you through it. I just walked you through it. I just addressed the oil rigs with you, and you said I'm not here to argue after I gave you the
Yeah, because you
whole
guys
run
won't
through.
examine your demarcations. You guys just
But
won't.
we just did
you guys have no interest. 'Cause
Sign.
image.
I just walked you. It doesn't disprove. You're dishonest. I actually kind of want to ban you out of here for being so dishonest because I just walked you through exactly like what the argument is, and you ignored it and then turned around and said you don't want to address anything. We just walked you through it very simply. It's super simple.
No,
Anyone
you
can
had an
understand that.
explanation for why you will not talk about it and why it is.
No. Can you just tell me anything that I said to you in good faith? What did I say? I wasn't speaking Chinese or any complex language. Can you reverberate back to me anything I said to you earlier?
Bueller.
Crickets.
Bueller. Bueller.
This is bad faith, dude. Super bad faith, man. And I'm trying to come to you in good faith.
Bro, what exactly is bad faith?
Well, okay.
You yap
Can you
about,
address? I'm not yapping. I will go through it very simply. I'm not using complex language. I'm not speaking Chinese. I'm not trying to talk down to you. I just gave you very simply what the argument was. I gave you screenshots to walk you through it, visuals, and you're just ignored it, literally everything, and then turned around and said, "You're not addressing the oil rigs." I just did, in good faith, and you just ignored literally everything. Can you reverberate anything I said? Or we can go through it one more time. Super simple. I'll go through it with you.
I do not want to go through why you will not talk about them now.
No, I am talking about it. I am talking about it. Okay, I'll go through it one more time, but please, I want you to respond in good faith to what I'm saying. Let's go through this together. Let's take a look. I'm going to post an image in the chat. I'm just going to repost it. This is from the Earth Curve Calculator. You see the white image that I posted in the chat? Let's just go through step by step. It won't take very long. It literally took just 2 minutes, maybe 3. Do you see the image in the chat?
I'm not. Sorry, you're gonna have to talk to someone else.
All right, we're just going to ban you. You're a bad faith. You're a bad faith troll, really. Because you
Bad
came in
faith troll.
projecting. Yes, you came in projecting, saying you're not going to address anything. You guys, I swear you won't address anything. We're putting it to you.
Well, you'll
very
address what
simply
you
in
want to.
good
You want to
faith.
talk about the horizon and the horizon
No,
only.
no, I'm going to talk about the oil rigs, dude. You're a bad faith troll. I'm coming to you in good faith. Screenshots, visuals, very simple language, and you're literally ignoring everything. Well, should we try one more time? Can you take a look at the image in the chat?
You'll do it kicking and screaming.
Look, we'll just go through it. It's not that difficult. Can you take a look at the image in the chat, please? We're going to go through it together. It's going to take less than 5 minutes. Because I don't want to go through it again solo, and then you turn around and say, you're just yapping. We're going to go through it together. Do you see the image in the chat?
Yes.
Okay, the blue arrow. You see the blue arrow?
What do you think? Do you think I see it?
Well, I talked about it with you last time and you ignored it. So we're going to go step by step so that you cannot turn around and ignore what I said. The blue arrow represents the observer. This is 1 foot above the surface of the earth. The dotted line represents your line of sight. Do you see the line that says D1 with the arrows?
Of course I see it, yes.
Okay, we're going to get confirmation so you don't turn around and ignore everything. D1 is 1.22 miles. So H0, our blue line, represents our observer height. That's 1 foot. D1 represents our distance to the horizon. You can see how it says horizon. It points an arrow down right there in the middle. This would be our 1.22 mile to the horizon. The green line here represents the surface of the water. Okay, now D0 would represent our distance to the second oil rig. Okay, now we have the red arrow. That's our second oil rig here, H1. Now I'm going to repost a second screenshot. I drew a question mark behind the oil rig here. In the image, what we're actually seeing is that green line here behind the oil rig. You tracking so far?
Sure.
Okay. Now, you can do whatever you want to that red arrow. Since the red arrow is our oil rig, we can make it a squiggly line. We can make it really tall. We could remove it. It really doesn't matter what that oil rig or where it is or what it's doing. Hold on, Simon. Don't spiral yet. Don't spiral yet. You see the question mark with the circle? The big question mark with the circle on the green line?
Yes.
Okay. That's where we're seeing the horizon in the image. This is the problem. Do you see the dotted line here?
Yes.
The dotted line represents your line of sight. So do you agree that based off of the horizon that's being presented here, it should be blocking the view of this circle on the green line?
Yes.
Above the dotted line would represent something you can see, and then below it would represent something you cannot see because it's being blocked by the horizon. Okay, now, you see how I drew a line to make the oil rig taller? Some people say, like, oh, well, the height of it. Well, even if it was really tall, the problem still lies with where that circle is on the horizon or on the water. The green line is the water. So again, you're saying, like, you're not addressing the weirdness of the oil rig. Well, again, if you take that red arrow and you can make it weird, a squiggly line, or remove it, put it here or there, we're still seeing the horizon below the dotted line. Or sorry, yeah, we're seeing the horizon below the dotted line behind the oil rig. That's the problem right there. It really has nothing to do with the oil rig. The only reason the oil rig is helpful is so that we know how far we're looking into the distance. That's it. It could really, the oil rig could be a ghost. It could vanish. It could be a squiggly line in this little orthographic view. It really doesn't matter. I'm trying to address it here, but that's the problem right there. I circled it for you on the orthographic view here. We should not be seeing the horizon here because it's supposed to be blocked by the 1.22 mile horizon, which as it's claimed. So again, what if I took that red line and made it squiggly? Is that going to change the horizon behind it?
It can make it look appear closer to you, yes, if there's a law of reflection. Reflection.
Reflection.
Okay, I get it. I get what you're saying. But now, the horizon, even if it's here once, why is it moved? Because I see you're posting like the side-by-side image where it's behind on one side and in front of on the other. You don't see the problem with that?
That the one where it appears to be in front of the horizon has a law of reflection and parts of it missing.
No, it's fine. It's fine. We'll give you that. But the fact that the horizon is moving around, refraction doesn't put it behind the image.
Okay, it's not the horizon which is moving around. It's the
No, it is. No, it literally. What? The oil rigs aren't not moving. Wait, hold on. What did you just
visually,
say?
yes.
No. The oil rigs are rooted into the ground.
That is true.
Okay, so what you posted here is the horizon has moved, which is true. The horizon does move
That is
around.
not true.
No.
Yeah, the
That
horizon
is
does
true. The horizon does move around.
Yes.
Okay, so that's actually a problem. I hope you can see the problem with that. If the Earth is physical, right? Like it's claimed to be a specific size, the radius of 3959. Then if it's moving around, that's a problem. Like a basketball is a specific size. It's, if you scaled it down to like a basketball.
This is what I mean by you guys only want to talk about the horizon. You won't talk about how distorted
That's what the
your black swan image is.
No, it's not. This doesn't matter if it's, we just walked you
it doesn't
through
matter.
why.
It doesn't.
Sign.
Dude,
we just walked through it together. We're not going to pretend that we didn't just walk through this together.
We did.
We did. So when I told you the red arrow could be there, could be squirrely, squiggly, jiggy jaggy, whatever, doesn't matter. It really does not matter what the oil rig is doing.
To you because you ignore it.
No, no. We're not ignoring it. We just walked through it together. You can't pretend like we didn't just do this.
Yeah, walk through.
It doesn't. We just did.
Dude.
I drew a circle on the image where the horizon is. That's the problem. Again, it doesn't matter.
There's no problem with you that the image is distorted?
No. It's about where the horizon is.
Or that the image of the oil rig is distorted.
Okay, Sign, I get it. You're hung up on the bendy cranes. We all understand that. But what you need to comprehend is the bendy cranes have zero to do with the argument. Absolutely nothing. You can look at the bendy cranes.
Zero.
You can hate the bendy cranes. You can go out there with an oxy torch and cut the bastards off. It still does not change the argument.
I just walked you through how it does nothing to do.
Show me a single black swan with no image distortion.
No,
simple as
but you're missing the point.
You guys don't have
one. It's about the horizon. Remember, you guys are saying the horizon is the
Oh my
thing
God,
that boats go over. You guys don't say boats go over squiggly oil rigs or the sun disappears behind squiggly things. You're saying that sun is going down over the horizon. The boat is
Yeah, and
disappearing
squiggly
bottom first
boats
over
float,
the horizon.
and squiggly boats flow over the horizon too. The problem is distorted images. That's the problem, and you have a single
No.
one that you base your entire
Do you
belief.
see the GIF in the chat? That we're not denying that there's refraction taking place.
That one's not distorted.
Yes.
We're denying the fact that there is a horizon, a physical curve of the earth that's blocking things. The fact that it's moving around, in what you posted here, you posted the horizon behind and the horizon in front. It's moving around. That's our point. It's an optical phenomenon, not a physical geometric blockage or the curve
And
of the
you
earth.
dismiss the fact that the optical phenomenon can be that the oil rigs are appearing to be closer than they are. You just
No,
dismiss that.
they're in one place. They're not moving.
Yeah, but you say that the
It's
horizon
what's
can be
moving
off,
is the horizon.
and you know that how?
You posted it. You posted it. We know
Yeah,
the
I
oil
know.
rigs.
How
They're
do you
not
know?
boats. They're not
How
boats.
do
They
you
don't
know that
shift
it's
and
the
move around
horizon?
on the water.
That's true.
Okay, so they're rooted in their
believe in the-
distance
do you believe
is
in optical
locked
illusions?
in. They do not move. So what you posted here, where you have the horizon behind and the horizon in front, this is the same oil rig at 9.41 miles. So in both of those images, the horizon or the oil rig is at 9.41 miles. Now, the horizon on the right side is it's further, it's in front of it apparently, but it's still, well, yeah,
That's just
that's
one
what the
big wave,
horizon is.
right.
It's an apparent junction of the sky and earth,
Yes.
not a physical one. So
So
in the
how about we talk
left,
about
on
the
the
one on the
left,
right?
it's behind. Well, yeah, we can. That's fine, but I'm doing that right now. That's showing you what you posted, that the horizon moves around, bro. That's our whole
No,
point.
the oil rig
If
moves
it's
around.
no, you can't be this retarded. No. You just okay. I'm gonna clip you out. You just
You can't be
said-
this retarded. Like,
no,
hello?
no. You just said on live recording that they do not move. They're rooted into the ground. They are at the same
I'm talking
distance
about
in both of those
optically.
images.
Like, hello,
Not
the
optically.
same way you can
No,
see.
literally and physically, the oil rigs have not moved. That is insane for you to say that optically they've shifted around and therefore that's why the horizon is different. That's literally retarded. Those oil rigs are at the same distance in both of those images, 9.41
Yes, they're
miles.
at the same distance, but
Okay,
optically
I want you to
one
say
is
it one more
appearing to be
time. They have
closer
not
because it's
moved.
distorted. Like,
No.
it's so simple.
No, it's not simple. What you're saying is not simple. You see on the left, the horizon's behind it.
You're muted until
Okay.
I stop getting muted. Simple as that.
No,
Talking
you're
to you.
going to be banned. It's on the right side, you have the horizon in front, and then on the left side, the horizon behind. It's the horizons that moved, not the oil rig. If you're actually going to say that, well, the oil rig appears to shift and move around and the horizon stays the same, I don't know how you could possibly say that when it's rooted into the earth. It's locked in. It's not going anywhere. But also, it's literally showing what you posted: the horizon in front, horizon behind. It's the horizon that's moved, not the oil rig. Ding dong. Fucking incredible. These guys cannot be this retarded.
Oh, excellent. What do you think that proves, Sign?
Matrix, have him unmute me or he's gone.
No, I have you unmuted now.
Sign?
But you
Okay.
can't keep muting
I was going
me.
to say.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, well, actually, he's a mod. He can. So,
Okay, then I won't
just out of
engage with
curiosity,
you. Simple as that.
Well, when you say
Sign,
the oil rig
what
moves
was that
around, you
image
just
supposed to
watched it.
prove?
That objects, such as oil rigs, such as boats, can
float.
appear to be. Let me finish. Can appear to be in different places optically than they are physically. We both can agree on that, correct?
No,
So
we
that
don't
one's
agree
on the water. So what's the problem?
We don't
with
agree with
image?
that?
No, we don't agree with that.
Why don't we agree with that?
Because it's the horizon that's appeared in different places. You even posted that yourself. I'll repost it
And it
for
can't
you.
be the oil rigs when every single other object does it.
They're locked into the ground.
Those oil rigs are fixed.
They're fixed. That's why we're
So
using
how-
them
how
as
do you
That's why
explain-
we're using them as part of our
I
argument
understand.
because they don't move.
Okay,
It's the
sign.
horizon that's moving.
Sign. That
Do boats
second
fly?
image that you've
Fuck your boat.
clung to for whatever reason was with a 4-foot swell.
Sorry, can you
You
repeat?
can even see the horizon behind the boat in this image if you look very closely.
Really,
Let's take
the floating boat.
Well, it's clearly not floating. You can see the
It's not
horizon
floating.
behind it if you look closely.
No,
there's
it's
a
not
line there.
floating.
That's on the water. That boat right there is on the water. That's not optically
Yes.
Correct.
changed.
Yes, it's on the water.
That's on the water.
Dude,
Yep.
if
Do you-
tech-
so
Where do you see
you're
the
saying
horizon
it's
in this photo?
floating?
Wait, let me just
Oh.
talk about this.
Wait,
honestly.
Sign,
Where's
are
the horizon?
you saying
Dude.
it's floating?
dude,
No, not physically, but optically, yes.
It's on the water.
it's on the water,
anyway,
correct.
It's on,
dude.
it
You can
is
see the
on
horizon
water.
behind
So why does
Okay,
it appear to be?
Listen, hold up. I just posted up an color inverted image for you, and you can see the horizon behind the boat. What happens is, because you're at such a really flat, low angle to the water, it's called, was it total internal reflection?
Yeah, it's a
And
critical
because
angle.
you're so low to it, the water actually becomes like a mirror and reflects the sky. So you get this really cool effect, and you get to see it at summertime along long straight stretches of road. You get that glassy, watery look. It's exactly the same shit that does that.
So it's an optical illusion,
Yeah, that's what your
Correct.
point, dude. You
and that
got it.
cannot
mirroring.
happen with oil rigs. That's only with moving objects. That's your claim.
No, I never mentioned anything about moving objects.
Well, you're comparing a boat to oil rigs now. The boat moves, the oil rigs don't.
So if that boat was in the water still, this could not happen, is your claim.
That is not my claim.
Yeah, dude, you're missing the point, dude. This effect that you
I'm
see
missing
on the
your
boat.
point. That you're wrong.
Check this out, right? Because of the shallow angle that the light's hitting off the water, it creates the effect that the horizon comes closer to us, even though we can still see the actual object in the distance. What we're talking about, or what CB's talking about with the oil rigs, is that the horizon is further than it should be. It's kind of you're not even really talking about the same thing. You're trying to argue whether or not there are or are not optical effects, but what you're addressing is, an effect that's like it's not the same as this to begin with. So there's no real point on talking about it. Of course, we hear.
But you guys won't talk about, and we'll dismiss people saying that which is more crazy, in your image saying the horizon is in front of the oil rigs, or that boat saying the horizon is behind it? That is absolutely insane to me. How
You can see it's behind it.
Well,
Wait,
hold
wait,
on.
wait.
Really? You can see it's behind it.
No, wait.
Really?
Isn't
You're
it
gonna
the
tell me that.
horizon that blocks the boats, right? The boats disappear over the horizon, correct?
Yes.
Now you can see the whole boat, so it's definitely then it hasn't gone over the horizon, then has it?
So you're
Gotcha,
look
man.
at that image.
Gotcha,
and say
bitch.
it's behind it.
No,
So-
listen.
so
I'll ask him. Let me ask him
With
one
the
more time.
boat image?
You are crazy. You're
No,
crazy.
wait. You just
No, sign.
ignored my question.
Okay,
Hold on,
stop,
Richard.
CB, stop. Slow down. He's getting hammered here from all different shit. The image where it looks like the boat is flying in the sky. This is what I'm talking about, the one that you posted. You can see the difference between the light blue and the dark blue line that's well below the ship. Yes or no?
The light blue and the dark blue?
Dark blue. Yeah, you can see that clearly. And it
I
actually
cannot
looks
see
like
that clearly.
sky. It,
Well, yeah, I can see the
are you
differential.
fucking
clearly,
joking
yes.
me or what? You good. That is where the mirroring starts. All right? That's why when you look at the inverted image, color inversion, you can actually see behind the ship the horizon. That's why we flip the colors on it, because it stands out. So that dark patch, where the dark patch appears to stop, that is where the mirroring starts. It's actually a really cool effect. When you read about it, it is awesome. of what's happening. It's just
look at
because
the
you're
image.
so low down to the water level, even though that doesn't look like it there. You're so
You
low
guys
down.
are tripping. You
Yeah,
guys are
No, that's what's happening.
And look at the image that CV posted. I don't know what effect you did, but it kind of accentuated that that background color compared to.
Oh yeah, where he made it from dark orange to complete white. Yeah, that was really.
Well, no, it's
that
just
really
a ruler. It's the
That's where the
ruler
line
tool
is.
on iPhone. It's just a ruler tool on iPhone. I'm just drawing you where I see the horizon. You can clearly see the
that's
horizon.
where you
beyond
see it. All right.
Wait. Let me ask him a question again. Let me ask him a question again. Hold on, chat. Let me ask him one more time. Isn't it that boats go over the horizon, correct?
Yes.
And it's why boats start to disappear because they went over the horizon, right?
Yes.
Now the boat hasn't disappeared in this image, right?
No.
So it hasn't gone over the horizon then.
It has gone over the horizon.
It has or it has not?
Has.
Clipcord, please clip that. Clipcord,
Bro, are you
where you at, brother?
high?
Listen to what you just said one more time. Let's go through it
You
one more
can
time.
see objects
Sign
beyond
one more
the
time.
horizon.
Sign one more time. Let's go over this one more time. Is it that boats go over the curve?
Yes.
Okay, and then boats disappear bottom up behind the curve, the horizon, right?
Yes.
Has this boat disappeared yet?
No.
Okay, so has it gone over the horizon?
Yes.
Where I have a
You're
question for
retarded.
you. Yeah. Where is the horizon supposed to be, sir? Do you even know?
Are you guys stupid?
No, you're low IQ
No,
retard.
You're telling me you
Bro,
see the
bro,
horizon
bro,
behind
yes.
that boat, you fucking retard.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You can see it in the image. Yes.
Yeah, the one which you edited with your ruler, you
It's
complete.
not edited. It's inverted, and it's not. The ruler's showing you where the line
ruler.
is.
Dude,
Where is that line? That is a gradient. What
Bro,
are you
can I-
talking about? You
can you
complete
answer my
fucking
question?
ape.
Are you actually saying it's hovering then?
No, it's not hovering. It's
So
an
then it
image
hasn't gone
distortion, you
over the-
fucking retard.
It
Image
hasn't gone over
distortions
the-
exist.
It hasn't gone over the
And this is a
horizon.
proof
then,
of it.
Nothing
But you
distorted
cannot fucking
on that
nothing
image.
distorted.
That's pretty clean. It's nothing distorted on it. Slow down,
dude.
you're going to fry your brain. It's called mirroring. That's it.
Yeah, dude, where is the horizon supposed to be, technically speaking?
Where
Do you know? Do you have any idea even how to determine that?
No, dude, you're low IQ. You just said that boats
I'm
disappear
low like
bottom
you
up
said
over
the horizon is behind this floating fucking boat. You
It has to be. It hasn't disappeared yet.
Sign.
You're
It
by
has to
your
be.
own
It has to
worldview.
be.
Sign.
You
What
just said boats
CB's
disappear
getting
over the
to.
horizon.
Okay, sign. What CB
Yeah, the
is
horizon's
getting
behind
to.
that boat. I
Yes,
can't argue
it
with you
hasn't
people when you
disappeared
say
yet.
that.
Hey,
When you say
guys!
that, you complete idiot.
Sign.
No, I can't
Listen
talk to you. That's
carefully.
when you say the horizon.
CB, hold up.
Look at it.
Sign. Listen carefully. You claim that the dark patch beyond that is the horizon. Yes or no?
No, absolutely not.
So the boat hasn't gone
What
beyond
dark
the
patch?
horizon.
Look at the image
So
I posted. That's not inverted.
The
Tell me
fucking
the
dark patch at the bottom of
There's
the
no
image
dark
you
patch.
sped.
There's no dark patch. You fucking.
So you're telling me on the
You
fucking
complete-
shut
He's
up!
fucking
Don't
retarded.
talk through me. This mental is telling me that he can't see the difference between dark and light on the image he posted himself. My God, you are broken in the head.
Well, he doesn't understand. He's saying he just walked through.
Sign.
Yes, boats disappear.
If that dark line is the fucking horizon, the little ship would be hiding behind it. Ah, now he gets it and he runs away.
Wait, let's play this back because he just walked through. Boats disappear over the horizon. The boat hasn't disappeared, so has it gone over the horizon? He says yes. You're contradicting your own worldview. It's not disappearing. It hasn't disappeared, and it's not hovering, so it hasn't gone over the horizon yet, even by your own worldview standards. Even in the blue image, if you look closely, you can see there's the horizon behind it. What do you think? That's all sky right there? The light blue is all sky. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
What?
What? It's the same
Wait.
color throughout.
One more time.
What?
One more time. You're saying that the entire light blue is the sky,
Yes.
and then the boat is in the sky.
Appears to be in the sky. Yes.
Clipcord, clip that again.
Why would it appear to be in the sky?
You.
What's making it appear to be in the sky?
Oh my god, dude!
Let's see if
You just said the
remember.
boat's in the sky. You absolute retard.
No, but seriously, why is it in the sky?
You guys understand how bending
No,
of
is that
light works
refraction?
in the
Is that
atmosphere?
refraction?
Okay, all right, okay. Is that boat right actually sitting on water somewhere?
Yes.
Okay, why did it ignore the water beneath it, but it refracted everything else about the boat?
Got him.
What an idiot.
I cannot believe he's arguing this, dude. He's saying that there's some sort of magical light force that only takes the boat and puts it in the sky. That is fucking incredible.
It's insane.
You
That you
can
could
actually
possibly think that
see.
light could do that.
Look, do you have a shitty phone? Like, you can actually see the line behind the boat. I don't know. Like, what's your problem? I drew it with.
I'd like you to go and try and recreate that sign. Go just in your house, try and recreate refraction in such a way that it isolates one object, makes it appear somewhere else, ignoring all its surroundings.
Yeah.
All the interference of the atmosphere and through my house. Is that the type of studies you guys do?
Dude, you're being obviously you're being disingenuous. Okay, if you take a real good look at the image, okay, the part that's actually
You guys are telling me the horizon's behind it. You guys said now it's not reflection; it's the horizons behind the boat.
Let me finish, dude. Let me finish, okay? If you look at the image closely, whether you're looking at the red one, the inverted one, or the regular one, okay, the part of the water that is reflecting the sky and creating a lighter part, that lighter part on the water, it still has like a slight shade or two darker than the sky itself.
Can I?
Okay.
So that ruler image is a
acknowledge this. Acknowledge this, because it tells you that is actually still the water. It's not actually just the sky, and the boat is just being refracted up and hovering. Okay, it's really the water is still there. It's just got a mirroring effect to it. The color of the water at that the color of the water that is similar to the sky is still not exactly the color of the sky. You can tell that it really is the water. Okay.
Yeah, there's examples of this where you can just faintly make out the actual horizon behind the object, like in the distance. There's this slight color differential, right? Like,
it's very subtle. Okay.
Yeah.
I can't believe it. You guys draw the horizon on that image uninverted in a straight line, and I'll give you like $100, bro. Come on. The horizon's behind it. The color, you have to invert the image, sharpen it, and then add like a white ruler to maybe see a horizon.
You don't have to, but it does help. Okay. But the reason why it's actually standing out is because there is a difference in color there, because it's a different surface. It's the actual, or it's a different thing that we're looking at. It's the actual water. It's just further out.
You guys have lost me on that one. That is
fine. It sounds like you don't. It sounds like you don't understand what the horizon is.
What is this cope? This like generational cope where you're inverting and sharpening.
Why are you ignoring people
onto it?
Because you can see it with the blue. You can see it. You can see it with the blue, but we're inverting it so that maybe your dumbass can see it, or whatever shitty. No, I haven't.
This is pure fucking cope. This is crazy.
Bro, we haven't edited your image at all. This is just the image that you posted. But the fact that you're saying that the boat is hovering in the sky.
Show the right-hand side of that boat inverted.
Bro, this is where you can see the line right here.
Yeah, you can't see on the other side, can you?
This would actually make sense. Hold on. This would actually make sense of why like it appears to be where it is, because it's on the water and there's still a horizon behind it. You actually think you have an argument here?
You guys are telling me there's here. Let me just post your guys' thing. Hold on.
No,
Sign. You don't understand what the horizon is. The only way that can happen in your image is if the horizon is an arbitrary position based on the
horizon
optics.
there. I want to
Sign.
see from your
I'm
own
speaking.
image.
You don't need to speak through me. Sign. The reason why you were getting muted is because you're speaking through people. I'm trying to make a point to help you here. You're struggling. What is the horizon? Define the horizon.
Dude, like what? Like yeah, of course I'm going to ignore you.
What's
and talk
the
through
horizon?
where the sky appears to meet the Earth. Is that okay? Now can we move on?
And
What we're
what's
talking
that
about
based
without you
on?
wasting my time.
What causes the horizon? What's the cause of the horizon?
What does this have to do with what we're talking about? Was this like?
It has everything to do because you misunderstand the horizon. So what's the cause of the horizon line? What causes that position?
Oh my god, dude. Look at my image and draw
Yes,
a
we've seen
horizon
it.
on that side.
I did.
Yes.
I did. It's a straight line.
You don't know.
It's a
Where is the straight line? Where is the straight line in the image?
I posted it for you.
Where's the
You said
horizon?
it. I
No,
posted
you
it
did
for
the
you
you
already.
did the other side. Tell me this
Oh,
one.
here.
Horizon's
post it
supposed to
again.
be flat, right?
Post again.
Flat
Boom.
horizon. Let's see.
Boom, right there. But are you
No,
saying
that's not any line. That's not any line. Draw the line where you can see the.
I just did.
the horizon
I just did. The bottom
no,
of this
no,
ruler.
that's a ruler. No, you
Yeah,
cannot see any
that would be a
differential
line.
there. Where is the line?
It's
Where's
okay.
the
look,
line?
let me.
You
let me-
made an arbitrary.
Fine. No, Matrix.
what you're
hold on a
saying
second. Hold
is
on, Matrix.
you
1 second.
can't see a differential there.
No,
Let me
draw it
let me give
manually
him
where it is
signs.
there.
Signs.
There's
I
no
did.
flat
I
line.
did. I did.
No, you didn't.
So-
You added an arbitrary line because you can maybe see
not
a
an
difference
arbitrary
in color
line.
in the
Hold
sky on the right hand
chat,
side.
chat,
Which could be
please let me talk to him for a second. Sign. I will grant you that it's harder to. It's a little more difficult to see
don't
it
see
on the left. Sign. Relax. If you don't want to be muted, then just relax. I will grant you that it is more difficult to see on the left. Fine. But let's not pretend that the boat is not on the water, number one. And we're not going to pretend that it's floating, number two. You agreed it's on the water. And we just went through the whole boats disappear over the horizon thing. It hasn't gone over the horizon yet. So then, therefore, the horizon's
You won't
behind
talk
it,
about.
period.
You won't talk. You just completely
Hello?
brush past it, saying
Hello?
no. You just brush past. No, we're not.
Did you ignore everything I just said?
Because you know. Yes, I am ignoring it because you won't talk about.
Look, let's go through
issue at
Clipboard's
hand.
example. Let's take a look at this Clipboard. Thank you so much. Clipboard posted another example. of
No,
this
you're
type of
trying to get away from this. Admit you
No,
can't
well,
see
here's
the
maximum exposure.
horizon there on the left hand side.
Bro,
Here's
are you
maximum
wait,
exposure.
are you saying that
Don't
it's
brush
only
past
on the right and not on the left? You're saying that the horizon is only on the left and not on the right.
Maybe because it's not on the horizon.
Maybe clip
Maybe
it
you
again.
can say that. You complete idiot.
Wait, so why don't you tell us where the
clip it.
horizon is? Hold on. Why don't you draw a line where the horizon is?
Oh yeah, I'll do it real easy for you, buddy. It's real simple.
Yeah, please. Are you saying it's the dark line and then the light blue is the sky?
Is it the ocean and the sky? Yeah, I think it might be. It might be that line. Yes.
So you're saying the boat is in the sky.
Like, look at your own T-dub sky. Where do you see a line there in that ultra bright?
That's high. That's high
see it.
exposure. You can see it. It makes it even more prominent.
You can see it.
What screen are you on? What screen are you on?
I'm on an OLED.
So
I don't
you
know,
have to be
Acer.
consistent. You're telling us the dark
Honor.
line here is where the horizon is, and then everything above that is the sky. That's your claim.
Mm-hmm.
So explain why the boat is appearing to be in the fucking sky hovering. What is your
Not
explanation
only
for
that,
that?
It's an optical illusion. Hello?
No.
CB,
How is it
not
an
only that.
illusion? That's
CB, check this out, dude. Sorry to
what is the
interrupt you.
illusion?
I just noticed something. If you look at T-Dub's
It could be a
image-
mirage. It could be.
Bro, listen
Sign,
into
stop
this.
speaking through people.
Listen to this, right? I just noticed. I don't know if you guys already spoke about it. I might have misheard, but it stood out for me in T-Dub's image. Not only can you see a slight difference in the color in the water compared to the sky, so you know the water's there, but you see the fucking reflection of the boat. So what is refracting the reflection of the boat in the water also?
Where do you see
Either the
a?
reflection of
Where
the
do you see a
shadow on the
shadow?
shirt?
Where's the
Don't
shadow?
you see
at?
that? Don't you see that?
Which shadow? No, I don't see a shadow.
Very Oh, actually, hang on.
Here, I'll post it.
You know what? Never mind. I take that back. It's on the small screen from far away. It looks like there's a little kind of rectangle, darker rectangle under the boat
Look,
where I am.
if he can't understand, if you
that
see it on the right, and I'll grant you that it is more faint on the left side of the boat, but you can clearly see a line on the right side, and it would not make sense that it just stops here and then something else takes place on the other side. Horizon is a line, just like the line below it,
So
right?
maybe the one,
Hold
maybe
on,
the one on the right-hand side, the cloud in the background.
relax, relax. Just like the dark line is a line from right to left across the entirety of the image, that's how that other line would be as well, regardless of whether you can see it. It's very faint. But I drew a ruler for you. I put a line on it for you.
Maybe the two faint lines are just clouds or like anything else.
So then you're saying the boat is in a fucking cloud, you absolute fucking
Yes,
moron.
I'm saying that
I'm
there's
about
a
to
mirage.
ban you
Like,
out of
have
here
you
for
ever
being
seen
so
a mirage
fucking
in real
retarded.
life? You complete like apes. You've never seen cars float over like Earth.
What is the type of mirage that takes one object in the whole image and then puts it in another place? Explain it.
I don't know my like mirage names.
I know you're just making shit up on the fly. We've shown you that
Buddy,
there's a
you are
horizon
saying that
behind
there's a horizon behind it when there isn't. 'Cause
No
you can't see on the left
fucking
hand side.
shit. What else would be taking place? It's
complete
on the
idiot.
water. It's on the water. So
I can't.
therefore, the
You guys are just making. You guys are making up a horizon to.
no.
Like,
Look,
insane.
look. The gap between the bottom of the boat and the dark line is water. You fucking idiot. You said this yourself. It's on the water. It's not in the sky.
I can't argue with you guys when you make up fake horizons.
No one's making up fake horizons.
You made up a made up line. Like hello.
No, you
There's
don't
no made-up
understand the
line.
horizon. This is the problem. You don't understand what the horizon is. And now your misconceptions are causing you to get confused and you're not willing to listen.
Look,
It's just a
let's go-
classic
let's
case
go
of
through
denial.
Another image. Let's go through another image. We have a second
Denial of
image.
your like made up line you just made.
There's no made up line, dude. You're saying it's in the sky.
It's 100% a
retard.
made up line. You
Sign. The only issue here is you provided something that you personally
You're a
thought was
complete
proof
ape.
of something, and we destroyed it. That's what you're coping over.
destroyed it by
Deal
making
with
a
it,
fake
mate.
line that you can't on
It's
the
not a
other side.
fake line.
You can't see a line on
It's
the
a
other side.
line.
You can't
It's a
see that line
line.
there.
Can't see it.
Go and
You
get
can't
your
see it.
eyes checked. Please.
No, you
go
guys.
and get
You
your
guys
eyes
have
checked.
like some like brain.
Do you
worm,
understand
like,
how a line works?
on the left?
You know how a line works?
Yes. Look at the left. Where's that line there? You complete ape.
I already granted you that it's more difficult to see, but
Oh
it would
yes.
still be a
you mean
line
you can't
across
see it?
the
How about
image.
how about we use this
Hello?
right words?
Sign,
you can't
sign.
see it. Hello. You can't see it.
Muted.
Please leave him there. Yeah,
This
he's
guy's
fine,
fucking retarded. We got clips as well. I saved those clips. I
Clipcord,
can't believe
you're
he
a
actually.
fucking legend.
I can't believe he's actually saying that it's in the clouds. Penguins, who's here? We need someone to like. We need a Globetard to actually like try to stand on this with him.
Yeah, black and white's even better. You can see it. I see it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to throw him a bone. Yeah, it is harder to see on the right or on the left, but it's like, does he not know how lines work? Yeah, exactly, goats. He's like, oh no, it's more difficult to see on the left. Therefore, it's not a line. The dark line on the bottom. It's a line across the image. The horizon would be like that no matter where it is, in front, behind. There's no light effect that's going to take just the boat and put it up in the sky. I don't know how he can't understand this. Clipboard posted the perfect
He
picture.
did
for this as
understand
well.
it. The problem is he thought his image was proof of something. And when it was just torn apart, all he could do was cope and make excuses. That's what the problem was. He thought that actually proved something. And it just got denied. Big time. And now we've got this one coping in text chat. Mr. Runaway himself, Penguins.
Clipboard's image is really helpful though, because you can see it's the same effect, but the line is more visible here.
I mean, is it just me, or is it that this guy's logic, right? That the horizon is actually the limit of the dark part of the boat. Okay, that sort of claim, isn't that the same as saying, like, for example, when you look down a hot surface, like one of those bridges, you know those images or those videos where like some people walking towards you, right, and their legs look like they're cut off.
I'll post the one from Phuket World.
Yeah,
on the bridge.
Would his logic, or wouldn't his logic basically be equivalent to saying that the bridge is the horizon in that that type of image, even though you can see like grass and shit behind the guy walking towards you, if you could? And I think you actually can see stuff or some stuff behind those, right? Isn't that like kind of the same sort of argument or same statement? Or am I just tired as fuck because it's 4 o'clock in the morning here?
The way I see it, he doesn't understand the horizon. He doesn't realize that there are potentially multiple horizons depending on your angle, depending on your zoom. He thinks the horizon is a physical location, and everything that's seen beyond it is super loomed up along with the whatever else, perfectly in line with where it would be physically. So he's got a misunderstanding of the horizon. And these images are great. They're showing you that you can get multiple points, what you could call the horizon. Depends on the opacity of the day.
There you go, Mick. In the original video, he actually leaves it there for a while, right? And a guy on a bike actually rides by, and he ends up all distorted. The bottom of him, looks like it's all distorted and that. But like, yeah. But you know what they claim, like he's claiming in that, right, is basically the same thing that they claim in the Black Swan, right? That everything's been lifted up, except not everything, just the boat. So it's as if, like, if we, he imagines that there's a possibility you could go and make that observation at Miramar Beach, right, and just see those oil rigs seeming to float in the sky without the water beneath it. Right, like in the proper Black Swan image, because that's what he's saying. It's being lifted up. It's being displaced from its actual position visually and placed in the sky for the viewer, right? Without all the water around it.
The water. That's exactly right, Tito. Thank you.
That is just insane.
That's just what I was thinking right as you were saying it. If it's going to lift up the boat, it'd be lifting up the water too, not just the boat. I think he gets the #1 retard award of the week. Hands down, that's the dumbest shit I've heard all week.
But there's meteorologists that think that's the fucking explanation.
Yeah, I think this guy
crazy.
I think this guy deserves a clown car of the day.
Matrix, where are you at?
There we go. Love it.
Nice. And fucking incredible. I cannot believe what I just heard. He actually thought he had a point too. He was like, that was wild.
He understood
bro.
it, CB. He realised he was back every time he threw a picture up there. He was just getting smacked into the corner.
He didn't like. I honestly, he had some triggering moments. Like if you muted him, he would get triggered by that. If you called him a retard, he'd get triggered. He'd be like, no, you're retarded. There's nothing we're saying that's retarded.
He got
bro.
triggered when we decided not to discuss shit that wasn't related to the Black Swan. The bendy cranes, the elevation of the buildings. Nobody cares. That's why I say, in all seriousness, if they could remove those 2 oil rigs and put a freaking traffic cone there, we would be better off.
No, dude, we need to get Radwin's Clown Swan. Please, someone send me that if anyone has it. It's so funny. Like, it's perfect. Because he said, oh, well, you're not addressing how weird the
I've
oil
got a
rig is
different
looking."
one. It's not the clown one, but it's just as rough.
I'm gonna save that one.
The clown one's good.
The clown one's really good. I like the Clown Swan. We can play the music next time as well. See, these are good examples, but it's like it's hard to explain his retardation. That was so painful, dude. That was so painful. I got clips. Should I play them back into the microphone? Like, holy shit, this guy's retarded.
You can see.
Nice
you
one,
can see.
Clipboard.
What?
And all this to try to go against the Black Swan.
It's a good one.
Right? Like, we present the Black Swan. He's like, yeah, well, look, here's a mirage. Well, no, you can see the line behind the oil rig, the boat there. No, you can't say that. It's clearly below it. Well, it's like, isn't the horizon where the curve of the Earth starts? And everything starts dipping down below. So what's the boat doing up in the sky? Oh, mirage. What kind of mirage is that? I don't know. So you're just making shit up then? Yeah, but how come there's a line on the right and not on the left? It's like, what do you think a line is? It would be no different than the line below it, going across the image from right to left, the entirety of the image.
It was just excuses. He knew that line was there, but the problem is it destroyed his claim for the image.
I think I lost a few brain cells from that. That was painful. Right? Actually got me kind of triggered, bro. I'm not gonna lie. All right, somebody's hot mic.
And they call us fucking nuts. Like, it's just so frustrating. And to think that the majority of the world would fucking agree with him. I mean, there's academics that probably would pat him on the back and say, "Good job, you tried to tell him." Like, and that is scary.
That boy Rich, you're hot miking, my boy.
What's going on with my mic?
You're clicking all around.
Shit. One sec. Let me fix that.
Yeah, please just mute up while you fix it. Thank you.
Oh, zipper mic.
Wait, I try.
Thank you, sir. Now I'm thinking I should fire up the misogyny meeting.
Your call. I'm up for a bit.
I'll get a little bit of gas in the tank. Yeah, I'll fire it up. Just a quick one. A test run. All right, guys, we're gonna fire up a show.
Yeah, why not? Mic check.
In the chill chat, if
Mic
anyone
check,
wants to join. Yeah.
Oh, it's not a staged event?
Ooh. I don't know if India is gonna have to turn that on.
Nah, no point. No point. You know, it's gonna be very low key, I think.
Yeah, we'll just be in chill. So, guys, if you want to join, we're going to start up an episode, and this will be the first episode. So, if you want to be there for the pilot episode of CB's misogyny meeting, Stacy, you should join as well. I think that'd be a lot of fun if you came. Pause. Yeah, chill chat. I'm going to start the show right now. Guys, if you want to join, come on over to chill chat. Come on over.
Well, I'm just on my way to the beach with my camera. Gonna look at that apparent horizon, see if I can see any boats floating in the sky.
Don't let that horizon fool you, Stacy.
Stacy, you should come over to the chill chat.
Once I stop driving, I'll do that.
Cool. Sounds good. All right, guys. We're going to be in chill chat for just a little bit if anyone wants to join. I'll just make one more quick announcement and then I'll get out of here. But Mike and I and Effie Batman, maybe Stacy, we're going to be in chill. Just a quick episode, a little pilot episode if you guys want to join. And then
If it's like misogyny, then I'm probably gonna cry by the end of it.
I think it'll be all right. You'll be all right. But all right, yeah, we'll be over there and just come on over, guys. Come on over. Peace.
I was just getting a shower. Where's he trying to get people to come on over to?
Chill chat.
Does somebody want to tell CB that he spelt misogyny wrong in the heading for the chill chat?
It was done deliberately.
Ah, okay. You never know with these Americans, you know. Butchering my native tongue brings a tear to my eye sometimes, to be honest. Does anybody have any theories as to why there seems to be a particularly high number of Australian people in the FE community? Or is that just recency bias? My experience of this particular corner of the internet?
How's it going, people? American Defender here.
going on?
Oh, just got here myself. I think it's been a bit. I think it's been a bit of a spicy morning. I think it's been a bit of a spicy morning or night for those guys. And yeah, I think I've joined just as it was all wrapping up. To be honest.
Dang, it's over. I arrived too late.
Well, normally what happens is the Americans go to sleep, and then they hand over to the other Americans who are waking up early, and then it all kicks off again.
So like it's like a non-continuation of like unemployment. Damn.
I don't know them. I don't know them well enough to. I don't know them well enough to assume their employment status. To be honest, could be a time zone thing. Could be an unemployment thing. Could be an insomnia thing. Could be a mixture of all of the above. Don't really know.
Fair enough. Type shit.
All quiet on the Western Front tonight, lads.
Hello. Hello.
Are there any flat earthers here right now?
Yeah, what's up? You got any questions? Proceed.
Yeah. I'm feeling kind of tired right now, but I need to stay away.
Yeah, okay.
So can you
Yeah,
raise
what do
my
you want
blood
to talk about?
pressure a bit and say some stupid shit at me?
Say some stupid
Tell me
shit.
about
No,
all of your beliefs on the.
it's not a belief.
Go.
Belief is not required.
All right, you're doing good. All right, you're doing good so far, but keep it up, okay?
Yeah, if you want to say something, just keep on talking.
That's how you say stuff, yeah. You got to talk to say stuff. That's true. Yeah, you got me there. So how long have you believed in retard stuff? I mean the flat Earth stuff.
Dude, it's not a belief.
Okay.
Belief is not required.
You don't have beliefs? That's crazy.
No, you're crazy for thinking that people believe in this stuff. It's not a belief.
So you
Come
don't.
on.
You're right. You're right. You don't believe in flat Earth. You don't have that belief. I agree 100%.
Hey, would you say me and you are experiencing the same reality? Yes or no?
God, I hope not.
You hope not.
I would hate to know that I share this place with you.
Why so negative? Be positive.
What?
I said, why so negative? Talk. Talk positive.
Why are you believing that I have feelings? That's not a belief. You can't believe it. Checkmate. Checkmate. Converted another flat earther to the truth. Glad we all agree now that the earth is a globe. And the earth is a globe. Alright, I'm gonna go somewhere else. Have a nice one. Except the globe earth. Walk with Christ.
but I don't exactly remember what his position was. Was or is.
I hope I'm identifying the right person, but I think the last argument I heard from Kessler about the Tonga earthquake proves it's a globe or something like that. Anybody know what I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah, you could be right. I don't know for sure. Maybe Kessler can tell us.
Yeah, tell me if I'm misidentifying.
That's probably right, yeah. I think that's the last thing I brought up.
It was basically things that go through the ground prove that the ground is curving and boiling it down. Is that correct?
It was more to do with the timing and how it hit different locations. But it was more to prove that the distances are correct between cities, and with that, you can deduce, you can put on a net.
Yeah.
It's kind of a complicated argument, I guess, because it's an indirect measurement of the Earth rather than a direct one.
Well, I think that's. Sorry, Dave.
I was just going to say real quick, wouldn't it be easier just to do a direct measurement instead of worrying about earthquakes in Tonga or whatever?
No, like a lot of real world measurements are usually indirect. I mean, it's probably not easier to directly measure the Earth due to the scale of it.
And then when we see magnitudes further than what we should see on a globe, they just say the word refraction, and it goes away. The problem just goes away.
It's a different argument.
I was just going to tell him real quick, DJ. He's telling me it's difficult for you and a buddy to get like a 10-mile stretch of water, like an island off a coast or something. See each other on the beach. It's so difficult to do.
You cut out a bit there.
It's just too big, Dave. The 66 foot of the 6-story building that should be obstructing the shoreline from the other side, it's just too small on a global scale.
So the curvature's there. It's no way to measure it. That's what you're saying. We cannot measure it. We're too small. Right.
Yeah.
Well, if we want to talk about like direct versus indirect, a few good examples are like, say, a direct measurement would be to measure a piece of paper with a rule, right? Mm-hmm. That would be a direct.
Yes, Kessler.
So how do you measure wind? Does anyone know how to directly measure the wind?
Like I don't know, some sort of gauge, I guess. I'm not sure.
Yeah, you can't. So we can't actually directly measure wind speed. We use an indirect measurement, which is from usually like a gauge, but it powers like a rotor of some form, and then we count the RPMs. The greater the RPMs, the greater the wind speed. So we're actually measuring RPMs, not the wind speed itself. Do you know what I mean? So that's like an indirect measurement, and a lot of real-world observations use indirect measurements. So if that's understood, then yeah, the argument can continue. But most of the time,
but that's a bit different than if there should be physical attributes over a certain distance that aren't there ever, like 300 foot of curvature over a 20-mile lake, for example. You know, a horizon that would have to be at a certain distance based on the height of the observer, but it's completely undetectable and completely flat from point A to point B.
So a good one for that is like someone mentioned they watched the sunrise earlier, right?
Yeah, maybe.
I think it was in chat or something like that. So have you ever done the trick where you watch the sunrise and then you lie down again after you've just watched it across the horizon? Why is height a variable in that?
Because of the angle of view to the distant object increases as you go higher.
Mm-hmm.
Just because we see in like a cone perspective kind of thing.
Right, okay. So
and as we go higher, it widens that view to the vanishing point.
Yep. So height is a variable to perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. If you go higher, you can see further.
Yeah.
Like it's going to increase where the vanishing point would appear.
So vanishing point, or so why would the vanishing point increase or decrease?
Because the angle, right? Because the way the light goes into your eye creates a horizon at roughly eye level, right? And as you go higher, the convergence point between the ground and the sky is going to increase in distance.
Yeah, right. Okay, so are you saying that the sun is vanishing then?
The sun appears to vanish. It depends on the actual weather conditions. I mean, sometimes it looks like the sun appears to vanish above the horizon behind an invisible horizon line. Sometimes it looks like it shrinks into a little dot as it moves away, right? Sometimes it looks like it gets bigger. It does all sorts of crazy stuff depending on the weather conditions and, you know, the density gradients and all that sort of thing, right? Like atmospheric scattering is a huge factor. Lensing, that kind of thing.
So I mean, you guys get to say that the sun you're seeing at the sunset isn't even really there. I mean, it's already set. I mean, fucking hell, man, give Flat Earth cut them some slack.
Yeah, I don't understand that point.
So when you go higher, also it lifts you above obstructions as well, like Sporadic pointed out in the side chat there.
Yeah.
So if you've got a small ocean swell, right? Like or something like that, or some obstruction in the distance.
Okay.
You know, it's going to make a difference.
Yeah. Okay. So I mean, we don't observe a change in the angular diameter of the sun throughout the day. So so are you saying
it does change a little bit? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it can change once it reaches the horizon, as it sort of looks compressed, doesn't it, towards the horizon? But throughout the day, once it's, you know, fully above our heads, we're not seeing much change there as it heads towards the horizon.
I think it changes a little bit. There's some decent videos, you know, showing comparisons, and then they'll put the sun at a certain degree and the sun at another degree, and then they'll compare the two images. But yeah, we're dealing with a lot of scattering and magnification and things like that, glare. Some days you have clearer conditions, and some days you have, you know, drier conditions and things like that. You know, it all makes a difference.
So we just
very much apparent.
So would you say making observations like towards like the horizon and stuff like that it's probably not necessarily the best observation to make?
Well, what are you observing? It depends on the claim. I mean, it's just there's nothing wrong with making the observation. Yeah, it's not a good argument for the globe side. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's just
we're not making particular claims about the sun. We can just test the Earth. But the globe side wants to claim. Yeah, like T-Dub just said, it's not a great argument for the globe side.
Yeah, it's fine.
Just because there's so much variance in different places around the world and different conditions, and, you know, we see all sorts of crazy things happening with sunsets.
So you said it's very, it's somewhat
temperamental or whatever.
Temperamental, yeah, when you make observations near the horizon because of these atmospheric effects, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I could agree with that.
Yeah. I like this observation. I'm going to post just a little clip I took from it in the side chat. This is super clear conditions. This is a lake, the Great Salt Lake in Utah. It's a very dry atmosphere there. And this guy, you know, he's gone there on it. It looks like a really clear day with no wind or anything like that. And he's zooming across 21 miles from 5 foot. 5 foot observation height. You should have a horizon. I mean, there must be a physical geometric horizon at 2.73 miles away. And we can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake, and we can see there's no obstruction of anything at all. It's just looks completely flat over the lake, and the horizon's just not there. So it's an interesting one. I mean, he does it again later in the day, and then at night again. and it looks the same. So that would be 293 foot of curvature over that distance.
DJ, are you saying sometimes it looks like a globe, sometimes it don't?
No.
Sorry, old commercial. I had to throw that in. You guys go ahead.
No, I'm saying that when we go out and test for this geometric horizon, like the geometric horizon has to be there. Like if we do a hypothetical and say, okay, if we hypothetically removed the atmosphere from a 1 foot observation height, the horizon has to be at 1.22 miles, right? From 5 foot observation height, it has to be at 2.73 miles. Anything that goes beyond the horizon line would have to start to be obstructed behind it. So we have to say that this shoreline that we're seeing over this lake, right, it has to be obstructed by 231 foot. And then the globe side would have to try to just work out some way that it's some kind of miraging effect, some kind of crazy impossible temperature gradient that's creating the refractive index that just somehow perfectly hides the horizon completely, flattens out the entire lake from point A to point B, and it just consistently stays like that as they keep making observations throughout the day and night. So it's a pretty good observation. I mean, hard to explain for the globe side.
So basically, their explanation is that light somehow manipulates that physical water to look like that, even though we're seeing the physical water and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that they don't even really bring up the refraction thing very often when I present this one. Usually, what they say is that's a super interesting observation. I'll have to look into it further, and they go away. Because this one, it's crystal clear. It's not for example, the black swan, the 1 foot black swan image where there's some distortion in the air and things like that. It's not the clearest day. This is just crystal clear. And it's a huge distance. It's not just 10 miles, it's 21 miles. And there's also a laser test to go along with this out of the same video. They shoot high-powered lasers across the lake at each other once it gets dark. But there's a lot more to this video as well. There's a shoreline on the other side of the lake, and there's puddles all over the shoreline. And at nighttime, when they do the observation, you can see the lights from the town reflecting off the puddles on the shoreline on the other side of the lake. So that's another killer for the globe side to try to explain that, just because of the law of reflection.
Well, in response to that, NASA pictures. Take that, player.
Yeah, that's actually one of the main responses. It's well, what about the pictures of the Earth from space? Here's an interesting one that I'm posting now as well. This is across Lake Tahoe. I think Nathan Thompson did it. And it's they have a P900 and a P1000, and one of them has infrared. Now, what the globers like to claim is that if there's more refraction, whatever that means, you can see further. When there's more visual distortion, you can see further. Right, but on clear days, you can see less distance. The horizon will appear closer to you. Right, that's their claim. But this one, they're showing infrared footage right next to regular footage. And it's absolutely not the case that all of a sudden, through the infrared footage, there's some horizon that's somewhere close to where it should be on a globe. All it does is take away some of the miraging effects that are in the the bottom footage.
But DJ, that geometric horizon has to be there for it to be a globe of the size they told us. What is the problem?
Yeah, it's not there. It's never there. I mean, it's there is no geometric horizon. That's the craziest thing. You know, they have no.
I heard globalization say that the geometric horizon is there, you just can never see it. That's their excuse, anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, it has to be there.
And for anyone listening out there, what DJ was just discussing completely falsifies the NASA pictures that you may believe in. The oceans are not curving like that. We checked. Back to you guys.
So, can we ask a question or you have a conversation yet?
Yeah. Was that you, Omar?
Yeah, it's me.
Yeah, what's up, man?
What's up, brother? Like, I see many idea about the flat Earth, actually.
Yep.
You guys have the same idea, or there is like someone have another idea about that? Because I saw like some people say the sun and the moon it's inside our dome or something like that, and someone else say there is a reflect about reflect of sun and moon.
That would be.
Let me finish. And there is like when we go behind the glass wall or something like that, there is like many many countries there. Like you can tell me what you want.
Yeah, it sounds like you know some of those opinions that you're getting are coming from biblical cosmologists and that kind of thing. It's all speculation, and at 24/7 Flat Earth, right? That's what, like, we're from a channel called 24/7 Flat Earth. We try to keep our arguments empirical and not go into things that we can't validate or anything, biblical or anything like that, right? So we wouldn't make claims about things like that we definitely can't validate, because if you asked us to back up our claims with empirical evidence, we wouldn't be able to.
So that's mean, guys, you believe there is we are living in flat Earth. You don't have any idea about next what we have next the glass wall.
Not really. I mean, there's no way to validate that. What we can confirm is that the Earth isn't a globe. And things like that. I mean, it's when it comes to exactly what's going on in the sky, like too high for us to test, it falls into the speculation category, and we don't try to replace every single claim that the globe side makes with something else, right? We admit what we can't validate.
I mean, the people who say there is countries behind that wall, they saying we have a note about someone, his name Richard Beard or something like that.
A lot of the time, Flat Earthers are butchering what Admiral Byrd even said. I mean, Admiral Byrd said that there's land that people haven't set foot on, beyond 180 miles beyond the South Pole. Whereas some flat earthers say, he said he discovered a new continent beyond Antarctica, right? But that's not what he said. So, I mean, there's definitely some flawed arguments getting around. on the internet by certain flat earthers, like TikTok flat earthers and some YouTubers and things like that. But you're going to get that from both sides. Now it's interesting. It's interesting what Admiral Byrd said, but it's not. Some people take it out of context. If you watch the interview and listen very carefully to what he says, he's basically talking about more land on Antarctica, roughly the size of the United States. As part of Antarctica.
Absolutely. Thank you, DJ.
So
exactly.
So there is many idea about the flat Earth.
Well, yeah, I mean, different people have slightly different speculations. I mean, same with the globe Earth, right? Some people think it's geocentric, like it's not moving through space, right? Other people think that it's like electric universe theory, but it's still a globe. And then there's heliocentrists. So you're going to get different branches of people that have slightly different things that they, talk about when it comes to flat Earth. But we all agree that it's not a globe, right? Just like all of the different globe theories agree that it is a globe. So that's what we have in common. We can all agree it's not a globe, but here in this channel, we try to stick to facts, things we can back up. Otherwise, we're leaving ourselves open to get destroyed in a debate.
Some people say when there is many planets like the Earth should be look like a planet, also like Mars. Or...
Well, there's no evidence of that. So if someone wanted to say, I think that I see a sphere in the sky, therefore the Earth must also be a sphere, right? That's a bold claim. So when we go out and test the Earth, we've validated that it can't possibly be a sphere, right? Because spheres require curvature and things like that. So if we can test the Earth and validate that there's no curvature, then it can't possibly be like the so-called spheres in the sky.
About the pictures from NASA, I don't agree with NASA because sometimes they showing USA big, sometimes it's small. So
yeah, so there's a lot of inconsistency. There's a lot of inconsistency behind what we're getting from NASA. They've been caught faking footage and things like that. So we can't validate a lot of the things that they're telling us are correct. So I mean, it comes down to whether you want to choose to believe people that are known liars or not.
But why is lying? There is something don't wanna people know, or because they building this organization NASA.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly. It's pretty much impossible to prove the motive in that situation. But what we can prove is that it's most definitely not a globe. So, I mean, you could ask them, why you're doing this, but it's probably you're not going to be able to do that. So, I mean, it's just like you could speculate. Why would they lie? But everyone kind of agrees that the government, doesn't always tell the truth. I mean, I think nearly everyone you speak to says, of course the government lies. NASA's just another branch of the government. So, and I think most people that work at NASA aren't lying. It would only have to be a very small amount of people pulling the strings, but who and why is not something that we can validate.
They also people who say the Earth is flat. They saying there is an older race. It's lizard, between lizard and the human or something like that. They living in the under the earth or something like that.
Yeah, it sounds a bit far-fetched to me.
What do you think about that?
I think it sounds a bit like a crazy claim. that people wouldn't be able to back up with any evidence.
Yeah. And you, what do you think about the sun and the moon? Is it inside our dome, or there is?
I wouldn't have I wouldn't have a clue. I mean, I don't even necessarily claim a dome, but I mean, what we know is that we have gas pressure, and to have gas pressure, you know, to the antecedent, right? Like the necessary thing that you have to have for gas pressure is a container. So a container of some kind. I don't know whether you want to call it a dome or not. You know, I think that's stretching, you know, the claim a little bit far.
Dome is not like it's not a glasses dome or something like that. Like dome of glass or something.
Well, who knows? Yeah, well, who knows? Who knows exactly what it is? We just know that you need a physical container to have gas, but I think that we also have no idea how the sky works. It could be something beyond our current knowledge or our comprehension. So that's my opinion.
Yeah. So your opinion about sun and the moon is reflect?
No. I mean, I have no idea. Yeah.
It's a reflect, or there is really sun and the moon with a small, like small moon and small sun, and they are moving around the flat Earth.
Yeah, I have no idea what they are. Like what we sort of experience is like an apparent. We see the sun in an apparent location in the sky. It moves in cycles. I mean, you know, I can only make definitive claims about what we observe. I don't know how big it is. I don't know how far away it is. I don't know what it's made of exactly. You know, I can't validate those things. So, I mean, there's no point guessing.
Can you send me like a picture or something like that, or a video of your idea, like something you believe in this?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't make claims about the sun and the moon and the stars and the planets. It's a mystery, you know, it's an unknown. It's something we can't test. But I think I don't have an explanation.
Your community here, they don't have any explanation, like a picture or video?
Of what in particular? Like what the sun is?
Yeah, not what sun is. The like you see it like a reflect, or there is a really small sun, and or what do you think about that?
Yeah, I don't know what size the sun is.
About your thinking, your community thinking about the sun and the moon. I think
most people in the community would say that we don't know what the sun is. You know, it would be speculation. So, yeah, we don't know. We can't test it. So it's an unknown. We'll just put it into the we don't know basket. We can test the Earth. The Earth's not a globe, so you know we're talking about the Earth here. You know, when it comes to what's going on in the sky, I mean, we can't validate that. You know, we don't need to replace all the crazy claims the globe side makes about the sky.
So most of people here who believe in the flat Earth, they believe there is a flat Earth only, and they don't know what the routine of the moon and of the sun and everything what they happen around him. That they believe there is only flat Earth like that.
Well, we know that there's a routine that takes place in the sky, kind of like the sky's like a big clock and everything moves in particular cycles.
Yeah.
So that we can confirm, like we all see the same thing in the sky, right? But exactly what's going on, you know, exactly what is the sun, how far away is it, you know, we don't know that. Nobody knows that. But we you know, everything goes in routines, right? It goes in particular paths in the sky. But I think it makes a lot more sense, right? Or it only makes sense on a stationary Earth. Like that we see them moving across the sky. We see the sun moving across the sky. Where on the globe side, they say, from your perspective, the sun is actually stationary. And it only looks like it's moving across the sky because you're spinning away from the sun on the globe. And that's what makes it look like the sun sets. So, I mean, it's more logical, to say that the Earth is stationary and we see the sun moving across the sky.
What I wanna ask also, like NASA believe in the sky like a dark matter or something like that, and the other I saw another idea about flat Earth. They believe there is a sea in the sky. They say we are under a sea. Okay.
Yeah, that's
what do you believe about the sky also? This community, because
well, that's more like yeah, that's like the biblical cosmologist, stance on it, because it kind of talks about that in religious books. They'll say that that there's water above the firmament, right? And that God created the firmament to separate the waters above from the waters below and that kind of thing, and that he placed the stars, the sun and the moon within the firmament and that kind of thing. So that's all like biblical cosmology. So that's kind of like faith-based, right? It's not something that they're going to be able to prove or back up their claims with, right? They're just going to refer you to the Bible and things like that as their evidence.
Yeah.
Or there's going to be a lot of assumptions behind what their evidence would be.
So what you guys believe about the sky and the stars and everything?
Well, they're apparent lights in the sky that move in particular cycles that are useful for determining months and years and all sorts of different things. Like it's like a big clock, right? And we don't know exactly what they are, what they're made of, what distance they are, all that kind of thing, right? So that's our stance on what the sky is. We don't really know exactly what's going on, but we all observe the same thing. And the people that claim they know exactly what's going on can't back up their claims. So,
hey DJ, can I ask this gentleman one question? Is my mic working?
Yep.
Yeah.
Who are you talking to anyway?
Let me tell you something. Like for me, if you want to ask me what I believe is a flat or a ball or something like that, for me I don't care. Like I am just like I am living here like so many. I live like maybe 16 years or I don't know, and they I will die. Like I don't care about the.
Well, I just wanted to ask you one question. It's not even about if you believe in God or not.
Yeah.
You keep asking. Are you listening now? You keep asking DJ, what do you believe about the sky? What do you believe? Aren't you interested in things you can actually know and prove for yourself?
I am asking him like about this community because there is like many like people live in the flat earth and they have many idea. That's why I ask him like that. You get me?
Sorry, my only point is you keep asking about beliefs. We're in this room particularly.
Not
what we can actually know for ourselves.
What I wanna say about belief is not about religion or something. I mean the idea they believe, the idea, the thinking about the flat earth.
It's not an idea though. It's just an observation. It's like observation and measurement.
Yep. Yeah, imagination. The imagination about the flat earth.
Not imagination. There is no imagination about it. It's just what you can go out into reality and see and measure. But you don't imagine that you see a flat horizon. You don't imagine that. You see it. You go out down to the ocean, have a look out into the distance, and you see the horizon, and it's flat. That's not your imagination.
Yeah, so we all experience the Earth as a flat, stationary plane. That's the way you experience the Earth, and that's the way that everyone experiences the Earth. It's only because they taught people from a young age that it's actually not what it seems that they believe it.
Now people they don't understand because they see like floods in the galaxy and something, and the water is like you see the disc one.
Yeah, that's the disc, the flat disc, right? That's
yeah,
that's propaganda.
That's
no flat earthers. Yeah, no flat earthers think that flat Earth is a disc.
Yeah,
in the globe Earth version of space. That would be crazy, a silly claim. So that's pushed by the mainstream to try to ridicule flat Earth and to turn people away from flat Earth at first glance. When they first look into flat Earth, they see discs in space and they think these people are crazy. That's a stupid idea, you know? And it is. If we did believe that Earth was a flat disc in space, that would be ridiculous. It would be worthy of ridicule. So that's why they try to push that narrative to try to dismiss flat Earth before people even look into it.
Yeah. They don't understand what behind this idea.
Yeah, they don't people don't understand the correct flat Earth arguments.
Yeah. They don't know the argument why this community say there is a flat Earth.
Exactly. And we don't even claim to know the shape of the Earth because flat is not a shape. Flat is the description of a surface area. So that's what we're talking about, that the large distances of water on the Earth over the surface of the water don't curve, right? And if you have an area of the surface that's not curving, it's flat by default. So that's what we're talking about when we say flat Earth. We're talking about the surface area that we can test isn't curving, so it can't be a globe.
Okay. No, thank you for this discussion, brother.
Yeah, no problem, man. No problem. If you have more questions, feel free to ask and come back anytime.
Thank you.
Agni Besh, welcome back.
Agnabesh is fired up and thinks that eclipses are globe.
Yeah. Eclipses. Yeah, so lots of assumptions need to be made for that, right? So we could debunk eclipses very easily by just disproving that the Earth is a globe. So we've done that. So, I mean, the eclipse argument...
I have a question.
Yes, Robert, welcome.
Yeah. Let's imagine that's really flat. We have ocean, and we go to the bottom of the ocean, and we begin to dig beneath further and further. And what we're gonna find?
Okay, good question. Okay, so the deepest hole dug by humans is in Russia, called the Kola Super Deep Borehole. And the Soviets, I think it was, they tried to dig as deep as they possibly could into the Earth. Now they got down to 7.6 miles, and they couldn't get any deeper than that. They kept breaking their equipment, and they tried for years to get deeper, but they couldn't. Now, that's only 7.6 miles. That's only slightly deeper than the deepest place in the ocean, so it's really not that deep. So that's as far as we know what's below us. Now, even when they did this dig, they got all of their predictions wrong on what they would encounter as they were digging down. So I think that we don't really know what's deeper than what we've been able to check.
Do you know why the equipment broke?
What's that, sorry, Kessler?
Do you know why the equipment broke?
Yeah, I think it was due to the heat. Yeah.
So maybe you have any suggestion what could be beneath the Earth?
Yeah, probably lizard people, civilizations of lizard people. No, I'm just joking. I have no idea. Yeah, not sure.
Maybe it's hell.
Yeah, maybe. It would be pretty hellish down there. I wouldn't want to go down there.
And this ultra firm surface that broke Soviet tools just save us from hellish forces?
Yeah, maybe, bro. Maybe it's all in the speculation.
But who made it?
No, I don't know. I'm not claiming hell is down there, but yeah, I'd just say we don't know that. We're not sure. We're not sure what's beneath the earth or anything like that. It's speculation. Anyone's guess.
What's on the end of the known world? Some giant ice wall, or what?
No idea. Absolutely no idea. I don't think anyone that we can validate has checked, or nobody. Nobody has checked that we know of.
Humans have ships, aircrafts, and other stuff.
Yep. Right,
Why
but no
don't
one.
somebody go there?
Yeah, I agree. I maybe they did. Maybe the government did go. I'm not sure.
Maybe there are a lot of some, I don't know, radiation that killed everything.
Yeah, I'm not sure, man. Like, no one's ever just kept going south, and then come back to the same spot again, Like, no one's ever just kept flying south or sailing south and, past a certain point. So I think that we don't know what's beyond the south. It's also not very easy to actually go and do that kind of thing.
So we can't go down. We can't go to any directions. Only the possible probably ways go up. So what is on the heaven?
Yeah, I mean, let's look at another place that's a bit of a mystery is the North Pole. It's another place that's very difficult to go to because there's certain permissions and no-fly zones and restrictions and things like that. So, I don't know, there's some interesting speculations about the North as well. I mean, there's ancient maps, that consistently showed large bodies of land at the North. And then sometime in the late 1700s, 1800s, those lands that were on the maps all of a sudden weren't on the maps anymore. So it's interesting. I'm not making any.
I don't talk about north.
Yeah, well, with the south,
we know that all cardinal directions are restricted to access, but we have
not east and west.
East and west. What's in east and west?
Well, east and west are just circles around a pole, right? Like east and west are just circles around a magnetic north.
Interesting.
Yeah, and it's the same on a globe or on a flat surface. It's just a circle. Like if you go if you put a magnet on the ground in the middle of a football field and you have a compass and you want to go east or you want to go west, then you're just going to go in a circle and come back to the same spot. That's what east and west are, circles.
But what about space over our heads? What if we build some rocket and just go up, straight up? What are we gonna see?
Well, I think the highest that an amateur rocket has ever been sent up was about 350,000 feet. So it's another thing that's not very easy to do. And I think there's also restrictions when you're going up. I don't think you can just do whatever you want to do. I think there's some kind of restrictions when it comes to altitude. But I say that
gravitation.
I think that gravitation and outer space, right? That's all part of the claims of the globe model. That's something I would disagree with. I would disagree that there's a vacuum of space, and I would disagree that there's gravity as we're being taught, like the force or pseudo force of gravity that we get taught at school.
So
I'd say
we can't go up neither. What the hell?
Well, we can only go
We are
up
in
to
some age or what?
Well, I don't know. I mean, like, I wouldn't call it a cage. I'd just say there's restrictions.
Let us out. Let us out.
Let us out. Yeah, let us out. Yeah. Scream it out.
What about stars?
Stars are interesting. I'm not sure. Little dots in the sky that make a particular path, and then they reset back into the same positions each year, roughly. So, yeah, they're interesting. I don't know. They all look like little interesting, different colored spots of light in the sky, and there's a lot of speculation to what they might be. But we can't validate that. I mean, the globe side says that they're suns, that they're little, like, burning balls of gas in a vacuum. That's it.
Like in swamps?
Like in swamps? I don't know what you mean by that.
Like a wandering light in swamps. And don't you hear about it?
Oh, wandering lights in swamps. You mean like orbs?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about. I know what you're talking about. I've seen videos of like that kind of thing.
Maybe they
pretty rare. I don't know. Is that like some kind of ball lightning or something? I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of mysteries. A lot of mysteries to the sky. I think there's a lot of things we don't know about the sky. I mean, it's crazy up there. I mean, I don't know if you've seen. Like sometimes you see footage and it looks like there's giant octopus tentacle-looking things that appear up in the sky. I forget the name of them. Sprites. If you look up sprites, freaking crazy stuff. Yeah, they're ball lightning and all the other types of lightning. And then we got like comets and big giant flashes up in the sky. Yeah, it's crazy up there. I don't know. Mystery.
Yeah.
Hey, can I ask this guy a question real quick?
Yeah.
Kevin, it's a thing that just like I noticed, we start talking about the Earth and you guys start talking about something else. Like, why do you associate Earth with things in the sky?
Oh, me?
Yeah, I do. Like it's like this weird reflex people have. Oh, the Earth is this, the Earth is that. What about the moon? What about the sun? What about the stars? What about comets, meteors? Everything above our head, like people have this knee-jerk reaction to think about that instead of the Earth. Don't you think that's a little bizarre?
I think it's a reasonable thing.
Really?
Yeah, because it obviously when you say like flat Earth naturally challenges pretty much everything about that. So
yeah, that doesn't tell me that challenges. How does flat Earth challenge everything about there? I don't get.
Well, obviously people are told in school, like when you learn in school, the sun orbits the Earth, Earth orbits the sun. The moon orbits the Earth, and then Earth orbits the sun. Stars. Their suns or galaxies, it challenges all of that. Space challenges all of that. So I think the next here, flat Earth, is to think, oh, well, what about this other stuff that we've been told? I think it's a normal response.
I know it's a normal response. That's how I'm saying. My point is why is that a normal response? Because that actually has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. None of those things resemble anything on Earth, right?
It's a curiosity piece for a lot of people. Obviously, when they come in here, it's the first time hearing it. They immediately would go to that as the second response because it challenges it. It infers that all of that must be incorrect.
Think about it like this. Someone goes, hey, I want to know the geography of this island. And then they start talking about the ocean around it.
I'm not sure that's as comparable because the island doesn't have to challenge the ocean's existence.
What?
So the flat Earth challenges the space or everything we know about it or been told about it. It challenges its.
Like, no, everything you believe. Okay.
Yeah, right.
Like all that shit's a belief.
Yeah, whatever vocabulary you use, it still challenges its belief or existence or whatever. I just don't think. I think it's a perfectly. It's no coincidence that people always ask about. They ask about NASA. They ask about space, stars, because it is. It would be the second thing you bring things.
The analogy was nothing about the ocean can tell you anything about the island, and nothing about looking in the sky can tell you anything about the Earth.
Yeah, but people are curious. They're not necessarily inquisitive.
What does that got to do with my point? I don't care about people's curiosity.
I was just telling you why most people go to that reason.
I actually know the answer to the question. The reason is there's this thing called the Copernican principle that people have adopted unwittingly, in which Earth is not unique and has no unique place in the universe and is just like everything else. So they look up, and because they can't see the Earth in its totality, they look up in the sky and go, I can see that thing in its totality. And because Earth is not unique and it's like everything else, if I look up, I can see what the Earth is.
Yeah, maybe. It's also a valid point.
Yeah, they've really managed to take people's focus away from the Earth and, put their heads in space. I guess because they made everyone think that we're just the tiniest little speck in this giant outer space, so why would you worry about the little speck when everything else is the main part?
I would say close to 90 to 95% of the population on an average day probably don't even think about this.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Small.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but it's fundamental to worldview though. It's paradigm based, so you don't have to think about it. It's like we know, like every night follows day. No one thinks about that, but like you've structured your whole life around that fact without thinking about it. And they structure their whole life around the idea that the Earth's a globe, and then they carry on their day without thinking about it. That's like a base foundation of their worldview.
It's also 99% of their cosmology is not on Earth. It's in outer space. And so naturally, when you destroy the foundation for outer space, they go into cognitive dissonance because like 99% of their belief is in this fantasy land, not on Earth.
And then 99% of their belief, they can't see 70% of that.
Yeah.
Does that mean the flat earthers are aliens?
What's that? What was the question?
Does that mean that the people who, believe in flat earth are aliens? Their origin is space or something like that?
No. What makes you think that?
I just joined the with side of what you were talking about.
Yeah, no, we don't, we don't think that there's like a outer space as we've been taught in the globe model, as in like a big giant vacuum of outer space. So yeah, we would say that the Earth is the main thing in our existence is the Earth, as far as we can validate, right? And then what's going on in the sky is up for speculation.
I notice that question of aliens comes up a lot in the server. I would say, DJ is exactly right. It doesn't come from. We know that it doesn't come from an outer space vacuum. At least this alien quote unquote phenomenon, right? Of people like going, I was abducted, or to be fair, it's inconclusive already to begin with, but for sure they're not coming from a place that doesn't exist.
So, according to your belief that our planet Earth is the only existence in, the entire
Not a planet.
so-called world.
Not a planet, though.
Yeah, as also we're not claiming like it's a belief that it's the only existence. We're not claiming anything beyond what we're actually claiming. So don't draw assumptions and ascribe them to us.
I was just trying to.
Planet, well, yeah. So just to tell you, planet is like a category of things in the sky, right? So some of those little dots of light move different than the other dots, and we call those planets, right? So that definition doesn't fit the Earth. At least not what we observe. Well, I mean, I don't mean to be pedantic, but like you say, we're the only planet. Like the Earth is unique. I know that's like, I don't know why people would be disappointed in that, but it seems like people are disappointed in the fact that Earth is unique. Even in the modern cosmology, say Earth has to exist in some Goldilocks zone, right? And they've never observed any other quote unquote planet that's like the Earth. In that we have life, right? Nothing else appears to have life on it. Like all these things also say the Earth is unique. Cosmic microwave background radiation makes the Earth look like it's in the center. They actually call it the cosmological axis of evil. So like everything we observe indicates that the Earth is unique, but they don't like that idea. Because whether the Earth is unique or not unique is a philosophical question that you can't prove one way or another.
So, why do you? What do you think about? People who say that the Earth is round, and why do people say that, and why are people trying to make us believe that the Earth is round, and what is their main objective about doing this?
You're one of those people.
Well, I'm just saying that.
Aren't you telling us the Earth is round? Aren't you? Why are you telling us?
I'm just trying to understand why I have been taught that the Earth is round from the moment I was born.
Yeah, just think about it for a second. You, like everybody else, just got taught it and just believe it. So 99.9% just believe it's a ball and propagate it like tradition.
So what is the main objective for the people who are teaching us the things that the Earth is round?
Okay, so you know what a religious tradition is, right? If you go to a certain country like the Islamic country, it's their tradition to teach Islam, right? So if you're born there, you're going to grow up taught Islam. It's not a big conspiracy. It's not like everybody's lying, right? They all believe it. They teach it to their children. Their children are going to teach it to their children. This is what the globe is. It's just like a religious tradition that keeps getting taught over and over again. And it's just wrong. The problem is it's just wrong. It's not that there's a big cabal of conspirators. It's just they made a mistake a long time ago. Well, it's more than a mistake, but I'm not going to get into that.
So I'm new to this, Preeti. So can I hear about what are your assumptions and why do you believe that the Earth is flat?
For one, we don't start with assumptions. Somebody else answer that. Go ahead.
Why do we think the Earth is flat? Because how flat it is. Yeah, because of how flat it is. Go outside, see for yourself. Like, right? Most of the Earth is covered in water, right? And water lies flat and horizontal. Okay, so if most of the Earth is water that's flat and horizontal, then the Earth can't be a ball. Can't be.
How do you know it's a horizontal? It looks all the same.
That's how we use it, bro. Wait, listen, like, if you took like a level, if you wanted to make something flat, right, like a large building, say you're going to build like a million square meters building, what would you use for that? You'd use a level, right? And inside of a level is a bubble of liquid, right, that goes up or down, that goes up to right based upon the direction the liquid's being pulled down. Now, you have to believe that on a large scale, that liquid stops doing that, and somehow the liquid starts curving. But no one's experienced that. We don't build to that. Like, that's just in a concept in people's heads.
Why don't we have infinity sight? Why we can't from Australia see what is going on in New York?
Oh, God. Someone else want to take that? Is this a serious question?
Is everything is flat? We should have infinity sight.
No, you should not.
Why not?
Have you ever looked up your local weather forecast and it gave you the visibility for the day? 10 miles, 20 miles. It's like how far you can see. That's not based upon the curve of the earth. That's based upon how clean the air is. And the idea that you're going to see through thousands of miles through air, that's crazy talk.
Yeah, let me just give you an analogy. Like, the water appears to be see-through when you have little of it, but when you have a lot of it, it compounds together and you cannot see through it. That's why when you go into the ocean, you don't see to the other side of the ocean. There's also, besides just the air itself, you can only see so far because of how the optics works. Perspective causes things to converge together into a vanishing point in your eye. Things get smaller with distance. So anything at that distance, if there was no air between you and that, it would still be too small for your optics to discern, so you wouldn't be able to see anything.
That's a fair point. I should admit. But we can, for example, use some laser ray and shoot it from Australia to New York. What about that?
I'm not sure
Did you say a
if I
laser?
heard what I said. Are you saying
How far
if
was
you
that
shoot a laser?
Yeah, laser line, straight laser line from Australia to New York. And if Earth is flat, we should receive it in New York because it's just a straight line.
We got plenty of lasers to show you.
Yeah, we've tested the Earth over large distances and there's no curvature. So when we do use lasers and things like that, we can't find any curvature over distances where there must be hundreds of feet of curvature. So it's been confirmed that the Earth most definitely is not a globe. It's just a matter of people actually looking at the evidence honestly, right? And then looking at the accumulation.
Hundreds of feet, it's thousands of miles. Laser.
No, over.
Internal.
Right, but even over just 10 miles, if the Earth's a globe, you have to have 66 foot of curvature. Just 10 miles. So we can just test 10 miles, right? It has to have that 66 foot over 10 miles. So if we're checking a 10 or 20 mile body of water over and over again, and there's no curvature, it can't possibly be a globe. Now we have tests from higher altitude where we can see over 1,000 miles using infrared cameras and things like that, but I mean, we can just test literally over 10 miles to confirm if the Earth's a globe or not. People don't realize.
That's not.
No, it is because it is enough because there should be 66 foot of curvature over 10 miles. Okay, so if you have a 10-mile lake, you shouldn't be able to set up a camera on this just above the surface of the water and zoom in and see the shoreline on the other side of the 10-mile lake. There has to be 66 foot of curvature over that distance. People don't realize how much curvature there should be over the distance because they've never thought about it and they've never looked into it. You've just been taught that we're really small and the globe's really big. But if you look into it, even just over 100 miles, there should be just under 7,000 feet of curvature. That's a huge amount of curvature. So we can test over 10, 20, 30 miles and determine if the Earth's a globe or not. It's more than enough distance.
India, what was the longest lighthouse observation that you posted the other day? Wasn't that like over 200 miles or something?
A lighthouse?
I believe that's what was posted. I don't remember.
That I know about. I didn't post it the other day though. There's one that's 308 miles, but it's very difficult to really see it.
Okay.
It's
and
like
what would the?
It was in Spain. It was in Spain. There's a lighthouse called the Graglia Lighthouse on the island of Mallorca, and they were at like 2,500 feet above sea level, and you can just barely see the light from the lighthouse because the lighthouse obviously from that far away is super tiny. It's 300 miles away.
Yeah, but what would the drop over distance have to be in the curvature calculator? Did you punch in those numbers?
Dude, that's like working 9 miles or something. Well, from that elevation, it might be like 6 or 7.
Yeah, so 6 times 5, 5280 in feet. I was just taking a quick break. I'm back to work.
Yeah, so according to a globe, there's the airplane 300 miles away, and it was flying at its altitude. It would be at eye level. 300 miles. I'll see a plane on the horizon from 300 miles away. That'd be crazy. Yeah, then we got planes over the horizon. Is that the next one?
Tell about tectonics.
What?
Tectonic activity.
Tectonic activity.
Yeah.
What would you like to know about tectonic activity?
Is the entire surface just a whole solid firm shield, or there are some different pieces that are moving, kind of floating, something like this?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know if anyone else wants to cover this one, but I don't think it's something that we can fully validate, or it's not something that I've looked into enough to cover that topic. Sorry.
Yeah, we have so much things to discover.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man, there's a lot of things to look into. You know, each one of these questions could take months of research just to look into one particular question. So, I mean, I've been looking into this for 8 years. I mean, obviously not full time, but, you know, there's so much to research, so much to learn. I've learned more about the globe, you know, since I discovered that the Earth's not a globe, right? Learned so much about how the globe is explained to work and that kind of thing. Most people don't know much about the globe that they believe in. right? They've never thought about it. They've just been taught it since a young age. And, 95% of people, you ask them basic questions about the globe. They don't know the size. They don't know the motion. You could ask them, does it spin east to west or west to east? They would have no idea. Most people just blindly believe it. So when people say, oh, the majority of the Earth thinks it's a globe, yeah, it's just because they're taught it from a young age. They don't know it. It's just a belief. They experience the Earth as a flat, stationary plane, just like what we're claiming the Earth is. It's not a crazy claim to make, that's for sure.
Yeah. But why flat? Why not cube, for example?
Flat's not a shape, right? The globe side's claiming the shape. Flat is just the description of a surface. So if you have a flat surface area, you're describing the surface area of a table, but you could have tables that are all different shapes, but they're all flat on the surface. Right, so we're not making a shape claim. Flat's definitely not a shape. We don't know the entirety of the layout of the Earth. I don't think anybody does.
It should be cubic, because if it's a sphere, and there are a lot of sphere arranged next to each other, there are empty space among them. So it should be cube to not to leave any empty space.
It doesn't need to be any particular type of shape. This is the important takeaway. I think you keep reverting back to it needs to be a shape. It doesn't need to be for us to explain that the surface condition is such that the Earth appears to us and measures as a horizontal plane. So, as far as the shape is concerned, we don't need to concern ourselves with that, because the opposite to the surface being horizontal and planar is a curving surface. And that's what the claim of the Earth being a globe is. It's curving on the surface. So shape of overall Earth, we don't need to be concerned with that.
Basically, it matters, because
no, it doesn't.
If it's just playing,
it doesn't matter, Robert.
Area.
Yeah, it doesn't matter though, because we're describing the surface condition. We're not describing the overall whatever realm that we live in. We're not talking about that. The description of the surface condition, if the Earth is a globe, would be one such that it's curving. You don't experience this curvature. So it is a horizontal plane. So you don't need to know the entirety of the thing you're on. You just need to describe the surface condition. That's all. I mean, if you want to know that's up to you. That's your mind. But we don't need to explain the surface more than the surface condition. The known territories where people exist on is a horizontal plane. Anything that's unknown, we wouldn't know. The thing that is known is that we are on a horizontal plane.
Yeah, on a horizontal face of cube.
Yeah, that's what you're saying, because you want to examine the entirety of the realm. We don't need to. It's not a necessary condition for us to talk about the entirety of the realm. We can just tell you that the known territories where people live on, second time, known territories where people live on is a horizontal plane. There's a second time I'm telling you that it's not necessary. You keep reverting back to it, but that's only because you think you want to find that out.
There is a day-night cycle, and the sun disk is setting down, rising up, and so it means that probably there is somewhere end of this surface, and it also could mean that.
What is the logical conclusion for that, sir?
Shape.
Can you give me a logic statement where that is true? Give me a logical conclusion for why that needs to be true.
I said the day-night cycle, where sun comes at night. If the Earth is all flat, and sun don't go out of bounds, it means that should be eternal day, but we have night. It means the sun is going somewhere, probably beneath the earth.
Probably.
Because
Yeah, but you caveat.
Have some.
Sir, your logic is flawed. Your logic is flawed. You said probably goes underneath. So you don't have a way to conclusively say that is the case, that it's actually going underneath. So you don't know. You're assuming. You're making a lot of assumptions and thinking that you can pass the logic test with just saying, I can just say probably it goes underneath the earth. You have to hear yourself when you speak. You're using a lot of subjective terms involved when you speak. If you get rid of subjectivism, then you're going to find out there's no way that you can describe the
that's
earth
not a
logically.
subjective, because
Yes,
every
it is.
time
You said probably, sir.
Every
Robert.
time sun go in. And
I need you to
go out
acknowledge
in the
something,
same,
Robert.
time.
No, you can't barrel forward, sir. You have to understand the logic here. You said probably goes under the earth. You said that. Do you
Probably
identify
it's
that
just
you
a
said
word.
that?
It's just a word.
Yes, probably is subjective. That's what
It's
it
just
is.
a word. I said.
Yeah, it's a word that's subjective. No, it's not objective. It's subjective. You think that the sun is going underneath.
No,
the earth.
I
you
see,
don't know.
I see like I see the evidence, like sun or something that's supposed to be a sun is going to sunset, sunrise. It's
Okay.
going somewhere.
Let's do it this way. Yeah, let's do it this way. What's the
That's another-
confirmation? What's the confirmation that the sun is going underneath the earth? Give me the valid,
well,
the valid reason.
We don't see it at night.
Yeah, what's the valid reason that it goes under the earth? I need to know how you know.
What of these entity reasons, but I see. I know that we at night don't see it at all. It's
but
somewhere
because you
hiding.
don't.
It's
Yeah, let's
somewhere
put it this
hiding.
way. It doesn't matter because you can't see it. Does it mean it goes underneath? Is a logical conclusion because you don't see the sun that it goes underneath the earth. Is this logical?
Every day I see like it goes from up to down.
Sir, answer my question. If you do not see the sun, does that logically conclude that it goes underneath the earth?
It can go under also.
Can. It's another subjective term. It can. So you don't know that it goes underneath the earth. Once again, it's not logical, sir. The logic
Not
breaks
about
down.
that's not about logic. It's about evidence.
It is.
I see like it
No, it's
goes
not.
from up to down. So obviously, logically, it go down further.
Okay, why do we see things that appear to move above our head appear to move down? Is it because they're moving down, or is it a function of perspective?
What she says?
When we see things moving down away from our vision, is it because they're actually going down, or could it be a function of perspective?
You mean going down to shrink in size or what?
Both.
Like a linear perspective or what?
Yes.
But that's our perception. And
Yes,
sun,
that's what we see. Yes.
No. That's our perception. Perspective, it's only our perception. But if Earth fully flat, it means that no matters about our perception, it all be lit with light all the time.
No, that's incorrect. Your logic is breaking down once again. That's not correct statement. Because if you're saying that's true, what is the size of the entire Earth, so that you know that light would extend to all reaches of the whole realm that we live in? Let's examine your logic.
We don't see change in sun disk size.
How do you know that?
Yeah, we do.
When the sun appears on the horizon, does it appear bigger than it does when it's right above your head? Yes or no?
It's the same.
Sir,
no.
Does the sun appear bigger? Does the sun appear bigger on the horizon than when it is above your head?
So who's coaching you in DMs?
Robert, are you failing to answer my question because your logic doesn't follow? Is the sun bigger on the horizon than it is above your head, sir?
I said no, it's the same.
Really? So you've never seen an orange giant sunrise or sunset? You've never seen that in your life?
That's only our perception.
Really? So then how can we tell that it's not bigger or smaller if we see it bigger or smaller? What is your conclusion that it's not bigger or smaller when we see it on the horizon that looks bigger? Everybody that's in here right now is listening to you actually lie through your teeth. Everybody has witnessed the sun on the horizon and seen it a lot bigger and orange. When it's up in the sky, it's smaller and white. What say you, Robert? You're going to lie through your teeth some more?
Maybe I should brought in some analogy with water.
No, you need to address the logic that you're proclaiming that the sun doesn't change size. Apparently it does when we see it on the horizon.
It doesn't change size.
Sir, everybody's witnessed the sun on the horizon with their own eyes. You can't deny billions of people.
It changed its color.
And the size. You see the size larger, sir.
Only color.
What do you mean, no?
Only color and bright.
So, yeah.
Hold on, Alba. Let's get down to the process this guy. Okay, you're saying it doesn't change size.
No.
How did you measure that?
What you mean by measure? With a ruler or what?
How did you measure it the same size? Because you just said we can't just look at it, so you must have measured it, right?
It was eye measure.
Eye measurement, so not a measurement.
No.
Yeah, eye measurements. Not even a measurement.
I have no tools.
You're making words. You're making things up right now, sir.
There was this other guy arguing with me about this in politics and religion one day. I told him I'd take an index card and mark it at noon and then mark it on the horizon. But I have to wait till I go to Lake Michigan because I can't really, there's too many trees here for me to see it when it goes down the horizon. So maybe this guy doesn't actually see it very often at the horizon. Do you ever go to a large body of water, sir?
No, I'm living in desert. There is no water.
Yeah, these are lies, Robert. Lies.
Even at the desert though, yeah, he should be able to see the horizon. So I'm sure you've seen the thing we're talking about.
Yeah, for somebody to actually lie right now on this call and say that they've never seen the sun on the horizon, either sunset or sunrise, is a bold-faced lie. You're lying, Robert. Everybody knows you are. And you don't, your eyes, you can't tell measuring with your eyes. No, this is an objective assessment of you actually lying.
There is nothing objective.
Really? Let's ask you some objective things right now. Are we talking on Discord, Robert?
Who knows?
Who knows? I think
maybe that's all just somebody's dream.
Needed to hear.
Oh.
Yeah, so you don't even know if you're on Discord at the moment. I didn't even get to the part where I was going to ask you if you're 100% sure you're on Discord. At the very first question, you can't even know that. So let me tell you something, Robert. Every logic statement that you were trying to say in the conversation prior, you can't even know that. If you don't even know if you're on Discord, your logic is completely broken. You can't tell me that you know if the sun changes sizes or not. Your worldview is completely turned inside out by your statement of saying that you can't even know if you're on Discord, sir.
He can't even tell you if there is.
How do you know?
Hey, okay, it's been measured. It does change size. Anyway, he can't even tell you if there is a sun.
What?
Well, if you don't know you're on Discord, how can you say
I can't understand what you're talking about because you're using some walkie-talkie. It's hard to hear you.
Walkie-talkie. Hey, so if you don't know if you're on Discord right now, how can you even say that the sun exists at all? Maybe that's a hallucination too.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe there is no sun, no earth, nothing.
This is the problem, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah.